Hey guys. Here's part 7 of the Sharingan Devil. It's been a while, huh? Anyways, enjoy. Chapter 70. Finding Yourself. When Haku had first seen the Leaf Village, she had imagined Naruto taking her on a few tourist spots or meet some of his old friends like Kurenai. Not once had she imagined to be standing with him in a graveyard as he stared at the two graves that were buried beside each other. Minato Namikaze, a hero, and true leader. Kushina Uzumaki, a proud kunoichi and good friend. She did know that someone named Minato was the fourth Hokage of Konoha, and if this Kushina woman was buried beside such an important leader, then she must have been someone important to the fourth Hokage. They were my parents. His confession hit her worse than a meteor strike. Her legs felt weak and the ground beneath her suddenly felt cracked. Her eyes glanced at the image of the fourth on the mountain and then at Naruto's face, to find it exactly identical. "You," said Haku in shock, her trembling hands pointing a finger at him. "I know how much you love me, Haku. And it is because I respect your love, I will show you my true story. Who I was to who I became, then perhaps you'll see what kind of evil man I am," said Naruto frankly. She stepped in front of him and looked at him, as his dead eyes still gazed at the graves of his parents. "Why are we here, Naruto? Konoha is the last place you want to be. If they catch you now they'll kill you," warned Haku. "We are here to kill the people known as Naruto Hatake and Naruto Uzumaki. After tonight they shall vanish from this world, and only Naruto Uchiha shall remain," said Naruto seriously, making her frown. "You want to strengthen your resolve by visiting the past?" asked Haku curiously. "It's never easy to turn your back on everything you once stood for. This place was my home, I grew up amongst these people, have friends and family here, and there is nothing I can say or do which can change that. It's an inseparable part of my life. There was a time when I would have died willingly for this village," explained Naruto patiently, as she looked at him in disbelief. "I can't believe you love this village, after how they treated you for being a Jinchuriki," said Haku bitterly. Tsunade had told her about this truth, and after that day she could easily understand why Naruto hated Konoha. She had herself been a victim of a similar abuse, and could clearly understand his pain better than anyone in his life. "The worst villains in history were once great heroes, my story is just the same. By turning against the village, I have become a hypocrite and a traitor for everything I once stood for," said Naruto honestly. "Then why did you do everything you did till now?" asked Haku flatly, discomfort visible in her eyes. "What do you see around you, Haku?" questioned Naruto calmly, as she looked around the numerous graves. "They are ninja who died in the line of duty, heroes according to the people of Konoha. The fourth was considered the greatest of all," answered Haku, and flinched when a betrayed look appeared in his eyes. Grabbing her by the waist, he made them shine rapidly to another area. When her vision cleared, she found herself standing on a barren field. There was nothing but dirt and stones, with a few trees surrounding the area. It seemed like an abandoned area of a forest. "Where are we?" asked Haku silently. "You're currently standing on top of the ashes of 419 heroes of Konoha. Ninja who fought, bled and died for the Leaf Village over the past decade. The best soldiers of this nation and my comrades," said Naruto sadly, and Haku saw how devastated he was. Whatever this place was, whoever these people were, they were quite important to Naruto. But the only ninjas who ever received such bad burials were. "Anbu," said Haku in shock, as his fists clenched tightly. "I am Naruto Uchiha, captain from 11th Division Root Anbu Special Forces," confessed Naruto, and saw the betrayed look in her eyes. "You," said Haku angrily, her voice quivering as her eyes became moist. How could he hide such a thing from her? He was a secret operative of this village. Then it hit her like a freight train, how Gato's rule over Wave ended weeks after Naruto arrived. It wasn't even a few days since his arrival when the Konoha forces came and captured Gato. His frequent escapes from the orphanage must have been for this mission. The entire matter with Orochimaru. "You were sent to hunt Orochimaru or join him as a double agent, and report everything back to the village," said Haku coldly, as a smile came on his face. She was not just smoking hot but had the brains to back it up, just like Kurenai. "Just listen to my whole story, and then make your decision that whether you still want to love me and stay by my side or leave. If I wanted to betray you, then I would never tell you this," explained Naruto patiently, as she glared at him. "Why are you telling me this now?" asked Haku bitterly, as he glanced at the shining moon in the sky. "The power of kings makes me lonely. Today I have everything I ever desired. Power, money, respect, and love. But on the other side, the people whom I wanted to share these happiness with are dead or not by my side today. I'm all alone, said Naruto regretfully, as her anger reduced a little. He sounded so weak and fragile. His words made her realize that from the outside he seemed fine, but deep down he was completely broken. A dead man. She slowly extended her hand as he took a step forward. Her calm light blue-colored eyes looked into his darker ones. Her long, dark beautiful hair flowed wildly in the air as a cold breeze of wind passed by their side. Show me, Haku whispered, as time seemed to slow down. The distance between them closed as he came even more closer. First there was the touch of soft skin hitting her lips, and slowly it turned into the most pleasant sensation she had ever felt, as she returned the kiss. The world around her changed and she felt herself floating in the endless time. Image after image flickered inside her mind. Memories of his past. She felt every emotion which he experienced, every joy, every sadness, every ounce of anger, every betrayal, every single tear. It was something out of the world. She could not feel herself anymore. Her identity vanishing and merging with his, becoming one single soul. She watched years pass through his life, the most painful life a man could ever have. She felt her soul connecting to his, her heart saw what he truly was beneath all the masks, what he truly desired. Glancing around, she found herself standing in a dark space, where everything was dark except for the ray of light that was on the far horizon. He stood all alone in a corner, torn between the two sides of nature. To anyone else, these colors would hold no meaning, but she could see what they truly were. There was the kind and gentle part of him on one side, and a dark, sinister one on the other. And watching him stand in between made her realize why they were here, the reason behind her existence, the reason for everything that had ever happened. She blinked in surprise as the trance ended, and she found herself standing in the same barren field again. It hardly felt like a minute had passed, but she felt herself aging many years and lived through an entire new life. One which was so dark and full of sadness. He stood inches away from her lips, his dazzling Mangekyo eyes looked in her eyes, and only then did she realize that everything she had seen and felt was an illusion. Her fingers touched her lips trying to regain that warm feeling. It was so real that she could hardly believe that it was just an illusion which he had created. As she looked at him now, she didn't feel that uncertainty anymore. She knew everything about him. She knew Naruto. Not Naruto Uzumaki, not Naruto Hatake, not Naruto Uchiha. But Naruto. She knew him. Get some rest, think about it. I'll be back in a while, said Naruto softly, and laid a true kiss on her forehead affectionately. Haku couldn't say a word, her throat felt parched, her tongue struggling to form a single word as he vanished from the area in a swirl of leaves. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly stepped inside his office. He was a war veteran and one of the strongest ninja of the world. And yet even he could not escape from the effects of old age, and wondered just how many times at night would he have to answer the call of nature again? Damn balls. Muttered Hiruzen. Getting old, aren't you, Gramps? The Hokage's eyes snapped in shock, his muscles tensed as only now did he feel a new presence inside his office. He had never felt anyone inside when he entered. Were his senses getting dull? Even if that was the case, he wouldn't be this careless. It only meant the unknown person was a dangerous shinobi. The cage's hand slowly crept towards the kunai pouch hidden in his robes, as the person who was sitting in a far dark corner of the room, hidden in the shadows, flashed him a gaze which sent chills down his spine. It was a pair of Sharingan eyes. Naruto? Said Hiruzen in shock. A cold breeze swept across the room as the two people inside just lay frozen in their spots. Hiruzen had by now recognized the face of his adoptive grandson, but those eyes were not the ones which he had seen when the boy had fled from the village barely a year ago. Those eyes had aged an entire lifetime, endured horrors which only a handful ninja had undergone during their entire lives. Gone was the little innocence in Naruto's eyes, only to be replaced by a cold, stoic gaze devoid of life. Hiruzen had seen that look before, the look that always resided in the eyes of every Root Anbu. The gaze of a dead man. What have I done? Thought Hiruzen in despair. Was this really the same little boy whom he had saved from a mob all those years ago? It's been a while, Hokage-sama, said Naruto stoically, his eyes never betraying the anger that was burning in his heart. He had trusted this old man, revealed every dark secret to him, did all of his dirty work, and in the end even Hiruzen made him feel like a used tool. Just like Danzo. Any normal person would have expected him to burst into a fit of rage, his heart should be screaming for Hiruzen's blood. And yet all Naruto could feel was sadness and a hole in his heart, a hole which Hiruzen and Konoha had created. Hiruzen tried to walk towards the boy, but was stopped when a firm hand was raised by his adoptive grandson. Naruto? Asked Hiruzen curiously. I'm dying, said Naruto seriously, as Hiruzen felt his heart break. But I sent Tsunade to find a cure for you, the virus, said Hiruzen in a broken voice. Is far too spread inside me, she couldn't find me a cure. I'm here to complete my mission and fulfill one last promise. Answered Naruto frankly, as the old man shook his head. We'll get you some help. I can't let you die, not after everything you've done for this village, said Hiruzen stubbornly, and Naruto's fists clenched tightly. If the best doctor in the world couldn't save me, then you must accept that this is the end for me. I'm the last of my kind, let me join my brothers. Requested Naruto gently. Tears came in Hiruzen's eyes as he realized Naruto wanted to join his fallen root comrades. The boy's eyes showed how tired he was, how broken his heart was. Orochimaru was ousted by the people of Otogakur and the Nidai Motokage, said Naruto cunningly. A cage? Asked Hiruzen in surprise. Orochimaru tried to resist at first, but even a Sannin is not strong enough to face the wrath of an entire nation. The things that Freak did, the atrocities he committed, you should have killed him when you had the chance, said Naruto bitterly, as Hiruzen averted his eyes. I wish I could change this, said Hiruzen silently, as Naruto's gaze hardened. Well, let's just hope you learned your lesson from the past. Every Hokage made mistakes, but the sad part is that you never had to suffer for that. Because that curse always falls on people like me, my root brothers, the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha, and the people of Otogakur, stated Naruto bitterly. Orochimaru has also started using people's bodies as vessels. When he fled from Oto he ran straight into Fire Nation and is hiding somewhere. I can't follow him since I'm wanted in this nation, you'll have to use your Anbus to sniff him out. Advised Naruto sagely. He's here, and he said Hiruzen in disbelief, his tongue struggling to form words. He plans to attack Konoha and has quite an army hidden all around our borders. His objective is to assassinate you by any means necessary. There is also a spy under him by the name of Yakashi Kabuto whom Orochimaru might send to gather information, since he's a registered ninja of this village. But in truth, Kabuto is a double agent, said Naruto seriously, and saw the shock in Hiruzen's eyes. Kabuto? How could, said Hiruzen depressingly, that boy was merely a Genin and was so friendly. To think even he was tainted by Orochimaru. I still have a few weeks left, I'll continue to keep my eyes and ears open. Orochimaru trusts me, this might just help me gather more information to help you guys. Is the village ready for an attack? Asked Naruto seriously, and narrowed his eyes. No, we're not. Hosting the Chunin exams has stretched our resources to the maximum. Jiraiya is still around so we're not completely vulnerable. Naruto, I want you to come back, your mission is over, said Hiruzen quickly, and saw the boy looking at him with those sad eyes. You and I both know that I can never return home, not unless you have to reveal every dirty little secret which might very well destroy this village and make the sacrifices of my comrades pointless, said Naruto in a resigned voice. That's not, said Hiruzen, but was cut off. It's alright, Gramps. I know I'm just an expendable asset, ever since my birth. When my own parents didn't hesitate to sacrifice my life for this village, you shouldn't have a problem at all. I've made my peace, said Naruto sadly. Minato and Kushina loved you, and wanted you to be seen as a true hero. A hero which you truly are, said Hiruzen sympathetically. And was I viewed as a hero? Asked Naruto flatly. Silence. Naruto smiled wistfully, when Hiruzen didn't have an answer for his question. But the silence was all the answer he needed to hear. It's quite ironic my parents are remembered as the greatest heroes of this village, and yet I was never even acknowledged as their child. I've worked in the shadows my entire life for this village, without expecting anything in return. I shall continue to do so till my end. Give Konohamaru and Amiko my regards, goodbye. A lone tear slipped from Hiruzen's eyes as he watched Naruto disappear from in front of his eyes. The boy knew what awaited him in the end. Kakashi was aimlessly walking through the street that led to his home, his famous Icha book in his hand. It was just another normal night in Konoha, everything seemed in order and ordinary until he smelled something. A scent. An aroma he thought he'd never feel again. Snapping his book shut he channeled chakra to his feet, and started hopping from rooftop to rooftop. His speed would have given even Anbu a run for their money, but the situation demanded it. If there was even a minute chance of his guess being right, then... He felt another person arriving beside him, running towards his home at a little slower pace. It was Anko, so he was not wrong. "Kakashi, do you feel it?" asked Anko in a trembling voice. "Yes," replied Kakashi curtly. In a matter of 2 minutes they reached their destination, and saw a scroll laid down on their home's doorstep. A young blonde-haired boy dressed in a strange uniform was walking over towards the edge of the roof. "You shouldn't have come here." Anko faltered when she heard his voice, so it was really him. She looked towards Kakashi only to find a stoic look in the man's eyes. Whatever the copy ninja was feeling right now was concealed in his heart. She could only imagine how Kakashi would be feeling. He raised this boy as if he was his own son. Naruto had been like a little brother to her, annoying yet gentle at the same time. "I could tell you the same thing, but I won't." "Turn around," said Kakashi calmly, as the boy obeyed the request. One glance at his face made them gasp in shock. For Anko he seemed so different, so mature. And for Kakashi it was as if he was glancing at the clone of his deceased teacher, one which was more handsome and kind. He didn't interfere when Anko rushed forward and grabbed Naruto in a fierce hug, and Naruto hugged her back with equal love and passion. Neither of them cared what had happened in the past, or what they had done. All they cared and remembered was the fact that they were family. "I missed you," said Naruto solemnly, as tears spilled from Anko's eyes. Kakashi bent down and picked up the scroll that was placed on his doorstep. There was nothing special or intriguing about it. But if Naruto had risked so much to give it to them, then there must be something vital in it. "What's in it?" asked Kakashi curiously, as he gave a light hug to the boy. Anko slammed him on the head, making him wince, as a short chuckle escaped from Naruto's lips. The boy's eyes shifted towards the woman as he gave her a serene smile. "I told you I would one day free you from your curse," said Naruto kindly. Anko froze in her spot, her hand unconsciously reaching out to the back area of her neck. Kakashi looked at the scroll in his hand, and then towards Naruto. "Did he really do it? Inside you'll find a sealing jutsu that cancels the curse seal which Orochimaru placed on her. The reason we failed to remove that mark all these years because we didn't have the key that was needed to trigger the removal process," explained Naruto patiently. "And what is it?" asked Kakashi in surprise. "Orochimaru's blood and a part of his DNA," said Naruto darkly, as the two Konoha Jounin flinched on hearing that name again. Anko nervously glanced at the simple scroll in Kakashi's hands. Her chest felt heavy, her eyes brimming with tears. 10 years she had suffered from this curse. After countless attempts to remove it from her body, she now finally had a true cure. She looked into Naruto's eyes, and remembered the innocent promise he had made to her all those years ago while eating dengo in a restaurant. She had always thought he had made that promise as a gesture of compassion and sympathy, but today he actually proved that he truly meant it. "I have to go," said Naruto quietly, as Anko was just about to speak to him. "No, you can't. I won't let you," replied Anko emotionally, as she grabbed the boy's arm forcefully. "Anko, he can't stay. If not for your sake he would have never stepped inside this village, am I right?" asked Kakashi cryptically. He was the only one except Kurenai who knew whom Naruto truly was and why he had done all of this. But Anko couldn't know that, and Naruto knew it. Unfortunately his fiancée looked at him with a betrayed look in her eyes, as Naruto gently removed her hand from his arm and turned around. "Wait, Naruto," shouted Anko, as he glanced at her once more. "Forget I ever existed. Goodbye." Kakashi painfully watched as Anko tried to grab Naruto, who vanished in a swirl of leaves. There were so many things he wanted to say. And he was sure Naruto wanted to do the same, but both of them knew this was not the place, nor the time. He made Anko stand back on her feet but was unable to stop her tears, as she looked at the scroll Naruto had left them. With this last promise being fulfilled, Naruto Hatake had severed all his bonds and died. Wild, cold winds freely flowed across the skies of Konoha as the bright midnight moon illuminated the landscapes with its grace. On one of the rooftops Naruto stood all alone, his sad eyes glancing at the image of his father that was carved on the mountain. He remembered the streets where he used to play with his academy friends. He could clearly see Kuji eating in one of the nearby restaurants. Ino and Shikamaru were with him. He felt Sakura's chakra signature inside the hospital, so the news that Shizune Kato had taken her as an apprentice were apparently true. He could not sense any of Team 8's members around, either they were away on a mission or something else. Sasuke was still holed up inside his clan territory, doing Kami knew what. He still had to visit his old friend, preparations had to be made. He imagined himself living an entire different life if he had never met Danzo or joined Root. Perhaps he would have been a loudmouth who have screamed from the mountains that he would become Hokage someday. Perhaps he could have been the child who got back up again and again despite the repeated rejections and abuses from the villagers. Life would have been so simple, then. But he didn't want that. Whatever had happened to him, he didn't want to change it. He was glad that he joined Root as it made him meet his true friends Shin and Sai. Happy that he was adopted by Kakashi and found a sister in Anko. Glad to meet Kurenai. He had already surveyed the defenses of the village. Hiruzen was right. Konoha was not fully prepared for an invasion, and he had effectively put Orochimaru and Kabuto in more trouble by telling Hiruzen that the Sannin was in Fire Country. Hiruzen's paranoia with his wayward student would force him to send Jiraiya to eliminate the traitorous Sannin. Despite his crimes, Orochimaru was a powerhouse and only someone of Jiraiya's caliber could eliminate him or someone like himself. With 2 Sannin out of the way, all that would remain would be eliminating Hiruzen. And after the fall of their leader, the village would crumble soon enough. Not only had he fulfilled his promise to Anko, but also further advanced his moves in his war against Konoha. He had created confusion by spreading incorrect information, and would strike from the shadows like a true Anbu. But now came the hardest part. His eyes shifted towards an apartment inside which Kurenai Yuhi was currently staying. As he started walking towards his final destination, his legs felt heavy. Could he really go through with it? Could he truly tell her the entire truth? What he was, what he had become, and what he wanted to do? Yes, there was only one way to find out. Stepping in front of the door, he raised his hand and steeled his heart. Knock knock. Chapter 71. Heaven and Earth. Kurenai blinked the sleep out of her eyes as she slowly walked towards the door of her apartment. She hazily saw her clock showing 3 o'clock at night. A light chuckle escaped from her lips as she remembered a dark tale her father had told her once, that 3 o'clock at night was one of the few hours when the dark forces were at their strongest. That it was the hour of evil. She had never believed such superstition, remembering that tale as another one of her father's silly attempts to make her sleep quickly at night when she was a kid. And honestly, that trick had worked a lot of times. As she opened the door, her breath stopped. Even in the darkness of the night, the glow of this person was enormous. His silky blonde hair were brighter than ever, his pale handsome face was almost the same color as that of the moonlight, his eyes were gentle and warm yet she knew they contained an endless sea of sorrow and bitterness. It's been a while, Kurenai, said Naruto calmly. He was surprised when she jumped straight into his arms, pulled his red scarf down with a quick yank and slammed her lips against his. A small chuckle escaped from his muffled mouth as he happily kissed her back passionately. His heart cherishing this moment for eternity. Oh, how much he had missed her during the past 3 months. Realizing where they were and what his status was at this time, she quickly pulled him inside her cozy apartment and slammed the door shut. She continued to stare at him for a few minutes, her eyes trying to believe that he was real and standing in front of her. When she was finally satisfied, a small tear slipped from her eye, as she wrapped her arms around him and snuggled into his muscular chest. I missed you, said Kurenai happily, her voice becoming a little choked. Only she knew how much she had suffered during the past 3 months, knowing he was lurking around Orochimaru. There was no letter or any kind of communication between them during this duration, and she had countless restless nights due to it. Her mind always wondered whether he was safe, or was he injured, or not dead. But her heart was firm in its belief that he was alive, and no matter what he would come back to her. Tonight, it was finally proven right. Likewise, while you did put on a few kilos, joked Naruto, as a horrified look appeared in her eyes. What? No. I'm perfectly fit, I blabbered Kurenai, and only stopped when she saw the mischievous glint in his eyes. The bastard was playing with her. She slapped him playfully on the arm and he acted as if that little blow hurt him, making her roll her eyes. She couldn't help but laugh happily, his little annoying habits like these always kept their rocky relationship alive. After snuggling close to him for another few minutes, she broke the hug and saw the same calm look in his eyes that she had seen many times. Where the hell have you been for the past 3 months? No letter, you simply vanished. Do you even care how worried I was? Asked Kurenai bitterly, as he cupped her chin and silenced her with a soft kiss. Sorry. Anbu stuff, said Naruto sheepishly, making her pout like a little girl as her cheeks flushed a little. That's not fair. How can I stay mad at you if you keep doing things like that? Replied Kurenai childishly. Like this? Asked Naruto naughtily, as he tickled her belly with his delicate fingers making her yelp in surprise. She pushed him away as he laughed on seeing her flushed face, his mischievous smile turned into a serene one when he saw pictures lying on her table. The old pictures of Team 7 and many other ones with Kakashi. He didn't know why, but he took a few steps forward and grasped the frame in which Team 7's official photo was stored. Kakashi was not a part of their unit, yet he was still there. Kurenai stepped beside him and saw his eyes were pretty moist. He was trying quite hard not to cry. And somewhere a little part of her heart died too as she felt his pain. 1 year. The past year had been extremely mortifying for Naruto. From being forced to kill his root comrades, then to losing his best friend Sai. If that was not enough, he also lost his clone daughter Rei. And all of this was besides the unending hatred he faced from the entire world. Far away from home, performing his duty behind enemy lines against the most dangerous freak of Konoha, bearing the scorn of the villagers and the people of Fire Nation. Now, that she thought about it, Naruto was practically on his own all this time. There was no one to support him, and yet everyone jumped at the first chance to judge him. She was simply amazed when he suppressed his watery eyes, and in a blink of eye they were back to their happy self. He even gave her a smile when he found her looking at him worriedly, but she knew it was fake. How do you deal with it? How can suffer so much pain and still fight? Asked Kurenai, admiration evident in her voice and eyes. I've got no choice. Anyway, Kurenai, there is something I have to talk about. Something important, said Naruto seriously. Kurenai blinked in surprise. Suddenly she remembered that had something even more important to say. Something she was not able to say during their past meeting. She lacked the courage to tell him then, but now she was determined to go through with it. Naruto, I also have to say something to you. Something really important, said Kurenai hesitantly, and fought hard not to flinch when he narrowed his eyes. She didn't know why, but there were a few moments when those eyes scared her. They were so full of hatred and sadness that it made her fear that she would drown herself in that. Okay, you go first, said Naruto patiently, as she shook her head. No, it's okay. You can say what you want first, insisted Kurenai. She tried to resist, but he shot her protests down with such calm and collected replies that made her finally get tired, and accept his suggestion of presenting her topic first. Both of them were now sitting on top of her comfortable couch. Sitting on the opposite side, Kurenai saw for the first time the change in his posture. It was more reserved, disciplined, and businesslike. Just like a cage, and with those cold, calculative eyes of his, she was sure he could give Hiruzen a run for his money. She dared not imagine Naruto as a cage. Nah, he's a powerful ninja. But a cage is an entirely different story. I'm just imagining things. My Naruto's too naive and silly for that job. Hell, he may even hate that job since it would become too much paperwork and sleepless nights. Thought Kurenai bemusedly, as she remembered how Naruto used to complain a lot about filing reports when he was the leader of Team 7. Kurenai, reminded Naruto. His tone was calm, yet it contained a commanding aura in it which instantly snapped her out of her dream world. Oh, sorry. Naruto, what do you remember about the Root Massacre mission? Asked Kurenai hesitantly, and saw his calm expression instantly shifting to a guarded one. It was after all one of the deepest, darkest secrets of his life. Where are you going with this? Asked Naruto sternly, his tone sending chills down her spine. Just listen to me. Promise me you'll hear what I have to say. Requested Kurenai, as he looked at her suspiciously. Fine, said Naruto tiredly. He didn't know why an ill feeling started arising in his gut. Kurenai sighed in relief when he agreed to her request. It was definitely required if she had to have a snowball's chance at achieving success. The information she was about to reveal may just break whatever soul he had left, but at the same time she could not follow in Hiruzen's footsteps and betray him in this heinous manner. She was revealing the ugly truth today, no matter the circumstances. It was her duty to help him cope with this loss and betrayal and assist him in overcoming these harsh times, so that he could return back to a normal life in his village. She was determined to get him justice, to let him be viewed as the rightful hero he was. No matter how long it would take, she would stand by his side and help correcting the injustice done to him, and improve his connection to Konoha. She had to become the link that would bind him again with Konoha, his home. Do you remember a root ninja who was too young? A child, a young girl, said Kurenai suggestively. Kurama tensed when he felt a dark, evil, malicious intent arising within the boy's body. It was full of anger, pain, betrayal, and was perhaps as much deadly as his own Bijou chakra, which itself was a scary feat. I don't know what you're talking about, answered Naruto carefully, his grip on the couch tightening. I understand. You see, it's not your fault that you can't remember, but there was a girl that night, a child called Rei. Admitted Kurenai, her ruby eyes searching for any sign of realization dawning in his eyes. She dreaded the moment he came to remember the truth, and judging from the violent twitching of his eyes, the process had already begun. Maybe, Don't know. What has this got to do with anything? Get to the point, said Naruto harshly, making her flinch, but he didn't feel any sorrow for her. Rei was the most sensitive topic of his life. It was a sharp dagger that had been stabbed in his heart, making him feel pain and misery for all eternity. Rei may have been a clone of him, but he had felt a connection to her. She was his blood, his family. He could accept the way in which Danzo, Hiruzen, had twisted his life for the sake of Konoha. But he could never accept or forgive what they did to Rei. She was so young, even younger than him, Sai and Shin were. And most of the Root child soldiers. Danzo ruined her life from the day she was born, turning her into a weapon of Konoha. The monster never let her have a shred of normal life, never knowing that she had a family in Naruto. Just the thought of Rei enduring the violent Root training sent shivers down his spine. Every day he wished he could revive Danzo, and murder him over and over again in the same violent manner as that of the massacre night. Hiruzen was no better either. In fact, he proved to be even worse than Danzo. Only Naruto and Sai knew about Rei's existence, apart from Danzo and a few of his most trusted men. Hiruzen had committed an inhuman crime by wiping all records of her existence, burying her body in an isolated location, and even going as far as wiping out his memory of Rei with Itachi's help. The Hokage actually made sure that a person like Rei never existed, trying to make her disappear in the endless stream of time. He saw the fearful look in Kurenai's eyes and realized his most evil energy was starting to leak from his body. It was merely a shred of the hate in his heart, and it made Kurenai sweat profusely. You were saying, said Naruto tersely, he wanted nothing more than to stop all discussion on this topic or risk attacking this village right now. Besides, even if he wanted to, he had made a promise to listen to her. He had already broken countless promises to her, but he intended to keep this one no matter how painful it might be for him. Listen to me carefully, Rei was, your daughter, admitted Kurenai, her eyes tightly closed shut as she couldn't muster the courage to look in his eyes. How crestfallen he would be after hearing that he killed his own daughter. A child he never even knew. No, I can't leave him alone when he needs me most, thought Kurenai with determination. She opened her eyes, courage burning in her heart to face the sadness that her love would be feeling right now. And what she saw shocked her to the heavens. He was smiling. A sinister smile. So, you know. That's a shocker, said Naruto darkly, a mysterious chuckle escaping from his lips. Kurenai's eyes widened in horror, a cold chill going down her spine. The hair on her body straightened up as the air around her turned extremely cold. The look in his eyes, so much hate, so much anger, so much vengeance. I must admit, I didn't think Hiruzen had the balls to admit his sin to any other soul. Tell me, how did you come to know this dark secret? Asked Naruto sinisterly. Kakashi, he got the truth out of the Hokage, stuttered Kurenai. She had never experienced this much fear in her entire life. Neither of them were leaking any key, but she could see it clearly in his eyes. The thousands of genocide he wanted to commit, this was a man consumed from hate and revenge. One who had been pushed so far into the dark corners, that he became the monster people feared he was. Leave it to Kakashi to do something smart and cunning. You don't know how much this truth has made my confession easier, said Naruto frankly. What do you mean? Asked Kurenai worriedly, her prayers were increasing with every passing moment. We'll get there. But first I want your opinion on this question of mine. Did you know the Uchiha clan was eliminated on Hiruzen's orders? Were you aware that the Uchihas were so pushed back like me that they wanted to rebel against Konoha, but Hiruzen, Danzo and the elders manipulated Itachi Uchiha into wiping out his own clan to save their sorry asses, to hide their failures in governing a village? Konoha encouraged Root and its activities in the Second and Third Ninja Wars, and only after Danzo started gaining more power threatening Hiruzen's reign did the Hokage take steps to disband Root. Till that moment, Hiruzen found it quite alright to let Root turn children into monsters like me. Hiruzen had an idea that Orochimaru was conducting experiments on the people of this village and the shinobi, yet he put a blind eye to it. When things got worse and the moment to kill that snake came, Hiruzen couldn't do it. Why? Because he loved his student and couldn't do his fucking job as a Hokage. Few years later, Hiruzen's mistakes comes to bite him back in the ass. Danzo grew more powerful and planned a revolt. Orochimaru was planning to attack the village from the outside. So, guess what the wise old man did? He found a delusional, hypocritic soldier whose moral compass was so fucked up that he readily accepted the mission that would permanently put an end to all of Hiruzen's failures. Do you know who that fool was? Me. Finished Naruto madly. Kurenai was shivering by the time he was finished, So many horrors had been slammed on her heart one after another. Looking into Naruto's crazy eyes made her even more scared, as he was the one who had lived through these horrors for years. And the funny things is, I didn't care I was being used. I so badly wanted to atone for my failures and my guilt that I accepted a suicide mission. I thought, hell, the entire fucking world hates me and nothing is going to change that. Why not do something good for the village for which my friends died, and maybe through my sacrifice things would change. That a new era would come in which more Narutos were not created. For that dream I had to sacrifice my own daughter. I never wanted any recognition, or medal, or money, or even a few feet of my country's land to bury my body. All I wanted was things to change, and I sacrificed everything I had for it. My life, my family, my love. I was willing to die being known as a mass murderer, traitor, and one of the worst humans to be born in this world. And you know what I got for all of this? The same fucking system coming back to stab me in the back, yelled Naruto furiously, and smashed his hand on her dining table, furiously shattering it into tiny pieces. Naruto, calm down, we can talk, said Kurenai worriedly, and took a step back when his murderous Sharingan glared at her. Talk? You think I will be willing to sit down and talk after what this village did to my daughter? These bastards tried to erase her existence from my heart. Hiruzen knew fully well that Rei was the one good thing I ever did in my life. The Hokages think they can get away with anything, not anymore. I will destroy this village, this fucked up system. Promise, Naruto, his grief-struck eyes promising mass genocides. Kurenai couldn't believe what she was hearing or seeing. This could not be happening. This was not her Naruto, this. No, this was him. The person this world had made him become. Was all that calm, collective aura of him a lie? Did he always feel like this? So miserable, so much in pain, betrayed by everyone, a person on whom almost everyone had turned their backs. The feelings and emotions leaking from his heart were so powerful that it actually made her loathe the village she had loved all her life. She felt herself succumbing and falling into an endless pit of suffering and hatred. She felt herself drowning as she collapsed on her knees. Stop it! She screamed with every ounce of energy in her body. Tears rolled down her eyes like a river, and when she opened her eyes again she was relieved to see that dark aura disappearing. But what came after that broke her heart. His eyes were dead. Devoid of dreams, devoid of hope, devoid of joy, devoid of desire, he was a dead man who had nothing more to lose. I've said what I wanted to say, now let me hear your answer, said Naruto seriously, his eyes boring into hers. What answer? Asked Kurenai nervously. Whether you'll side with me and help in destroying this village, or remain loyal to your home. Make a choice, Kurenai, said Naruto dangerously, as she got up and glared at him. Slap. He was surprised when a tight slap was placed on his cheek. He looked at her in shock only to receive 3 more simultaneous tight slaps one after another. Give him back, give him back, give him back, give him back, give Naruto back, yelled Kurenai desperately, her hands desperately clutching his collars as she cried tears of sorrow. This is who I am now, Kurenai, admitted Naruto honestly. I know you have been done great injustice, but there has to be some other way. Naruto, you can't blame the village for the mistakes Hiruzen committed. Pleaded Kurenai, as he looked at her with a betrayed look in his eyes. Not hold the village guilty? After everything they did to me, to my comrades? I hate this place, these people so much that I would love nothing more than to see them be burned alive. To make them feel the same suffering they made me go through? Asked Naruto sternly, and pushed her away. He stomped across the room in a pissed off fashion, continuously moving from one corner to another, trying very hard not to break her entire house. When he had learned the truth he was mortified, grief-struck, and was inspired to change the system. But coming back to this place, this village had ignited the feelings he had tried so hard to suppress. The rage he was feeling right now was so intense, he wanted to commit 1,000 more massacres right now. To erase this place from the map of the bloody earth. He needed this, he needed to vent out or his head or heart would explode. It's over, Naruto. It's over, said Kurenai tearfully, and tried to enwrap him in a hug only to be shoved away. Like hell, I'm not some fucking machine whom you can turn on or off as you please. I am not a weapon, I am a person just like you. A human who did everything possible to be accepted into this system, and all these bastards in this village dare to judge me. Who the hell gave them the right to treat me as a freak? Who gave my parents the right to seal a monster inside me? This society is as fucked up as I am. You dare call me a traitor and a hypocrite when every one of you is the same. You fucking ninjas kill for your country. You kidnap, you murder, you run extortion, you torture, You do every fucked up thing I did and then you judge me. Push me around like I'm some kind of animal to fight your wars and toss me aside when you're done. You know what, I've had it with this village, these people, this world and this fucked up system. I'm done, confessed Naruto, and panted as he finished his rant. You don't mean that, please no. Begged Kurenai, as he violently shook his head. This world is rotting and those who are making it rot deserve to die. Someone has to change this, why not me? Kurenai, you can't possibly understand how corrupt and fucked up this world is because you were fortunate enough to not experience the true nature of the ninja world. This world can't go on like this. Explained Naruto passionately. This is not the way, we took vow to protect this village, this nation. From all enemies foreign and domestic, if our system is failing then it is our job to work together and improve it from within. Justice can never always be about revenge, said Kurenai patiently. You're fucking naive. What can you possibly change in this world from the inside? Even if you can, it will be pointless as violence is the only things that exists in this world. Valkyrie will be the salvation this dying world craves for. Answered Naruto devotedly. What is Valkyrie? Asked Kurenai fearfully. His Sharingan spinned rapidly as a tirade of images was imprinted in her brain, what Naruto had done in these past 3 months, what he was about to do to Konoha and what his true plan was. When he was finished, she collapsed on her knees. Her betrayed eyes looked at him in anger, disbelief and hurt. You won't do this. It's still not too late, come back to the village. Come back to your family, come back to your friends, come back to me. Requested Kurenai seriously. I'm done taking orders. I have told you the truth, now are you with me or against me? Asked Naruto in an equally serious voice. This plan is insane, you will destroy whatever little peace that exists in this world. You have to stop right now. Warned Kurenai, anger burning in her heart. There was never peace in this world to begin with, my comrades had to die like animals for your fake peace. I can't let that history repeat itself, change is required. Argued Naruto. Destroying is the easiest way, but it is not right. If you want to change something, try to work in the system and change it from within. I and everyone else of our friends and family will help you with everything we've got, said Kurenai sympathetically. I have a family, now. I am the leader of a village, and this is just the beginning of my ambition. Promise Naruto. Naruto, for the last time come back. Forget everything, I'll do anything you want but just come home. Please. Begged Kurenai. Are you with me or not? Demanded Naruto. For a moment her pleading eyes did their best to change his heart, but he never quit. Sadly, she closed her eyes and when they opened back again they were the ones which he had seen many times. You've become a monster, and I will stop you. I will save you from your madness. Pledged Kurenai. She knew the betrayed look that would arrive in his eyes after she called him that, but it was a desperate attempt to stop him. Kurenai was definitely surprised when instead of getting more angry, he smiled and all anger vanished from his eyes. I knew I was right about you. Thought Naruto proudly. Kurenai loved him with everything in her heart, but she was also a person like him. She had her own set of ideals and beliefs, and he knew it. He had always known from the very beginning as to where Kurenai would make her stand. They were opposites, who lived on the different sides of the ninja world. She wanted to expand the light and the little good that was in this world, while he wanted to completely obliterate the darkness and create everything anew. Which was in total violation of her beliefs. And her ideology was in complete violation of his. Naruto, said Kurenai worriedly, she could only imagine what he was feeling in this moment. She was the last person from his old life that had a strong connection to his heart, and one who had been able to remain by his side when the others couldn't or wouldn't. He moved forward and grasped her face in his hands, for once he didn't let the tears falling from his eyes to stop. His lips touched hers and in that moment his heart completely broke. Apparently, she understood him too as she was also crying and kissing him. He pulled away quickly as she still looked at him with those pleading eyes to come back home, and for a moment he wanted to. But he could never forget the things Konoha had done, nor how many people were suffering due to the fucked up ninja world. He could not forget Rei, Shin or Sai. You're not coming back, are you? Asked Kurenai devastatedly, as he gave her a sad smile. We're meant to walk different paths and live in different worlds. I tried to bend your will for my ideals and beliefs once, I won't do it again. I've loved you madly, and I always will. But just like you, I have a goal. I have people who look up to me now, a family to protect, a new world to build. Explained Naruto hesitantly. She was silent for a few minutes, Just looking into his eyes with those sad ruby eyes. He could feel the anguish and misery she had experienced for him, how worried she had been for his safety this past year. He doubted he could be as strong as her. Then wipe out our memories from my mind. Seal them away somewhere. I can't possibly live with such a fucked up brain and broken heart. I can't protect my people if these memories are there. I can't fulfill my oath if I still love you more than the village. Last time it was you who tried to manipulate me, but I'm asking you to do this now. Requested Kurenai. It was selfish of her, and she knew it. But she would never be able to stop him if she couldn't control her heart. She had to do this to save him. If her old self had been able to make a bond with him, then her new persona can also form a new bond with him. One that would bring him back to their home, before it was too late. That was her hope. He looked in her eyes and smiled on seeing her real intention. She was just as stubborn as him. I see, Kurenai. You're also trying to do the same thing. Thought Naruto kindly. Kurenai blinked when his Sharingan morphed into its Mangekyo form. A small tear slipped from his eyes as he made the Tomoe swirl in a fast motion. Naruto Uchiha commands you, forget everything that happened between us all these years, commanded Naruto. Koto Amatsukami. He cast his most powerful genjutsu, sealing away everything. He could feel it, he could see it with his own eyes as his power slowly wiped out all their memories, including their current encounter, from her brain. Everything was stored behind a door inside her brain, which was protected by several more layers of shield. No human could ever break this spell, if they didn't have Koto Amatsukami with them. The soldiers of the Reich were the prime examples of it. They too had their memories altered like her. They believed that all of them had served beside Naruto for years and were his loyal soldiers. And Naruto hoped that Kurenai would never open this door again and live with the fake memories he had planted. Kurenai would believe that she never knew him or met him. She was a loyal ninja of Konoha. One who has been disgusted and ashamed of his actions of murdering Anbu Black Cop's shinobi and stealing the Forbidden Scroll, thereby becoming a traitor. Her unconscious form collapsed on the floor, overwhelmed by the entire experience. It was like being reborn again, and sometimes a selfish part of him wanted to do such a thing to himself too. Just to forget everything and run away, but he would never do that. Taking her sleeping form in his arms, he laid a loving kiss on her forehead as tears continued to fall freely from his eyes. He had finally done it. She was the last link to his old life and now it was gone. He was sure she would never be able to break through Koto Amatsukami and regain their memories. Not a single person had been able to manage such a feat. She would not remember what they were, but he would. It was curse which he would happily bear, if it meant freeing her. She had already faced scorn, isolation, hatred on behalf of him. For being attached to him, she deserved to be free. Kurenai, you are already leading a way of life with your own set of admirable principles. That is why I can walk my own path now, said Naruto kindly. Thank you. Gently tucking her inside her bed, he vanished away into the dark night with only one thought burning in his heart. I love you, Kurenai. Chapter 72. The Ties That Bind. Kurama worriedly observed the boy sitting in front of his cage. Normally Naruto never visited this mindscape or tried to start a conversation with his former friend. Despite their broken ties, Naruto had been merciful. He let Kurama see the world through his eyes and experience things. Some might feel the boy was tormenting the bijou, but the fox knew better. Deep down Naruto was still the kind and gentle boy, unlike Sasuke. The fox doubted that boy had a shred of mercy in his heart. He doubted Sasuke would be as forgiving as Naruto if the situations had been reversed. The reason Kurama was worried for the event that had happened a few hours ago, he still couldn't believe the fact that Naruto never hesitated when Kurenai asked him to set her free. He loved her enough to let her go, and in the bijou's eyes that was one of the purest forms of love he had ever seen in his existence. He wanted Naruto to cry, get angry, break something apart, even torment him further, but the boy was simply silent. Naruto just sat in a corner of the mindscape, his dead eyes gazed at his own reflection in the watery surface. He had not tried to start a conversation with the fox. His body was sleeping outside on a tall tree in the real world while his mind/heart had isolated itself to this mindscape. It was as if he wanted to be away from the world, be alone. Every action has a consequence. No man has ever been an exception to this unchanging law of nature, even for a person possessing an enormous power like Naruto. Although he had the power that could make any person do his bidding, he could never escape from the inevitable truth. He fought to avenge his fallen root comrades, and create a world where humans could live a little more peacefully, where violence was not the only means of survival for mankind. But the world and those around him are forced to live with his actions, and base their own actions on the consequences. If the results of his actions are to change the world, then who should bear the blame, and who should be punished? I'll live if that's what you are worried about, clarified Naruto, after a long silence. His voice devoid of any life or joy. I don't understand you humans. You have the power to get anything now, and yet you refuse to take the thing you love most. Nothing in this world is free, sometimes you have to take them by force, suggested Kurama, making a sad smile arrive on the boy's face. Sometimes you can't get everything, Kurama. The fox was shocked when Naruto called him by his name. If the boy had noticed his mistake, he didn't seem to care. He needed someone, a person who did not have any personal benefit or gain arising from this situation. A neutral party who was only concerned with Naruto's own well-being. Do you really want to talk about this with someone like me? Asked Kurama hesitantly. I don't care anymore, I'm just sitting here. Might as well keep my ears open if you talk, said Naruto nonchalantly, as the giant fox sighed. It seems both of you found your paths, from where I stand neither of you are wrong. But the difference is that Kurenai is free, she has a clean slate now. However, you will always remember. This pain coursing through your heart will always be like a silent dagger which makes you bleed. Did you think about this when you made that choice? Asked Kurama seriously. Yes. Do you even have a single desire for yourself? If I was in your place, I would have done the exact opposite. Admitted Kurama, and frowned when a smile came on Naruto's face. Kurenai is not a thing whom I want to conquer. As for your question, yes, I have a desire. And for that I have sacrificed everything. I have a mission to accomplish, said Naruto seriously. What do you mean? Asked Kurama curiously, and saw the determination burning in Naruto's eyes. My name is Naruto Uchiha, I am the Kage of Otogakur. Whatever else I was, this is the man I am now. I will accomplish Valkyrie, even if I have to sacrifice everything dear to me because this is the person I want to be, declared Naruto, getting a nod from the fox. Then brace your new life, if you're this determined then you're right. Just a personal advice from me, since you've crossed the line of no return it's best if you stick to the people who still love you and stay by your side. This war is just starting. Advised Kurama. You mean Haku? Asked Naruto flatly, and rolled his eyes when Kurama flinched on getting caught. Smart as ever, I see. I don't know if you will ever get Kurenai back, considering your ideals you'll be enemies at best. And since your stunt of wiping out her memories, she'll hate your guts like any regular Konoha ninja. Don't you think it's fair to find someone else to confine yourself in? She has stuck by your side through everything, I think she loves you as much as Kurenai did. Explained Kurama, as Naruto stared wistfully at the endless ceiling in the cage. You know, I love Kurenai. I always have and always will, said Naruto seriously. But you feel something powerful for Haku too, don't you Naruto? Asked Kurama straightforwardly, making Naruto flinch on being caught red-handed. I don't know what you're talking about. Replied Naruto vaguely. Oh please, try your mind games on someone else. She reminds you of Kurenai, that's why you always keep her close, care for her, show her love and compassion more than anyone else. You feel that if she is by your side, then Kurenai is by your side. Accused Kurama, and stopped when Naruto glared at him. You're wrong, Fox. Both of them are different people, yes there are similarities but I never wished to replace Kurenai with Haku. She's not a replacement, get that through your stupid brain, said Naruto venomously, and frowned when Kurama smiled. See? One tiny accusation on Haku, and you go all ballistic on me. Doesn't that prove that you love her dearly? Asked the fox slyly. Naruto's fists clenched tightly, his mind tried to form a logical argument to counter the fox's statement but couldn't come up with a single one. Hanging his head in defeat, he started walking away from the cage, his essence disappearing from the mindscape. You can lie to the entire world, Naruto. But not to yourself. Kurama managed to speak those last words before the boy vanished, leaving a satisfied fox behind. Slowly, but surely he was seeing progress in their broken friendship and one day he would get his friend back. No matter the cost he would have to pay for that, Kurama was ready. Naruto opened his eyes, a frustrated look was easily visible in his orbs. He had went into that mindscape to cope with his grief, only to get more emotionally fucked up by his former friend. He wanted to be angry at the fox, but deep down he knew there was some truth in the biju's words. He was surprised when his vision cleared, and he felt something heavy on his chest. Something which was breathing. Clearing his vision, he sighed when he found Haku sleeping on his chest. Her eyes were open showing she was wide awake, he wondered how the hell did she manage to find him in the middle of Uchiha clan territory? Oh, right. She was a hunter ninja and an excellent tracker. Thought Naruto, as he remembered her former job when she was with Zabuza. She didn't say anything, which allowed him to ponder on the advice the bijou inside had given him. Did he really love this girl from the bottom of his heart? If so, then what would it mean for his romantic relationship with Kurenai? Dumbass, it's over. Kurenai chose her side, she chose the village over you. Screamed an enraged egoistic version of him. Don't listen to this moron. You know, Kurenai still loves you and vice versa. Advised a pacifist version of him. Shaking his head violently, he made those two imaginary voices disappear. He was already fucked up as it was, he didn't need two imaginary voices having a debate inside his head. Unfortunately, his sudden movement diverted Haku's attention as her light bluish-colored eyes looked into his dark ones. I thought about what you said, and my answer still remains the same, said Haku quickly, cutting him off before he could start an entirely different conversation. By being around him for months, she had learned something interesting about him. Naruto was extremely quick to shoot down any talks about love or people's feelings. That thought alone scared him. He was completely focusing on their mission and avoiding her confrontations every now and then. She was no quitter either. Haku knew very well that he loved Kurenai Yuhi. But the human heart never understood the simplest things presented in front of them, it just wanted what it desired. It was not as if she had not tried to stop loving him. Right from trying to find boys that would attract her, sadly she found none that matched her expectations. She also tried to commit herself to a sacred nun group which was well known in Oto, but the mere thought of becoming a priestess after the blood in her hands and the sins on her soul was revolting. Finally, she had tried to end her life but stopped when she remembered the night when Naruto had requested her to support him in Valkyrie. Haku, said Naruto hesitantly, but she placed a firm finger on his lips, silencing him. Shut up, okay? You keep on dropping bombs on my soul and run away. Now you will listen, and I will speak. Am I clear? Asked Haku sternly, as he blinked in surprise. She had always been so submissive and sweet, this was a complete new, fierce side of her. Hi, I will listen to you and answer any question you have, relented Naruto, as she smiled sweetly. I am still staying by your side, your truth has only made me love you more. I know who you are, and my faith in you has grown even more stronger. Admitted Haku, as he stared at her in surprise. Thank you, said Naruto calmly. How did it go with Kurenai? Did she? Asked Haku hesitantly, his answer would determine her fate and frankly it scared her. Naruto didn't answer, but the broken look in his eyes was enough to show her that Kurenai had shot down the proposal. Haku didn't know why a small part of her heart felt sorry for him, and another was elated that maybe, just maybe. I see, said Haku cautiously, she would never dare hurt him on such a sensitive topic and being neutral was the best option she had. Yeah, guess I should have known. Maybe I did know from the beginning, Kurenai loves Konoha. Her parents died for this village just like mine, and she can't betray the place for which her father gave his life. Talk about a kick in the balls, joked Naruto humorlessly. Naruto, I don't know what to say. Answered Haku honestly, as he tucked a strand of hair that was falling over eyes. You don't have to, Haku. I guess it's just part of our destinies, doesn't change the fact that I love her and always will. This love feeling is perhaps the most complicated thing in the universe, said Naruto sarcastically, making her smile. I guess so. I love you, Naruto. It's time we stopped bouncing around this subject. I've tried really hard to maintain distance, but the more I struggle the more I feel drawn towards you. I've never felt such strong feelings for anyone else in my life, the first time I liked someone deeply only two, said Haku in a tearful voice. He gently wiped her tears and laid a tender kiss on her cheek, which was good enough to stop her from getting depressed further. I believe you, Haku. You've done so much for me, and after everything that has happened I owe you an explanation, said Naruto gently. Was her only response, showing her consent in listening to what he had to say. Kurenai and I are not together right now, she made her choice tonight. As I've said before, I have feelings for you. Deep feelings which I've denied till now because I was committed to someone and I don't like to cheat on the woman I love. Now that I'm single again, my sole focus is on Valkyrie and trying not to focus on my failed romantic relationship. We were together for more than a few years, and that kind of bond is not easy to forget. Deep down I will always have a soft spot for Kurenai, a part of me will always love her just as another part of my heart loves you. I don't want to give you a promise I can't keep, I don't want to replace you for Kurenai. You're more than my best friend, you're special. If I say I love you and want to be with you, Then I want those words to be from the bottom of my heart and not just some half-baked sentences. I want to truly mean it. Do you understand me? Asked Naruto in a caring voice. Haku was elevated when she heard him say those 3 magical words, even if he didn't mean it completely. Hearing that there was something made her feel a little better. I want to be with you, Naruto. I'll do anything to be with you, even if you still love her. Because if I don't I can't survive this, said Haku pleadingly. Haku. He saw it clearly in her eyes, how much she loved him, and deep down it made him happy. It made him realize that he was not alone, that there was still someone who loved him with all their heart, regardless of his sins and faults. Haku slowly opened her moist eyes when he took her face in his hands and brought her closer to him. Without a word, he pressed his lips against her. Haku's senses went completely haywire when he touched her tongue with his and wrestled for control. She had never kissed a man before, much less in such an intense manner. Her inexperience came out in the open as she melted into the kiss, and surrendered to him. His delicate hands moved across her body, sending pleasant sensations across various spots. He never did anything extremely pervasive, yet those simple touches by an experienced person like him sent her to the 7 heavens. Previously, he had merely made her believe that they had shared her kiss through an illusion of his eyes. But this was real. It was fucking real. Naruto never stopped, never allowed her time to recover, and continued exploring different areas of her mouth while his hands roamed across her body. Her breathing became heavy and she slowly started moaning, and hungrily followed his lead. Whatever he was doing was certainly working and making her more aroused by the passing second. She didn't know how or why, but she felt the emotion behind the kiss. It was not out of pity or due to compulsion, he was kissing her because he wanted to. The affectionate carnal gesture was not just simply made of lust, but was composed of the feelings he had for her and the pain which he had undergone all this time. Neither of them stopped and continued kissing each other with a rigorous passion. Minutes passed, but they continued hungrily devouring each other. Finally, after 5 whole minutes, Naruto slowed down and finally ended the kiss. He smiled on seeing the dreamy look in her eyes. This was her first sexual experience on a minor scale, and the look in her eyes showed she wanted more. A hell of a lot more. I hope this is enough for now. I like you, Haku, but I need time to think about this. I'll give you my answer after the invasion against Konoha, you have my word. Is that okay? Asked Naruto sincerely, as a coy smile came on her face. Only on one condition, said Haku mischievously, as he sighed with a faint smile on his face. All right. He kissed her on the lips again with the same passion and love, making her smile brightly. They had only managed to continue their heated session for 3 minutes when an irritated growl made them stop. Of all the places in the world, you only make out on my property, Toby? Asked a familiar annoyed voice. Haku quickly reached for her senbons hidden with her uniform until Naruto placed his hand over hers and gave her a disarming smile. Looking towards the right side, she saw a boy their age having duck-shaped hair standing beneath the tree. Seriously, who had duck-shaped hair? A permanent brooding look was visible on the boy's face, signifying his rank as the king of emos, and judging from Naruto's amused smile he definitely knew this boy. Aw, that's so sad. And here I thought my dear cousin didn't mind little old me strolling across our joint property, said Naruto sarcastically, and Haku couldn't help but chuckle when the raven-haired boy's eyes twitched on Naruto's jab. Get the fuck down here, Toby, said Sasuke irritatedly. Both Naruto and Haku slowly got back on their feet, and the blonde cage surprised the girl when he grabbed her by the waist and slammed her against the bark of the tree. Naruto silenced Haku with another passionate kiss, and when she peeked below she saw how much it was irritating Sasuke. Smiling, she returned the heated kiss, if only to spite the boy who had interrupted their privacy. She had to hand it to Naruto, he could completely change his demeanor on a moment's notice. Danzo had been extremely thorough in his training, and Naruto was a great deceptionist. Only after Naruto was satisfied that he had irritated Sasuke enough he stopped the kiss, much to Haku's disappointment. Hopping off the tree branch he landed on the ground, followed by Haku. She expected both boys to start arguing but was completely surprised when they smirked and gave each other a brotherly hug. You've developed some muscles, team. Complimented Naruto, as he noticed the abs and muscular frame of his best friend. Sasuke was definitely working out quite heavily, he doubted his friend was on the same level when he left the village. He could feel Sasuke's power was as strong as a young jounin, and growing every day. And your fashion sense has improved. No doubt due to the girl behind you. Kami knows you're a traditionalist when it comes to your attire, joked Sasuke, making Naruto's eyebrows twitch. Wanna fight, team? Challenged Naruto. Would love to, But I would like to avoid the border Anbu patrols from seeing us. Let's get to business, said Sasuke seriously. Right to the point, I see. Meet my second in command and captain of the Reich, Haku. Introduced Naruto, as Haku stepped forward and curtly shook hands with Sasuke. The raven-haired boy looked at her skeptically and then towards Naruto, until a smirk came on his face. Uchiha Sasuke, nice to meet you. Naruto was quite appreciative of your skills in the letters he wrote to me. If he has faith in you, then so shall I. Glad to have you as a member in Valkyrie, said Sasuke respectfully. He was genuinely curious about this girl. Naruto never praised anyone without reason or unless the person deserved it. Making her the leader of their elite unit spoke the volumes of trust his best friend had in Haku. And judging from their intimacy shown earlier, she was quite frankly more than an associate. Generally, he wouldn't be this welcoming to an unknown person. But if Haku had managed to get intimate with Naruto, despite the boy's relationship with Kurenai, then it was best to gain her trust. And it started by being nice for a change. Likewise, I wasn't sure Naruto had any family left aside from Tsunade. Glad to see he has a brother, and honored to have you on our side. Replied Haku courteously, as a smile came on Sasuke's face. Beauty and brains, this one's a charmer. No wonder, Naruto fell for her. You always manage to attract the most beautiful and capable females towards you. Thought Sasuke bemusedly. The trio exchanged suggestive looks amongst each other, gaining nods from each other. I'll meet you at the rendezvous point, see you there. And again, it's a pleasure meeting you Uchiha Sasuke, said Haku sweetly, before vanishing in a swirl of mist. A Kiri shinobi? Interesting. Thought Sasuke sharply, and turned towards Naruto with a more than expecting look in his eyes. His best friend had a lot of explanation to do. Let's get you up to speed, team, said Naruto seriously. 30 minutes later. You're kidding me, right? That was the only question Sasuke could ask as Naruto finished explaining his activities in the past 3 months. From ousting Orochimaru, to becoming the Nidai Motokage, to creating an entire nation and building an army, having an ally and spy in Gaara, to the insane battle strategy which was about to be used in the invasion of Konoha. But the revelations which shocked him the most were 2 facts. The existence of another Uchiha besides Itachi, one who was a mysterious leader of a secret organization known as Akatsuki. The Uchiha went by the name of Toby and was a survivor of the massacre just like Sasuke. And the biggest shocker was Kurenai and Naruto calling it quits after 5 years of steady relationship. Sasuke knew he was not much of a romantic person, but even he recognized those two as the strongest and most inseparable couple he had ever seen. Wish it were false, team. But this is how it is, Kurenai and I are done, it's over, said Naruto sadly, as he took a puff from his cigarette as both the boys sat on the banks of the Naka River. Strangely, it was one of their most favorite spots in the entire village, one which was separated from the rest of the world. And you're okay with this? You fucking love her, said Sasuke irritatedly, making Naruto sigh. You're not telling me something which I don't already know. She made a decision and I want to respect it. I love her, but it's quite clear where we stand now. Or would you prefer I abandon our plan and go back to the village as Kurenai wants? Asked Naruto flatly, as Sasuke flinched. No, definitely not. But still, said Sasuke hesitantly, he admitted he wanted to kill Kurenai once when she was interfering with Naruto's decisions. But he never went through with it, as he knew what she meant to Naruto. He even wished his cousin got the woman he loved, despite their revolution. He truly wished Naruto to find happiness. Kami knew both of them had suffered enough already. So, about this Toby? You say he is a survivor like me and even supported Itachi in eliminating our clan? Asked Sasuke incredulously. If the man was present before him right now, the boy would love nothing more than to kill that traitor right here. So, he said. I don't trust him, Sasuke. But Toby has been crucial in whatever progress I've made in such a short time period. A large part of the success's share goes to the help I received from Toby and the Akatsuki. I know they have an ulterior agenda, they are simply pretending to be our allies. Everything has a catch, clarified Naruto, getting a nod from his cousin. Glad you're not naive. We'll just have to deal with that traitor once we finish with Konoha and Suna, said Sasuke seriously. Agreed. So Yuki Haku, huh? I never saw that coming. Not one to judge, but I find her eerily similar to Kurenai. I dare say both of them are equals in everything, although Haku wins my vote on beauty, said Sasuke teasingly, making Naruto laugh. Hey, no hitting on my girl. She'll freeze your balls if you make any moves on her. You should concentrate on Sakura," advised Naruto, and saw a depressed look arriving in his friend's eyes. "Bad?" asked Naruto sympathetically. He always knew there was something between his former teammates. Sakura was more open about it, while Sasuke, despite being secretive, did have similar feelings. "I'm participating in the Chunin exams with Sakura and ME. Talk about a fucked up team, if ME wasn't annoying enough. I've got Sakura on my ass demanding answers as to my mysterious disappearances every now and then, and why I'm not spending more time with our former Team 7 members like Kurenai and Anko," complained Sasuke, as Naruto laughed. "We all have our crosses to bear. Be thankful you don't have to bear the curse of paperwork every day. Now I know why Hiruzen always complained about the boring job of being a cage. I feel like a fucking bureaucrat and politician listening to civilians and ninja complain and bitch every day. Frankly, it's a pain in the ass," joked Naruto. "Welcome to the new world, brother. Being a leader sucks balls," said Sasuke calmly. "Quite true, team," agreed Naruto. Silence prevailed between the Uchihas as they continued staring at the river. The moon was slowly starting to disappear, marking the start of a new day. "How are the preparations going on this front, Sasuke?" asked Naruto seriously. "On schedule," replied Sasuke curtly. "Good, continue on your current course. I'll be attacking the village during the Chunin exams finale. Security will be stretched and the Suna forces plan to strike then. When the dust settles and both sides are tired of fighting each other, I'll sweep them. As soon as the battles start, I want you to go after your target. Capture it at all costs and then rendezvous with me. I'll need your help in the final battle," explained Naruto briefly. "I've got your back, Naruto. You can count on me," said Sasuke confidently, making Naruto smile. "I know, but still I want to make sure there are no second thoughts in your mind about the mission I assigned you. We practically grew up together. Are you sure you can carry out the plan and accomplish the objective without any emotional trauma?" asked Naruto flatly. "Absolutely. I've had a lot of time to think about what we are about to do, and in the larger scheme of things this is for the greater good. And if for a long-lasting peace, one life has to be sacrificed, then even if it is a close friend, I will do it. Promise, Sasuke." Naruto eyed Sasuke for a few moments, but when he saw the determination in his cousin's eyes, he was sure Sasuke would do it without hesitation. He was after all the harsher one among them. Now that he thought about it, both him and Sasuke were like carbon copies of Madara and Izuna. Talk about destiny repeating itself. The only thing Naruto hoped was for their plan to succeed, so that the thing they were about to do would be worth it in the end. Or else, they would have made the biggest mistakes of their lives. Let the invasion begin. Chapter 73. The sun rises. 1 month later, boom. A large explosion rocked the stadium, signifying the damage the battle had started to inflict. Everywhere there were bodies of shinobi from Konoha and Suna villages. The entire Hidden Leaf village had become a battleground with fighting going on in each and every corner. Konoha was taken completely by surprise by this sudden betrayal of their ally. The Chunin exams had already stretched their forces to the maximum and their frontline forces were quickly decimated when the full might of Suna forces landed on them. Although things were not as hopeless as people had imagined them to be, despite the initial shock and losses suffered, Konoha ninja were fighting back and were also pushing the Suna ninja back. Nevertheless, they were losing too many ninja of their own for every inch of the village they retook from the enemy forces. Amidst the chaos, a group of 6 Sharingan were currently rushing towards the western sector of the village. Their objective was simple: protect the medical hospital at any costs. It was too much to ask of young Sharingan, but all of them were strong and this was an emergency. Sakura quickly jumped across rooftops at a rapid pace. Her teammate Emi was beside her. Frankly, she was surprised the civilian girl hadn't lost her marbles yet. On their right side, the members of Team 8 were also charging towards their destination at an equally fast pace. Team 10 had already been routed to go defend the civilians who were being evacuated. Team 9 only had 2 members, which were Neji and Tenten, both of whom were already fighting the enemies inside the stadium. The last member of Team 9, Lee, was recovering from his injuries and was in the hospital. All the more reason they needed to defend the hospital. Anko and Kakashi were fighting near the stadium, trying to get to the Hokage, who was already fighting a death match against the Kazekage. Sakura couldn't understand why 2 important members of her team were missing at this time. Sasuke had never showed up for his match, and Kurenai was somewhere else. Frankly, the Genjutsu mistress had completely changed in the past month. It was as if she was a new person, one who hated Naruto from the bottom of her heart. None of them knew what to make of it. but something had changed in her. When they had tried to talk to Kurenai about it, she shot down the conversation every time. Her eyes widened in horror when a kunai struck in Amy's forehead as she collapsed on the rooftop. Sakura quickly jumped to check on her teammate only to find her dead with a shocked expression visible in her eyes. The members of Team 8 quickly stopped, with Hinata activating her Byakugan. Her eyes widened in horror when an exploding tag was fired towards her squad. She moved her hands to defend her comrades, but instead of exploding, the weapon emanated a bright light. "A flashbang," yelled Kiba urgently. Alas, it was too late. The device went off as Hinata screamed in pain. The sheer bright light had a devastating effect on her eyes. Her dojutsu was active. Kiba and Shino quickly regained their bearings. They were still shaky but managed to form a cover in front of an injured Hinata and Sakura, who was trying to revive Me. "That was too easy, and you guys think yourself capable of becoming a Chunin." Sakura and all her comrades were shocked on hearing that voice, as Sasuke Uchiha emerged from the shadows of one of the buildings. He was dressed in a strange outfit with the swastika symbol on it. A tanto was visible in his hands and his menacing Sharingan was glaring at them. "Sasuke?" asked Sakura in shock. "Oi, team. What is the meaning of this?" demanded Kiba furiously. "Sasuke? Which side are you on?" asked Shino flatly. He was the only one among the survivors who could feel the hatred burning in Sasuke's heart. His bugs were going crazy with the amount of malicious ki being leaked by Sasuke. "It's simple, really. Give me the Hyuga and I'll let you guys live. Or you can join your comrade Me, she was a pain in the ass from the start," said Sasuke seriously. The Konoha Jinan couldn't believe what they were hearing. They had trained with this boy for years. Sasuke was an asshole most of the time, but he was a friend. Then why the hell was he attacking his own comrades? What possible reason did he have to do such a thing? "Have you lost your marbles, Sasuke?" asked Kiba madly. "Sasuke, tell me you're not the one who killed Me. She was our teammate," said Sakura tearfully, and for a moment she saw regret visible in Sasuke's eyes. But it was soon replaced by anger. "Why did you betray the village?" questioned Shino seriously, and saw the anger burning in the Uchiha's eyes. "The ninja system has failed. For long-lasting peace this must be done. And after what this village did to Naruto, I can't forgive it. He was like a brother to me. This place abused him, and pushed him to the edge. It's time Konoha paid for its crimes," declared Sasuke darkly. "We know what happened with Naruto was wrong. But you don't have to do this, Sasuke," pleaded Sakura. Her eyes widened in horror when Sasuke disappeared from in front of their eyes. In a flash, he appeared behind Shino and Kiba and stabbed two kunai in their backs, making them scream in pain as they collapsed on the floor. She quickly moved to stop him by sending a punch to his face, but he swatted her hand away and pushed her away as if she was an insect. He never spared her a glance, as he grasped his sword and stabbed Hinata in the gut. The Hyuga girl screamed in agony as black marks spread across her entire body. Rolling out a scroll from his sleeve, Sasuke quickly performed a set of hand seals and slammed his hands on her forehead. In a flash, Hinata disappeared, her body being sealed into the scroll. Shino and Kiba had lost consciousness. A pool of blood had leaked from their wounds. They were dying right in front of Sakura's eyes. Me was dead. Hinata was taken. And Sasuke, the boy whom she loved, the boy whom she grew up with. Her friend, her crush, stood in front of her with an uncaring look in his eyes. The pain caused by the betrayal was too much for her to bear. She had already lost Naruto to this hatred, and now Sasuke too. "Why?" yelled Sakura tearfully, her cries rocking the entire area. Sasuke's fists clenched tightly on hearing her cry. It had taken every ounce of his strength to do such a thing to his comrades. Looking towards the dying Shino and Kiba made him feel guilty. If they didn't receive medical attention soon, they would be dead in a few minutes. He had murdered Me in cold blood. Sure, the girl was an annoying fangirl of him. But that was still not enough reason to take her life, however it had to be done. And now came the last part. Could he really kill Sakura? Sure, it had been painful doing what he did to the others. But she was his teammate. Memories of Team 7 came flooding back in his heart. "This world is rotting, Sakura. And those who are making it rot deserve to die," said Sasuke sadly. "You didn't have to betray the village and your friends for that," replied Sakura angrily, and flinched when he glared at her. "The hidden villages are the reason for this. I don't expect you to understand. If only you guys had given me Hinata, Then these two morons wouldn't have to die, said Sasuke irritatedly. You. Sasuke sighed when Sakura jumped towards him and started unleashing a volley of powerful punches and kicks, but her heart was not in those attacks. He was easily able to predict her moves with his Sharingan, and just when she slipped he smacked her roughly on the head. The pink head collapsed on the rooftop, knocked out cold. He merely sighed as he picked up the scroll in which he had sealed Hinata, and jumped off the rooftop. His eyes shifted towards the areas where heavy fighting was taking place, and he quickly jumped away in order to accomplish his next objective. As the fighting raged on across the village, outside on the borders of Konoha stood a large force of 3,000 ninjas. Dressed in their Reich uniforms, they patiently waited for their leader to give them the signal to attack. The battle for Konoha had already raged on for more than 2 hours and hundreds of ninja must have died on both sides, not to forget the civilians' losses and collateral damages. A tall blonde boy was currently surrounded by several of his own officers, their expecting eyes looking at him for orders. I believe everyone is aware of the target they are to engage, said Naruto calmly. Hi, replied all his officers in unison. They were interrupted when red smoke was fired high in the air from the western side of the village, as a sly smile came on Naruto's lips. Release the beast, commanded Naruto. A squad of auto ninja were sitting in a round circle. The ground was filled with kanji as the ninjas performed a set of hand seals before slamming their hands on the ground. There was a large puff of smoke as a giant scorpion emerged. The Otokage raised his hand as the men quickly performed another set of hand seals, making the creature howl. Naruto pointed his finger towards the western wall of the village and off went the scorpion at lightning fast speed. Crash! The wall was destroyed without any resistance as the defenders had already been taken care of, courtesy of a certain Uchiha inside the village. He saw his army's scorpion engaging several Konoha ninja who were trying to stop the beast. Pointing his finger towards a force of 400 Reich soldiers, a serious expression came in his eyes. First Company, assault. I want no prisoners, ordered Naruto, as Guren gave him a quick salute. Yes, my lord, replied the company commander sincerely, and off went she along with her men to destroy the assigned target. Turning towards the members of Sound 4, each commanding a force of 150 Reich soldiers, he gave a few hand signals and received affirmative nods in return. Finally some action time, I'm gonna fuck up those shitheads, boasted Tuya, as a grin came on Naruto's face. Hey, Taiyu-chan. I thought I had the exclusive rights to fuck you, teased Naruto, as her face became as red as her hair color. Fuck you, Naruto. The tensed atmosphere was broken as all of them laughed. Even in the midst of an important battle, their leader knew how to make them feel confident and at ease. Their morale was clearly lifted due to him leading the charge. The Sound 4 and their troops quickly fanned across different sectors around Konoha, and would soon jump over the tired Konoha and Suna forces. Karen, have you located Jiraiya? Asked Naruto distastefully. He had expected the Toad Sage to be out of the village looking for Orochimaru. But it seemed Hiruzen had deemed it necessary to keep his most powerful student around in case the village got in trouble. The old Cage definitely had a good far sight. His experience had certainly created a lot of problems for Naruto. He hesitantly glanced towards Tsunade, who had an unreadable expression in her eyes. Are you ready, Tsunade-sama? Or would you like some other assignment? Asked Naruto sympathetically, as everyone's gaze shifted towards the slug Sanin. No, I'll go. I'm the only one who can stop Jiraiya, you guys focus on your objectives, advised Tsunade strictly, receiving a nod from Naruto. One of my most powerful allies shall be assisting you in this battle. He may seem a little crazy, but you'll need him against Jiraiya. He's waiting for you at the rendezvous point in the Northwest District, ordered Naruto. Very well, said Tsunade curtly, and jumped away to fulfill the task assigned to her. Will she be all right? Asked Karen worriedly. She'll be fine. Now Lieutenant Takami, I want you to surround this area from all sides. Block all exits, kill anyone that tries to escape from this battlefield. Take 600 of our soldiers with you, instructed Naruto, receiving a crisp salute from the veteran warrior. As you command, Nidaime, said Takami devotedly. With more than half of his forces spread all over Konoha, he turned towards his remaining 1,400-something soldiers led by Haku, who was standing proudly by his side. Suigetsu also gave him a sharp-like grin. The sarcastic officer was ready for a battle. Ready to storm the front? Asked Naruto eagerly. Hi. Then let's erase this village today, declared Naruto, and charged towards the large gates of his former home. Sunagakure. A group of sand ninja had surrounded a strange spiral masked man. The lone Mangekyo Sharingan gleaming through the hole in the mask sent shivers down their spine. Everywhere around them lay bodies of hundreds of civilians and ninja alike. Far away in a corner, a plant-like creature which was both white and black in color was eating the dead bodies while killing anyone who tried to stop him. "This is so much fun," said Black Zetsu contently, as he cannibalistically devoured the flesh of a once beautiful woman. "Ew, you're so gross," replied an offended White Zetsu, as his other half rolled his single dark eye. "Whatever, seems Toby is enjoying himself as well. Naruto was right, their defenses are pathetic. In trying to destroy Konoha, they left their own village vulnerable for attack," explained Black Zetsu seriously. White Zetsu sighed as another group of Suna ninja fell down on the ground, their bodies sliced in half due to the scythe visible in Toby's hands. One that was now drenched with the blood of more than 200 Suna ninja. "Here, Black Zetsu, another mounds of flesh for you to devour," said Toby calmly, as the remaining Suna ninja got a murderous look in their eyes. "You bastard," yelled a young boy, who barely appeared to be Chunin. The boy jumped straight towards the Akatsuki leader, his eyes burned with rage as he tried to decapitate the despicable man with the help of his tanto, only to be caught by the older Uchiha. The young boy froze when he came face to face with the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Ah!" yelled the boy madly. "And another one goes insane," muttered White Zetsu curiously, as Toby tossed the mad boy aside. The remaining Suna ninja started taking steps back as the Akatsuki leader walked forward. The look in his eyes sent chill down their spines. And one thing was certain. Suna was going to get massacred today. Konoha. He stood hundreds of meters away from the doorstep of his home. Behind him, his vast army waited for him to relay new orders. Memories of the good times he spent with friends and family came back in his heart. Along with that, also came back the painful memories of several of his root comrades dying horrible deaths for a place which didn't even recognize or remember them. A place which would betray its most loyal shinobis in a blink of an eye just for its own gain. "Naruto, are you alright?" asked Haku worriedly. "Yes. You charge in with the others after I've cleared the front line." "This is an order," said Naruto seriously, and despite wanting to protest she relented. Naidime. You sure you're up for this?" "This place was once your home," said Karen hesitantly, and for the first time she saw the sadness in his eyes. "I will never forget Rei's pain," said Naruto bitterly, as his entire body started glowing with chakra. His soldiers took a few steps away from him as the ground beneath them started cracking. The key in the area exploded as Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan came alive. Putting on his old Root Falcon mask, he glared murderously at the village known as Konoha. "From this point on, the ninja world shall know true pain," promised Naruto darkly. He took one step forward. Then two. Slowly, his walking transformed into a slow jog before finally turning into a full-fledged sprint. The distance between the gates and him closed with every passing second, and his eyes picked up the figures of Suna and Konoha ninja fighting against each other. The rage he had controlled till this day came alive in his heart, as he jumped highly in the air, easily bypassing the large gate walls. His hands moved at blinding speed, fingers performing hand seals faster than any ninja had ever seen. Boom! A deep crater was instantly created on the spot where he landed. The shockwave created sent several fighting ninja sailing into the nearby buildings, killing them brutally. His fingers finished performing the last seal, as his blue-colored chakra transformed into red. His eyes became slit like a demonic fox, and slowly more and more of that malicious bijou chakra started leaking out of his body. "Live your worst nightmare," said Naruto furiously, his dark eyes glaring at the Konoha shinobi. Muraguchi chakra Meiji Suru, Kushios no Jutsu, leaking chakra manifestation, summoning technique. The mass of demonic chakra started growing larger and larger. Slowly it was larger than the height of several tall buildings. Its shape shifted as 9 red-colored tails split from the back of the mass, and a monstrous fox-faced demon with glowing red eyes glared at the village. When it opened its mouth, its canine-like teeth were full of malicious chakra as it leaked fire from its mouth. "Gah!" roared the beast. Every human in the village froze as the visage of the reincarnated 9-tailed fox sent shivers down their spine. For those survivors who had lived through the tragedy that had happened 15 years ago, it was a nightmare reborn. The shockwave sent by the beast nearly obliterated 2 entire districts, killing any living creature that was unfortunate enough to get caught in the attack. Their eyes widened in horror when they saw a boy standing in the middle of the fox manifestation, and as he took a step forward, so did the fox spirit. My name is Naruto Uchiha, heir of the Yondaime Hokage, and betrayed son of Konoha, said Naruto darkly. Several Konoha ninja tried to attack the boy only to be crushed beneath the massive tails of the fox manifestation. Even the Suna ninja started attacking the boy only in vain as their terrified screams rocked the entire village. Stop me if you can, if any of you hold greater despair in your heart than me, challenged Naruto. Jiraiya motionlessly stood in his spot as he saw the chakra manifestation of the nine-tailed fox wreaking havoc across the village. There was only one person who was capable of this feat, and if he was here. Soon, 2 destroyers shall rise who shall be the harbingers of destruction. Fukasaka's words rang clear in his heart, and his eyes clearly showed him that the first destroyer had arrived. Even from this distance he could feel the hatred, anger, pain which was emanating from this chakra. He doubted any normal shinobi would be able to stop this monster. He started jumping towards his target only to be stopped by a familiar face. A smile came on Jiraiya's face as he saw the face of his childhood friend and love. Good timing, Tsunade. We have to stop that monster right now, said Jiraiya urgently, and saw a pained look arriving in her eyes. Jiraiya. There's no time to talk. Let's go, said Jiraiya quickly, and jumped by her side with the intention to move towards the monster. Smack. His eyes widened in shock when a monstrous punch impacted with his gut, sending him crashing through 4 buildings. He coughed up a lot of blood, and felt a few of his bones breaking. He stared at his longtime friend in shock. That punch could have really killed him. Jiraiya, I am your enemy now, said Tsunade sadly, as her fists glowed with chakra. The Toad Sage had to quickly jump away again as a wave of sand tried to encase his body in it. Looking to his right he saw a red-head boy coming beside Tsunade. There was a gourd resting on his back from which sand was leaking. He had the kanji of love on his forehead, and a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. I want your blood, said Gaara excitedly. Anko blankly stared at the monster that was ravaging across the village. Her eyes glanced towards Kakashi only to find a sad look in his eyes. A new rage burned in her heart on seeing her love in such a state. How could you, Naruto? Asked Anko in disbelief. Shut up, Konoha trash. Your pathetic village treated the Nidaime like an animal, and you don't expect him to take revenge? Asked Guren distastefully, as Kakashi looked at her. Is your leader really Naruto? Asked Kakashi remorsefully. Yes, answered Guren, as her soldiers surrounded Kakashi, Anko and several other Konoha shinobi that were defending the outer area of the stadium. Why the hell would Naruto go this far? He already committed a grave crime when he stole the Forbidden Scroll. I can't believe he would become a traitor too, said Anko in disbelief. She looked towards Kakashi for answers and frowned when a knowing look came in his eyes. It was as if he realized why Naruto was doing all of this. So, Kurenai failed to convince him. It explains everything, why she hates Naruto and does not remember him. Thought Kakashi regretfully. His heart was torn. A part of him could understand why Naruto was doing all of this and even accept his actions. And the other side of him, which was a loyal ninja of Konoha, couldn't agree with Naruto's decision. He could not understand why Naruto chose to help Anko when he had decided to take revenge against Konoha. It only meant that he still cared about his friends and family, and his revenge was not against them. Naruto was like a son to him, and if he had truly known the boy, then there must be a greater reason behind all this destruction. Naruto never fought solely for revenge, he was a better person than that. The question that lied before Kakashi right now was extremely difficult. What was he supposed to do? Could he really side against a village which had betrayed his adoptive son at every point and made his life hell? Konoha was certainly not the dream village today for which Obito and Rin had laid down their lives. Or could he forsake his duty as a ninja of Konoha? Could he truly side with Naruto after serving Konoha all his life? And what about Anko? Kurenai? His friends? What would they think about him? He loved Naruto as much as he loved Anko. He took the boy in his life when everyone else had rejected him. Some might even agree Kakashi had done more than Naruto's real parents could ever do for the boy in an entire lifetime. Deep down, Kakashi always knew if Naruto found out about Rei he would turn. There were limits to a person's mercy, and Hiruzen had crossed Naruto's limit of tolerance. If his guess was right, then Kurenai must have chosen to side with the village. Kakashi knew the Genjutsu mistress was one of the most loyal ninja of this village. And that would have left Naruto only one option: to put her out of her misery. Kakashi was perhaps the only one who could completely understand the dark life which Naruto had lived. He himself had been an Anbu and lived that life behind shadows, and the things he had to do sent shivers down his spine till this day. He had already failed in protecting Naruto from enduring that harsh life once. And now if he stood against the boy, then he would lose him forever. It only proved one thing to him: he needed answers, he needed to hear the truth. His sharp eyes turned towards Guren as the auto captain narrowed her eyes in suspicion, when Kakashi placed his kunai back in his pouch much to Anko's shock. "I need to see your leader," said Kakashi frankly, making the purple-haired woman laugh. "Is this a joke? Are you out of your fucking mind? Like hell we're gonna let you get close to the Nidaime," replied Guren flatly, as the auto ninja sneered at the masked Itachi. "He is my son," admitted Kakashi without any hesitation, shocking the auto ninjas. Anko and the Konoha ninjas could not understand what was wrong with Kakashi. These people were their enemies. Naruto was an enemy now, and he wanted to talk to that boy? Had he lost his marbles? Wordlessly Kakashi started walking forward in Naruto's direction, as several sound ninja blocked his way and readied their weapons to kill him. Anko was about to move forward to protect her man, when Kakashi raised his hand and the harsh look which he gave her stopped her in her spot. "I am going to see my son. Don't interfere," instructed Kakashi. But argued Anko in protest, and flinched when she got a murderous glare in return. "Don't forget he did free you from your curse. He had no obligation towards any of us after what Konoha did to him, yet he helped the you whom he loved as an elder sister. This is my choice, so back off," said Kakashi harshly, as even Guren was surprised on hearing this. Did their Nidaime really help these people? If that was true, then was this man truly their leader's father? "I am not going to fight you people. I am going to see my son. If you want to stop me then you'll have to kill me. Then you'll have to explain to your Nidaime that you killed his father in cold blood, and then be ready for the consequences," warned Kakashi, and silently smirked when a horrified look came in every auto ninja's eyes including Guren. A chill went down their spines when they remembered the hundreds of executions through firing squads which Naruto had ordered during his reign. The Nidaime was a good person, but he never forgave traitors or those who harmed people close to him. Being the leader of this company, she pondered over Kakashi's suggestion. Guren doubted this man alone was enough to kill their leader. Compared to the nine-tailed form of their leader, Kakashi was hardly a threat. But if she killed him, injured him or stopped him from meeting Naruto, and if by some fucked up fate he did turn out to be Naruto's father. She shivered as she imagined the punishment which Naruto would inflict on her. "Fine. You can go," said Guren bitterly. "Captain?" questioned many of her soldiers in disbelief, as Kakashi quickly dashed towards Naruto's position. "Let him go, I'll take full responsibility. He's just one man, we still have these bastards to kill," said Guren eagerly, a predator-like grin arriving on her lips as her forces surrounded the Konoha shinobi. Anko lonely glanced towards the disappearing form of Kakashi, as a bad feeling arose in her heart. "What are you doing, Kakashi?" Wild winds blowed across the skies of Konoha, carrying the smoke and the foul smell of death along with it towards the nearby areas. On top of the Hokage mountain, 3 people watched in horror and disbelief as the once beautiful Leaf Village was getting destroyed with every passing second. Regardless of which side people belonged to, they were dying. Men, women, children. Death was not discriminating against anyone, and the giant 9-tailed fox was acting as the harbinger of destruction. "Is this a dream?" asked an older voice. "What the fuck is this? This can't be happening, not to Konoha," replied his partner in a terrified voice. "This is reality. It's time Konoha faced the results of its actions," said the last person, a small creepy smile arriving on his lips. To be continued. Chapter 74. Trust but verify. Smoke and ashes littered across the once beautiful streets of the hidden Leaf Village. Hundreds of dead bodies lay littered around, the haunted souls of the dead vanishing in the sands of time. Death itself had descended upon the village, and amidst this massacre stood a young boy. His lonely eyes observing the 400 ninja he had slaughtered, his Anbu mask did well in hiding his face. Tears spilled from his eyes as he witnessed the carnage done by his own hands. The blank eyes of his former Konoha comrades stared at him, their gazes waiting for him to join them. He truly wished things had not gone down the way they had, but there was no going back now. He very well knew every man, woman, boy, girl whom he had killed today was somebody's son, daughter, father, mother, brother, sister. But this was the harsh reality of the ninja world, where violence was the sole means of survival. Kill or be killed. He had merely followed the unsaid rule of their world. The people he had killed were his enemies and in the way of his ambition. Yet he felt sorrow for them, so much blood had been spilled. His eyes glared at the two cages standing in front of him, their mortified eyes observing the dead bodies of their own soldiers. "What have you done?" asked Hiruzen in horror. The old cage's betrayed eyes observed the blood-soaked boy standing in front of him. Beside Hiruzen, stood the Kazekage, who was equally shocked on seeing the dead bodies of 100 Suna ninja who had tried to stop the monster which was standing in front of them. "This is retribution for the crimes Konoha committed against the Uchiha clan and several of my Root comrades. Justice for Rei," said Naruto bitterly. The Kazekage narrowed his eyes in suspicion when Hiruzen's face lost all color. It was as if the old cage had seen a ghost. Both of them had agreed to put their fighting on hold in order to save their men from the nine-tailed fox monster which was previously destroying every human that came in its way. By the time they arrived at Ground Zero, their frontline forces were butchered. The nine-tailed chakra manifestation was gone, and there stood Naruto with an army of 1,500 battle-ready Reich soldiers. "So you know," said Hiruzen in a defeated voice, and saw Naruto's fists clenching. "Why? After everything I did for this village, you," said Naruto in a betrayed manner, making Hiruzen avert his eyes. "It was for the safety of the village. Every Hokage has to make decisions for the greater good, and sometimes they have to make sacrifices," explained Hiruzen frankly, and frowned when Naruto laughed. "So convenient, but that's to be expected from the power-hungry ninja villages and their leaders," said Naruto insultingly, and saw Hiruzen glaring at him. "Is that really you, Naruto? If you were angry then you should have talked to me, you didn't have to kill so many of your own countrymen," accused Hiruzen angrily, his grip on his staff tightening. "It's irrelevant whether I'm angry or not. It doesn't matter at all," said Naruto nonchalantly, as the Kazekage pointed his finger at him. "Are you the Otokage?" asked the Kazekage seriously, making Naruto chuckle darkly. "Naruto, Otokage, Nidaime. Call me whatever you want, it doesn't matter," said Naruto flatly, as Hiruzen realized the lies which Naruto had told him when he revealed that Orochimaru was the one who was planning the invasion. When in reality it was Naruto himself. "Who are you, really?" asked Hiruzen in disbelief. This was certainly not the kind, gentle boy whom he had once saved from a mob. "I am a ghost of the past, nothing more. All I want is the success of Valkyrie, that's all. Living in this violent world is a curse which I intend to destroy. Promise, Naruto." The young Kage couldn't understand why Hiruzen suddenly became so calm. His village was surrounded. His forces were outnumbered, yet the old man was calm as a rock. Then Naruto felt it. Slash. A sword was pierced clean through his gut, making him cough up blood. A shocked expression appeared in his eyes as he looked behind only to see the familiar face of Itachi Uchiha. "Whatever your plan dies with you today, traitor," said Itachi flatly, and stabbed his sword deeper into Naruto's gut. "Nidaime," yelled Haku urgently, and was about to charge with her army when the sound of victorious band echoed across the entire forest. The Auto ninjas were shocked when from all sides around Konoha hundreds of soldiers started charging towards them. They were wearing the uniforms of the Fire Daimyo's royal army. From the mountains, from the streets, from the alleys, hundreds of Fire Country's loyal soldiers started surrounding Naruto's forces from all sides. It was a fucking ambush. Seeing himself surrounded in the midst of enemy forces, the Kazekage quickly signaled his remaining sand ninja to retreat. Hiruzen simply pointed his finger towards the retreating Suna forces, and a large number of the newly arrived Daimyo soldiers started chasing them. Even then Naruto's forces were surrounded and were outnumbered 2-1. Leading the Fire Country's soldiers was the familiar figure of Kurenai Yuhi. Her dark ruby-colored eyes glared murderously at the injured Naruto. "You die today, traitor," said Kurenai angrily. "You've lost, Naruto. This revolt is over," suggested Hiruzen calmly, as Naruto glared at him defiantly. "This war is over when I say it is over," replied Naruto defiantly, even as Itachi etched his sword deeper in his gut. "Your forces are surrounded, you are surrounded. You have only two choices, surrender or die. Lay down your arms and I assure you that there will be a fair trial which shall judge all of you for your crimes," said Hiruzen complacently, and frowned when Naruto laughed. "Then the choice is simple for us. The Reich never retreats, the Reich never surrenders. Soldiers, prepare for glory," yelled Naruto proudly. "Yeah." Hiruzen was left dumbfounded when instead of panicking the Reich soldiers got even more encouraged. Their grips on their sword, spears, shields tightened as they glared defiantly at their enemies. "No retreat, no surrender. That is Reich Law, and by this law we will stand, we will fight and we will win. Tetsudo formation. commanded Naruto. Kurenai and her army was left speechless when the 1,500 Reich soldiers formed a single formation, their shields covering each other, and their swords and spears ready to kill any dumb soul who tried to attack them. "I want their blood!" screamed Naruto. The ground shook as the outnumbered Oto army pounced at the Fire Country's forces as a single war machine, eliminating 50 ninja and samurai that didn't have time to save themselves. Kurenai sneered at Naruto, before charging forward to regroup her forces. Itachi got a bone-shattering elbow to his face which knocked him several feet away as he crashed into a nearby building. Naruto quickly removed the sword hanging in his gut and threw it straight at Hiruzen. The cage evaded the weapon, yet he felt nervous when Naruto's defiant gaze landed on him. The boy had balls. Naruto panted harshly as his wound slowly started to heal, thanks to the beast inside of him, and the senju cells in his body. In his pain, he was slow to react as Itachi jumped again, his kunai ready to swipe Naruto's head off. "Naruto!" Itachi's eyes widened when Sasuke jumped from a rooftop and kicked him harshly in the chest, sending him crashing again. The newly arrived younger Uchiha now stood behind Naruto's back, protecting his best friend as a smirk came on the wounded Otokage's lips. "You come to aid the most fortunate moment, team," said Naruto gratefully, as Sasuke smirked. "What are brothers for?" replied Sasuke proudly. Hiruzen tensed when he saw Naruto and Sasuke standing back to back against each other. The two boys easily destroyed the daimyo soldiers who started attacking them. They moved with such coordination and precision that a cold chill went down Hiruzen's spine on seeing the destruction caused by the two Uchihas. For a moment he saw the shadow of Madara and Izuna in those boys as they wreaked havoc on their enemies. Even Itachi couldn't believe that his precious brother had sided against Konoha. It was impossible for him to understand why Naruto was still willing to fight even when his defeat was certain. And why the hell was Sasuke siding against the village? When the fuck did that happen? Naruto saw Kurenai had slowly started to create holes in his force's defenses. Haku was already overwhelmed in keeping his army together, they needed help quickly. "Sasuke, stop Kurenai and her dogs. I'll deal with these two here," said Naruto seriously, as Sasuke looked at him skeptically. "First of all, I don't know why Itachi is here. But now is not the time, but I expect answers when this is over," said Sasuke sternly. "You'll get them. Now go," ordered Naruto. Itachi quickly moved to stop his foolish little brother, only to come face to face with Naruto, who had a murderous look in his eyes. Pointing his sword towards the older Uchiha, he spoke in a grave tone. "Your opponent is me," said Naruto seriously. "So be it, Naruto. You're a fool if you think you can win or even get out of here alive. You shouldn't have betrayed this village," scolded Hiruzen. "The less you two speak, the better. You betrayed me in the worst manner, and you expect me to serve you in this pathetic village like a loyal dog. I would rather prefer to die as a traitor, than serve a village which spits on its heroes," said Naruto furiously. "A true shinobi fights from the shadows without expecting anything in return. The fact you consider yourself a hero is shameful," chided Itachi. "Look who's talking, the biggest moron of Konoha. Dumbass, I was not referring to myself as some hero. God knows I'm far from a hero, but I was referring to those shinobi who were used for the benefit of Konoha. Your own clan was mistreated by this village for no fault of their own. The Uchiha were abused due to the paranoia of Hiruzen, Danzo and the elders. It's a good thing, I already gave Koharu the punishment she deserved," explained Naruto darkly. Hiruzen gritted his teeth as he now understood why his old teammate had went mad all those years ago. He had imprisoned her when Homura and she were trying to overpower him. He never found out why she went mad in prison, but now he knew why. It also explained why Naruto knew about the Uchiha massacre's true story. Danzo wanted power, but he would never divulge a dark secret like that. Naruto had lied to him about a lot of things. The Uchihas only wanted what they rightfully deserved, which was respect. They had served this village since its inception. And due to the biased nature of Tobirama and his students, they were isolated. This old man and Danzo fooled you into thinking that eliminating them was for the good of the village. Tell me, Itachi, you spared your little brother because you considered him innocent. Then didn't the other Uchiha children fall in the same category? You never hesitated in butchering them, did you? You're a hypocrite like me, so shut your fucking mouth, shouted Naruto, making Itachi avert his eyes. For the first time, Itachi felt his actions to be pointless as he saw Sasuke fighting against the village. Everything had proved to be meaningless in the end. "No, I promised Shisui that I would protect this village. No matter what," thought Itachi stubbornly. I'm no longer the soldier whom you used for your personal gain. I'm a kage, and I will protect my people. Promised Naruto, and joined his hands in a familiar sign. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Muttley Shadow Clone Technique. Hiruzen's eyes widened when the entire ground shook as nearly 200 Naruto clones came into existence. Each armed to the teeth and was now glaring at the enemy forces which were fighting against his own army. The real Naruto raised his finger and spoke in a dark voice. Butcher them all. The clone army fanned across the entire sector. The sudden attack proved to be extremely costly for the Konoha forces as Naruto's deadly clones killed hundreds within seconds. The previously confident Hiruzen now had a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead as he felt the enormous power radiating from Naruto. He truly was a Kage-level ninja. Combine that with the Kyuubi and Mangekyo Sharingan, you have a one-many army at your hands. Now that the battlefield's been leveled, I want to know how you found out I had turned against the village. Or would you be too scared to even reveal that? Asked Naruto sarcastically, as Hiruzen sighed. I never trusted you after Rei's incident. I always had Itachi trailing your every movement. When you stopped dropping out of contact in the past few months, my suspicion grew. You were quite good at your deception. It was only 2 days back did Itachi find out that you were plotting against the village. And that too only after he infiltrated Otogakure. You were a true Anbu. Explained Hiruzen honestly. And you were a true Kage. Never trusting one man and always betraying the ones most loyal to you, said Naruto disgustedly. Then what the hell do you want, son? This is the way our world has worked since its beginning. You think you're the first who were dealt such bad fate. Then think again, snapped Hiruzen, and pointed towards Itachi. I may not be the first one, but I will definitely make sure I am the last. Promised Naruto, and saw a disappointed look arriving in Hiruzen's eyes. Your parents would be ashamed of you, Naruto. Ashamed of what you became. You were the chosen one, Naruto. The one I dreamed who would lead this village to great heights, nor reduce it to ashes, said Hiruzen tearfully. I hate you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, said Naruto sadly. You were like a son to me, Naruto. I loved you, said Hiruzen quietly, and Naruto saw the man was not lying this time. The look in the old Kage's eyes showed the truth. Then I'll make this painless. There was a time when I would have died for you, and if it's any consolation, all of this is not just because of what Konoha did to me. I want to change this fucked up world. I don't know whether I'm right or wrong, but I really need to do this, said Naruto honestly, as a faint sad smile came on Hiruzen's face. Then give it your all. Encouraged Hiruzen. The Hokage and Itachi quickly stepped side by side, their sharp eyes fixed on their once loyal comrade. Naruto merely smiled as he took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it up, much to the surprise of his opponents. They pondered whether it was right to attack him, but in the end refrained from doing so. Hiruzen was quite pained when he saw his soldiers dying quickly. Naruto's soldiers were quite tough and the shadow clones he had sent to assist, along with Sasuke, were more than enough to level the playing field. After 5 minutes, Naruto finished his smoke as a satisfied smile came on his face. Let's dance. In a flash Naruto disappeared and appeared in front of Itachi. He quickly tried to sweep the Uchiha's legs, but the man somersaulted away. Hiruzen was quick in his attack as he tried to smash Naruto's skull with his staff, only for Naruto to evade the attack like a snake by moving his body around the weapon. The Hebi-style taijutsu, thought Hiruzen sharply, as he remembered Anko was the one who had trained Naruto in this art. Enma's hand emerged from the staff to grab the boy's neck only to be swatted away, courtesy of Naruto's right hand which was glowing with wind chakra. Hiruzen quickly tossed his staff in the air in order to allow his summon time to recover, and quickly brought his hands forward, managing to take the full brunt of Naruto's kick which sent the old Kage sailing a few feet away. If not for the chakra channeling through Hiruzen's feet, he was sure he would have been blown much farther away. Naruto didn't have any time to relax as he heard a sharp sound. Wordlessly he fetched a shuriken from his pouch and tossed it towards the right where Itachi had unleashed at least a dozen shuriken towards him. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. As soon as his single shuriken multiplied into 100 more, Naruto had already finished performing another set of hand seals. Fuuten Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Itachi had to immediately grab a kunai from his pocket when Naruto's wind-powered shurikens tore through his attack and were now heading towards him. With great skill, the older Uchiha started deflecting the projectiles as Naruto sensed a chakra buildup on his left side. Hiruzen was done by the time Naruto turned towards him. The old Kage's chest was swollen and Naruto knew what was coming. Kaden, Gokakyu no Jutsu Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. For a moment, Naruto was quite impressed by the size of the fireball which Hiruzen had launched towards him. It was actually as big as a 2-story building and wide enough for 4 people to burn in it. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suten, Hanryu, Water Release, Rapid Crasher. Without any hand seals being performed, a wave of water emerged around Naruto and protected him from the raging fireball. Hiruzen smirked when a lone kunai was fired through the burning attacks and now it was heading straight for him. For any other person, it might seem as a desperate attack, but he knew better. Bringing his staff forward at the right time, he quickly blocked a clean swipe as Naruto substituted himself with the kunai and emerged right in front of the Hokage. You'll have to do better. I saw you using this trick against Ebisu all those years ago. Taunted Hiruzen, and frowned when Naruto smirked. Sure, old man, said Naruto quickly. Suten no Jutsu Water Release, Water Bullet Technique. Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock when he saw several water bullets fired from Naruto's mouth at point-blank range, so that was the boy's true plan. Unfortunately both of them were too close to each other, and Hiruzen was about to get a large amount of water shots to his face. Doten Doryuki, Earth Release, Mud Wall Jutsu. A large wall was suddenly formed between the two warriors, making them jump away. Hiruzen sighed in relief when he saw it was Itachi who had formed the defensive jutsu at the last second, saving him from grave injuries. Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration. It seemed he would have to do a lot more work after all. Has anyone ever told you, Itachi, that you're a fucking pain in the ass? Said Naruto irritatedly, as a minute smirk came on Itachi's lips. Likewise, Naruto, retorted Itachi, making his relative laugh. Itachi then focused towards his surprised leader, who was finding it hard to believe the power which was radiating from Naruto. Lord Third, don't mistake him for a regular Anbu. He fought and ousted Orochimaru on his own. He's dangerous, advised Itachi seriously. I can see that now. It's hard to believe his power has grown so much in the past year, said Hiruzen honestly, getting a nod from Itachi. Jiraiya grunted as he was forced to avoid another wave of sand that tried to grab him. Damn, that redhead boy was persistent. If that was not enough, he got a solid punch on his back, from a battle-ready Tsunade. Whoever came up with the plan of combining these two shinobi against him was a genius. Tsunade was the perfect close-range fighter, and had the stamina to take hits and heal herself. Basically, she could sustain a prolonged fight, while he couldn't, considering the massive damaging blows she had landed on him. Sure, he had retaliated in kind and his attacks might have inflicted equal damage on her. However, she had the perfect defense on her side in the form of Gaara. Whenever he tried to harm Tsunade, Gaara's sand would protect her like Mother Panther guarding her children. Although in this case, Mother Panther was protecting a granny. And when he tried to get Gaara, Tsunade would not let him. Why are you doing this, Tsunade? This is your village, for God's sake, argued Jiraiya frustratedly. I have something much more greater to fight for than Konoha now. I have a family to protect, answered Tsunade frankly. And what about you, Sand Boy? You're soon a ninja and your father must have already fled by now. Why are you still fighting? Asked Jiraiya curiously, and saw Gaara giving him his famous blank stare. I serve the Nidaime, not my father, or my village, replied Gaara flatly. What did that boy give you to that made you betray your home? Your people? He turned you into traitors, said Jiraiya bitterly, but Gaara shook his head. Naruto gave me everything I ever desired. He gave me peace, he gave me sleep. He gave me a family and a place where I could be accepted despite being who I am. I will repay him for that with everything I've got. You ninja villages and the people in it always treat us Jinchuriki like trash. We never asked to be like this. Yet you chose our fates, and then accuse us of being a monster. Naruto is right, this world needs to burn, explained Gaara angrily. Jiraiya could only shake his head in disappointment on hearing the boy's answer. This was a person full of hatred and revenge. Just like Naruto. What's the matter, Jiraiya? Aren't you being a hypocrite by judging Gaara and the people of Otogakure? You of all people know how much damage Konoha and the ninja villages have done to this world. To humanity with their pointless wars and everyday violence. Dan, Nawaki died due to the chaos in this world. Jiraiya, you searched for the one who would bring peace to this world. I believe Naruto is the one, stated Tsunade proudly. He has got you brainwashed, said Jiraiya desperately. You're wrong, I chose this. I chose Naruto because I know he is right. Sure, right now we may seem wrong and as anarchists, but in the longer scheme of things this is the best way to achieve a long-lasting peace. You don't know what Naruto's true plan is, that's why you see him as a monster. When in fact, he is the savior of this world, said Tsunade fondly, making her friend sigh. Tsunade. This is the reason why we are on opposite sides today. I have opened my eyes to the truth of this world, so has Naruto. But even if we tell you the truth of our plan, you'll continue to oppose us. I have put my life on the line for Naruto, for the world which I want to make, for my beliefs, and so has Gaara. Don't doubt our conviction. Challenged Tsunade, as her hands performed a set of hand seals. Jiraiya, recognizing the jutsu, and closed his eyes in defeat. Guess he really had no choice now. Gaara narrowed his eyes when both Sannin slammed their hands on the ground. Kushios no Jutsu, summoning technique. Kurenai stood face to face with a former teammate of her. Beside him lay the bodies of at least 130 of her soldiers. Uchiha Sasuke. She could not fathom that the boy she had known for years, whom she had came to trust, had betrayed her beloved village. She could understand why a scum like Naruto would resort to such treasonous acts. He was an animal who would betray his homeland if it suited his interests. But Sasuke too? What possible reason did the Uchiha heir have for doing all of this? Her previously assured victory against Naruto's army was now but all a dream. Sasuke had murdered her men by scores. Naruto's shadow clones had wreaked havoc on her army, and what was left were currently being finished by Haku and her fascist soldiers. You monsters, said Kurenai furiously, as Sasuke merely smiled. He was pitying her. Sure, we are. And you are a dog, a stupid dog, Kurenai Yuhi. A fool who has closed her eyes to the reality of this world. Insulted Sasuke. You betrayed Sakura, Anko, me, this village. We gave everything to you and you repay us like this? Asked Kurenai angrily, but Sasuke simply shrugged. Don't be mistaken. My loyalties have always lied with my only true friend, Naruto Uchiha. The rest of you are my associates at best, said Sasuke flatly. You chose that butcher over us? You are loyal to that animal? Asked Kurenai bitterly. She smirked when the smile vanished from Sasuke's face. Instead a murderous glare appeared in his eyes. So, Naruto was indeed this boy's weakness. You know, I was going to spare you for Naruto's sake. But if there is one thing which I hate more than you insulting my brother, is the fact that you are a hypocrite. Naruto showed you mercy, I won't. Promised Sasuke darkly. Bring it on. Challenged Kurenai. HN. She blinked when Sasuke vanished in a flash. Her eyes quickly darted around her corners, but all she could see were blurs. When the hell did he become so fast? All her thoughts went straight out of the window, when Sasuke suddenly flashed in front of her inches away from her face. Kurenai's hands quickly moved to stab the boy in the gut with her kunai, but it was too late. The world around her changed and she found herself drowning in darkness further and further. Thinking it to be a genjutsu, she bit her tongue, but the illusion didn't shatter. Meanwhile, Sasuke saw a very heavily fortified door in her mind. It would be impossible for him to break it and torment her completely, but that didn't mean he could not do anything. He spinned his Mangekyo Sharingan and suddenly black flames started burning the barriers which were protecting her hidden memories. He was quite impressed when the defensive mechanism soaked up his attack, but a tiny hole was already made. He wanted to do such more, but his visual power was no match for the genjutsu placed on her. But it was enough to drive her crazy with doubt. Turning towards her trembling form, a wicked gleam came in his eyes. Meanwhile, Kurenai stared in horror as she was slowly assaulted with horrible images of her and that traitor Naruto making love. This genjutsu won't work, bastard, said Kurenai harshly, even as tears slipped from her eyes. You think you're so righteous and God's gift to mankind, that you're some angel and the rest of us are demons who don't deserve to live? Asked Sasuke knowingly. Yeah, scum like you should die, spat Kurenai, as more painful memories assaulted her mind. Naruto is wrong, cowards like you don't deserve mercy. He loved you so much and you chose this pathetic village over him? You hate Naruto so much, don't you? Then today I bestow a curse upon you, Kurenai Yuhi. You'll be forced to bear visions of the man you hate the most. And the most memorable part is these visions are true, and will drive you crazy. Make you question all your beliefs, make you start hating your beloved Konoha. This is my justice, explained Sasuke sadistically. Kurenai suddenly found herself stacked to a cross. Her world had turned completely red in color and there was a dark moon shining in the sky. What are you doing? asked Kurenai in a trembling voice, as she saw Sasuke standing before her with a sword. You broke Naruto's heart. I'll break yours, an eye for an eye. Promise, Sasuke. Slash. Her scream resonated across the entire plain as one word escaped from Sasuke's lips. Tsukiyomi. Kakashi quickly raced through rooftops. He would have reached his destination by now, but he had to go through rogue pockets of auto shinobi who were stupid enough to challenge him. Everywhere he could hear the sounds of fierce battles. It was madness. He saw a giant toad and slug getting summoned right in the middle of Konoha, which only meant a Sannin showdown was about to happen. If that was not scary enough, he saw a growing raccoon-like monster beside the giant slug, and a terrifying conclusion came to his mind. The Ichibi, one tail, thought Kakashi worriedly. He had to stop this at all costs. His nose had picked up Naruto's scent, but he was not alone. Hiruzen Sarutobi was also there, along with an unknown person whom Kakashi couldn't identify. The copy ninja was quite surprised when he saw Naruto's army getting surrounded by the daimyo's forces, but the tide was quickly turned and now it was again the Konoha shinobi fighting for survival. But that was not the reason for Kakashi being so worried. Wait for me, Naruto. Chapter 75. The Origins. Hiruzen coughed up blood from his mouth, his hands rubbed his swollen ribs. Looking into Naruto's eyes, he could not believe that this boy had changed so much. The old Hokage could still remember that smiling blonde bundle of joy, but there was a difference now. Instead of a smile, there was a sea of sadness in Naruto's eyes. Even now Hiruzen could see that Naruto was not enjoying what he was doing. He was angry, but he had not murdered hundreds of his own brethren just for the sake of revenge. Hiruzen could see it in those eyes. His eyes widened in shock, when he saw a giant toad and a slug being summoned right in the middle of Konoha. And from the looks of it, both of them were on opposite sides. His shocked eyes darted towards Naruto, asking the unsaid question, as the boy simply gave a nod. Tsunade is on my side, confessed Naruto, as Hiruzen's heart nearly shattered. If his adoptive grandson betraying him was not enough, then now he was about to see the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju helping in the destruction of this village. It broke his heart completely. Hiruzen closed his eyes and sensed the remainder of his shinobi losing ground. He felt Guy heavily engaging hundreds of auto shinobi who had him trapped in the eastern district. It was definitely one of Naruto's moves, keeping the best taijutsu user at bay. Jiraiya would probably not be able to win since his opponent was Tsunade, who was being backed by a fully transformed Gaara. Hundreds of his soldiers were dead. The reinforcement that had came in the form of the daimyo's forces were almost killed. He saw Sasuke dropping Kurenai on the ground like a bag of meat, so she was out too. Many of his ninja were injured, not to forget the thousands of civilians who were cramped up in the mountains. His own family included. Sasuke quickly came beside Naruto, and Hiruzen saw Itachi tensing. The former Anbu captain was a lethal fighter, but fighting against his beloved younger brother would be an entire different story. The Hokage doubted Itachi could kill Sasuke, not to forget Naruto was still in front of him. Looking into Naruto's eyes, Hiruzen saw the boy had arrived at the same conclusion as him. Forgive me Shadaime, Nidaime, Yondaime, I failed all of you, thought Hiruzen remorsefully. Itachi. The said shinobi turned towards his leader and was shocked to find a defeated look in Hiruzen's eyes. Gather our remaining shinobi and help the civilians escape, said Hiruzen calmly, as Naruto closed his eyes. Sasuke gripped his tanto tightly. He was just about ready to stop that from happening. Hiruzen-sama? Are you asking me to abandon Konoha? We'll lose the village, said Itachi in disbelief. The village was never Konoha. It was the people in it that made it. A village can be rebuilt by its people. He wants you to protect that hope, isn't that right, Gramps? Asked Naruto knowingly, as Hiruzen got the unsaid message which made him give the boy a grateful smile. Naruto, you can't possibly allow them to escape. Have you forgotten these people abused you for years? Asked Sasuke angrily. I haven't forgotten anything. Even if Itachi tries his best, he'll only be able to save a handful. I want them to escape because that would be the ultimate punishment. Losing their home, losing their life, that would be their curse, said Naruto flatly, and was satisfied when Sasuke accepted that answer. Maybe, you're right. But I can't let this bastard go, said Sasuke hatefully, as he glared at Itachi. The boy was surprised when Naruto shook his head again. What the hell was wrong with his best friend? You're not strong enough to face him. Besides, the Kazekage and his men are killing my reserve soldiers at this moment. Go with Haku and save them, I want that cage alive, ordered Naruto. Naruto argued Sasuke, but stopped when Naruto glared at him. The mission comes first. I've given up everything for Valkyrie, it's time you do the same. The time for vengeance will come for you too, just as it came for me today. Advised Naruto harshly. Itachi was actually surprised when after a short staring match between Naruto and Sasuke, his impulsive younger brother sighed and looked at him bitterly. This isn't over, Itachi. The next time we meet, I will kill you. Promise Sasuke. I'll wait for you. Replied Itachi calmly, as Sasuke vanished in a quick sunshine. Itachi's gaze then shifted towards Naruto, who looked around to see hundreds of dead bodies of Konoha, Suna, and Otogakure ninjas. It's over. Run away with whatever few you can save, there is no victory here, said Naruto sadly, as his heart broke on seeing several dead bodies of his own soldiers. He knew there would be sacrifices, but these men died following his orders. They died for his dream, his vision. It reminded him of the several Root friends whom had died following his orders, it reminded him of Sai. With a quick bow to Hiruzen, Itachi vanished to fulfill the last orders his leader had assigned him. Hiruzen saw Naruto walking forward and sitting on top of a small boulder. The boy's eyes were moist, which brought a few tears in Hiruzen's eyes. You haven't changed, have you? Asked Hiruzen kindly, as a dry chuckle escaped from Naruto's lips even as tears welled up in his eyes. I got what I came for, I destroyed Konoha. Boasted Naruto, but there was no sense of accomplishment in his words. Just emptiness. Kakashi slowly walked into the street, as Naruto just gave him a glance since he had known the man had listened to the entire conversation from the shadows. The copy ninja had once been an Anbu, after all. I don't understand, Naruto. If you wanted revenge, why even spare a single one of us? You have us surrounded, and yet, said Hiruzen in a confused voice. I'm not an animal, Gramps. I would be no better than the civilians who tortured me all those years, if I killed them knowing they could not defend themselves. Besides, Itachi can only save a few important ones. The rest will still fall in my hands, and I know what to do with them, said Naruto seriously. You're not going to kill them, are you? Asked Kakashi frankly, as Naruto shook his head. Everyone deserves a second chance. I'll need them for my greater plan, all of this is for Valkyrie. But you can consider this an act of mercy from me, joked Naruto. Naruto the Merciful. Suggested Kakashi dryly, as Naruto laughed. It has a nice ring to it. Retorted Naruto, making Kakashi smile. There was still a little part of his old self left, Naruto was still there inside. I'm sorry for what I did to you, Naruto. It was my duty to protect this village, and I did my job. It will never be enough, but this is the least I can offer you for sparing a few of my people. Although it won't change the fact that I will kill you here. Promised Hiruzen. We'll see about that, said Naruto calmly, as he saw many questions floating in Kakashi's eyes. Naruto, there is something I have to ask you, said Kakashi honestly. Speak. Why? Do you know my entire truth? My entire story? Asked Naruto seriously. Yes. The boy sighed as his lonely eyes glanced across the burning Hidden Leaf village. I lost faith, Kakashi. In this village, in this shinobi world. Shin and so many of my Root friends died horrible deaths years ago, but I continued to believe and fought for this village. The death of my friends was my first pain, Rei was the final straw. When she died, I lost everything. It made me realize that even though I had grown up, nothing had changed, nor will it ever in this cursed shinobi world. I noticed that my answer was nothing but bullshit, I owed Rei my life. She was my dream. All of them were my irreplaceable family for whom I would have happily given my life. Answered Naruto sadly. Silence followed between the three men, as Hiruzen eyed Kakashi skeptically. He was the only one who didn't have a shred of hatred in his heart for Naruto, even after the damage the boy had done to Konoha. Kakashi, what is going on in that head of yours? Said Hiruzen flatly, as he remembered Kakashi was as much fucked up as Naruto, when the copy ninja was of the same age and had returned from a war only to join Anbu Black Ops. One of the many mistakes Minato made, who the hell pushed an emotionally disturbed child into a dark unit like Anbu? Naruto observed his guardian closely, even as Hiruzen's hardened eyes looked at the man. I've lived a life full of regrets. You're the only good thing I ever did in my life, Naruto, said Kakashi honestly. You see yourself in me. I'm the person you feared you would have become, if you didn't have friends to bring you back from the darkness you got lost in. Answered Naruto, and smiled on seeing the shock in Kakashi's eyes. He had seen right through that man. I know you, Kakashi. Before all of this, before Root, there was just the two of us. You were my father, my brother, my friend. Nobody understands me better than you, and I for you, said Naruto kindly. Naruto, I know you're not doing this for revenge. You were never that kind of person, there must be a reason for all of this. I want you to tell me what Valkyrie is, said Kakashi seriously, as Hiruzen scoffed. Kakashi, he won't tell you anything while I'm around, said Hiruzen flatly. I beg to differ. You're not going anywhere, Gramps. I've made sure of that, if you kill me then my plan dies with me. It's as simple as that, maybe hearing the truth will motivate you to fight harder against me. God knows your old depressed heart needs something to fight for right now, said Naruto nonchalantly. Arrogant, are we? Asked Hiruzen, a frown visible on his wrinkled face. Just confident. Replied Naruto smartly. Tell me, Naruto. I want the truth, said Kakashi seriously. It all began 1,000 years ago. A time when humanity was innocent and young, as hard as it is to believe our species was a peaceful race once. People who lived in harmony and worshipped one god who protected their lands, their cattle, their homes. The god was called Hachimon. Explained Naruto patiently. The god of war? Asked Hiruzen curiously. Hachimon prevented wars by maintaining the peace, that was his job. But there were a few among humanity who wanted power, who dreamed to become a god. Those morons thought that they could do a better job than Hachimon in maintaining peace. Sure, small conflicts happened at that time too, but there was never a full-scale war. But that changed when Kaguya took that peace from us, said Naruto bitterly, and Kakashi realized whoever this woman was Naruto resented her from the bottom of his heart. She did something bad, didn't she? Asked Kakashi knowingly. She destroyed our species and bestowed a curse upon us. In her thirst for power, she approached Hachimon and made him fall for her. For eons, the god of war had protected a sacred tree. It was called the Tree of Life and was supposed to be the origin of all life on this planet, stated Naruto, surprising Hiruzen. How do you know all this? Questioned Hiruzen, as Naruto pointed his finger to his Mangekyo Sharingan. These eyes of mine can decipher the Uchiha tablet. It has every information about our origins, you only need to have sharp eyesight to decipher it. I've got those eyes. Admitted Naruto. Kaguya ate a sacred fruit that grew on the Tree of Life once in 1,000 years. It gave her divine powers which humanity was forbidden to get no matter the circumstances. The power which we know as chakra, said Naruto seriously, as an aura of blue-colored chakra glowed around his body showing the point he wanted to make. Hiruzen and Kakashi were visibly shocked on hearing this information, it didn't match with the facts they knew. But the Rikudo Sennin was the one who gave us chakra, and taught us how to use them. Didn't he? Asked Hiruzen quickly, his knowledge of their world coming to light. He was not a professor for nothing. The Sage of Six Paths was one of the sons which Kaguya had with Hachimon. He inherited the power which his mother had stolen. Excess power is not good for anyone's health. Kaguya was delusional in thinking she could sustain that enormous power and maintain the absolute peace by becoming a god greater than Hachimon. That stupid bitch ignored one fundamental fact: humans never desire peace. We seek conflict. Explained Naruto regretfully, as he himself was guilty of this sin just like the two people standing beside him. The hundreds of dead bodies around them, and the countless wars that had followed since that Judgment Day were a proof of how flawed humanity was. Kaguya may have given them the power, but they themselves were responsible for their destruction. The blood of innumerable people was on humanity's own hands. Didn't Hachimon try to stop her? Since he was supposed to be guarding that tree which bore the fruit? Suggested Kakashi, getting a nod from Naruto. He did, but that fruit was pure energy and it gave Kaguya more power than Hachimon had. She couldn't defeat or kill him since he was a god, so she did the next best thing. Hinted Naruto. She sealed him, concluded Hiruzen. Correct. Kaguya sealed Hachimon inside the same tree he was supposed to protect. It still didn't stop the god of war from trying to correct his mistakes. He knew he had to get the power of chakra back from humanity. But it was we who betrayed him in the first place, so he got mad. Overwhelmed by rage, he became the beast known as the Jubi. Kakashi gulped on hearing that word. He had seen how scary the Kyubi was on a first-hand basis. To think there was a monster greater than the 9 tails was simply terrifying. The 10 tails is a myth, said Hiruzen flatly, making Naruto chuckle. It's as much real as you and I, Gramps. Answered Naruto. And so those two fought. Kaguya and Hachimon fought again and again for years. The destruction caused by their continuous wars was simply too much and humanity was almost obliterated until her sons finally grew up. They fought and killed their mad mother. In doing so, the younger brother sacrificed his life. Now came the point which changed our race's history forever, said Naruto calmly. Hachimon in the form of the Juubi wanted chakra back, and I guess the Rikudo Sennin had some other plans. Suggested Kakashi smartly, getting Naruto to smile. The Rikudo Sennin was an idealist like Jiraiya and my father. Just as my naive father hoped that I would be seen as a hero, the Rikudo Sennin believed that instead of consolidating the power of chakra like his mother, if he taught humans how to use chakra, it would connect us to each other. Hachimon didn't agree, but the god of war had lost a lot of his power in fighting against Kaguya all those years. He was tired and the Rikudo Sennin was his true son, so at the cost of his life he divided the Juubi into 9-tailed beasts and sealed its body in the moon, thereby completely putting his father away. Then he taught humanity to use chakra, and the rest is history. Explained Naruto. The Uchiha and Senju were said to be descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. So that makes you, said Hiruzen in shock, getting a nod from Naruto. A demigod, half man, half god. And one of the last descendants of Hachimon, the one who inherited his will. Testified Naruto. Everything started becoming clear to the old cage now. Naruto's story explained why since the beginning the Uchiha and Senju were the strongest among the entire ninja race. It made him understand the unbelievable power which Madara Uchiha, Izuna Uchiha, Tobirama Senju and Hashirama Senju had. But now the Uchiha and Senju were gone, with only a handful of survivors in the form of Naruto Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, and Tsunade Senju. All of them fighting on different sides. The Uzumakis were also a branch family of the Senjus, and now he knew why they were masters in the art of sealing. He shuddered on thinking of the possibility of even a few of them being alive and the horrors they could inflict if they sided with Naruto. Fulfilling Hachimon's incomplete work is Valkyrie. I will revive the Juubi and give back the power of chakra which we don't deserve, said Naruto seriously. Impossible. You can't do that, said Hiruzen in disbelief, and frowned when Naruto gave him a mischievous smile. I am Naruto, the man of miracles. I graduated at the top of my class, became the youngest Anbu captain. I've led more missions than any of your ninja has ever done. I stopped a civil war, I ousted your prized student Orochimaru in his own turf. I created a nation, built an unbeatable army within months. Is that enough of a resume? Oh, I forgot to add one more thing to the list. The first leader to completely defeat and erase 2 of the major 5 hidden villages from the face of this planet, said Naruto darkly, as Hiruzen felt a cold chill across his spine. 2? Thought both Kakashi and Hiruzen in shock, and moments later they realized the second village which Naruto was talking about. It was Sunagakure. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. The remaining 3 will also follow, and so shall the smaller ones. I will unite this world and make it a better system in the form of the First Reich, said Naruto proudly. An empire? That's, said Kakashi hesitantly, he was still trying to get over the things Naruto had done. And now he wanted an empire? You foolish boy, you'll start the next great ninja war, said Hiruzen angrily, and narrowed his eyes when Naruto gave him a murderous glare. Listen to me, you senile geezer. We have been at war forever. Hashirama Senju simply changed the world from a cannibalistic system to a more organized system that encourages violence and warfare. The ninja villages always fight against each other for power, money. They wage wars because they know they have the power and can get away with the repercussions. When the conflicts increases, there is a full-scale great ninja war. When that's not the case, we have the everyday skirmishes taking place between ninjas from different villages. Explained Naruto. There is nothing wrong in protecting one's nation. But a traitor like you won't understand that. Accused Hiruzen, making Naruto scoff. Sure, murdering civilians, kidnapping helpless women and children, extortion, protection of crime lords who pay ransom to the village, intentional sabotages to start conflicts, genocides, this is just the tip of the iceberg of what we ninjas truly do. In the name of protecting one's nation, we do things that stain our souls. We are nothing more than thugs with swords, mere killing machines ready to follow whichever scum who throws money at us. Maybe you're fine with this role, I'm not, said Naruto defiantly. Naruto, you can't change the nature of humans. Even if you succeed with your revolution, humans won't stop fighting. In time, they'll find a new power to fight against each other, said Kakashi frankly, and was actually surprised when Naruto gave an affirmative nod. I'm aware of that, and it will happen no matter how hard I try. Our race will be extinguished at this rate in this ninja world, 1 or 2 more world wars and we are finished. Hashirama even made the foolish mistake of distributing the bijous like they were candies to the power-hungry ninja villages. It's like giving a foolish kid a knife to play with. And we're not even taking into account the bijous' feelings on being used as weapons of mass destruction. The only justification we can give for this barbaric act is by saying we simply can. Then doesn't that make us tyrants? The bijou never disturbed our kind in the 1,000 years of their existence, it was we who sought them out in the search of gaining more power. The rest is history, said Naruto angrily. A faint smile came on Kurama's face when he saw the first human who accepted the truth. The bijou knew awakening the Juubi was a great risk, and frankly there was not much he could do to stop Naruto even if he wanted to. But if Naruto succeeded, things could change. In his entire existence, the fox had felt nothing but loneliness and sorrow. Maybe returning to his home would bring him peace, just as Naruto wanted to bring peace for humans. The thing he liked about Naruto was the fact that the boy was a realist. He had the balls to call what was right or wrong, he never shied away from his crimes like Hiruzen and the countless other ninjas. He accepted his mistakes and wanted to improve them. Naruto was no longer the naive kid who believed that only by serving his village he could bring peace. Today the boy was fighting not just for himself, but for all the bijous and entire humanity itself. To correct all of their sins, Naruto very well knew history would probably remember him as a tyrant. But he was fine with that, if it meant stopping the conflict in this world. Now that Kurama thought about it, Naruto was right. From time to time, a few humans always rose and their actions slowly helped in reducing violence and lead the world to stability. First there was Rikudo Sennin who ended Kaguya's reign, then came Ashura and Indra who while divided the world into clans also prevented humans from merely killing every person beside them. They organized the humans. Then came Hashirama Senju who ended the bloody clan wars era and brought a much more stable system in the form of hidden ninja villages. And now Naruto Uchiha and his first Reich. The revolutionaries changed, but not their goals. Each of them with their actions helped in stabilizing the world which Kaguya destroyed. A time may come when even Naruto's empire would fall and a new better system would take its place. Maybe it could be a communist world, or even a democratic one. Who knew? But evolution was necessary, that was the law of nature. Humanity was flawed. There were heroes and villains both, the only thing that mattered is who you preferred and sided with. Only now did Kurama understand this concept, and he had lived for 1,000 years. And yet looking at this 15-year-old boy, he could not believe that Naruto understood this concept at such a young age. Hiruzen who had lived for decades couldn't understand it, but Naruto could. Now Kurama knew why the sword called Rujinjaka had accepted Naruto as its first true wielder and allowed him to use its powers. Naruto, you truly are the chosen one. The person who's next in line to take all of us one step closer to the promised land. Thought Kurama. You're insane. I can't let you destroy the ninja world, you'll lead us to our doom. Not just through your insane dream of an empire, but by reviving the Juubi, said Hiruzen flatly. It's only a matter of time before humanity faces its doom if it continues at its current course. Now I know reviving the 10 Tails has a few risks, said Naruto hesitantly, and smiled sheepishly when Kakashi gave him a scary look. What risks? Demanded Kakashi. For starters, I doubt I'm still strong enough to control it. But I'm working on it. Admitted Naruto, as the 2 older men stared at him incredulously. What? Naruto cringed when both Hiruzen and Kakashi yelled at him. With good reason. Sometimes even he himself had doubts whether he could actually do what he was saying he wanted to do. There's also the problem that chakra exists not just in humans but in every particle of nature starting from animals to forests, rivers, air. So, I'm still contemplating about the after effects if chakra is taken back from all these things. One thing is for sure, if I don't find a common ground with the Juubi every ninja in the world will die. Myself included. Thought Naruto secretly. He would be damned if he let this dark secret out to anyone. Only Toby and he knew this, and he intended to keep it that way. Naruto. Your plan carries a great risk not just to yourself but this entire world. Creating an empire is one thing, but if you fail or screw up then you'll unleash the apocalypse on this world. And this time, there's no Rikudo Sennin around to stop it. Advised Kakashi seriously, as Naruto raised his hand towards him. Then don't make me screw up, help me in bringing the change. I can't do everything on my own Kakashi, I'm not saying whether I'm right or wrong. But this is what I want to do. Kurenai chose to protect Konoha and the ninja world like Hiruzen, and I respected that. But I would be lying if I said I didn't want you by my side. You know me better than any person in this world. I also understand you took an oath to defend this village and be a ninja, not to forget you have friends and family here. You have Anko, but sometimes you have to fight for something greater than yourself, said Naruto persuasively. Naruto saw Hiruzen grabbing his staff, and from the ice-cold look in the Hokage's eyes all bets were now off. The god of shinobi was now going to fight at his full power without anything holding him back. And if Naruto made even a minute mistake, he would be dead. That much was sure. His eyes looked into Kakashi's as he asked the decisive question. What shall it be, Kakashi? Chapter 76. Two Faces. What shall it be, Kakashi? A question so simple, yet one which would change a man's life forever. To die standing by the oath from the past, or embrace the new world which awaited in front of him. His eyes shifted towards Hiruzen. The old cage's wrinkled face and hard gaze reminded him of his past and what he had stood for till this moment. Then he looked towards Naruto. The boy peacefully stood on the other side. The look in his eyes showed him the new future that awaited him in this world. Finally, he could only make one choice. History is written by the victor, said Kakashi. Hiruzen was confused when a faint smile came on Naruto's face. The cage was just about to attack Kakashi for siding against the village when the copy ninja stepped beside him and opened his hidden Sharingan. Taking a kunai from his pouch, he pointed the weapon towards Naruto. Is that your answer? Asked Naruto. Yes. You're the smartest man I've ever known. Complimented Naruto, as he took in a deep breath. What the hell are you two talking about? Kakashi, come clean now. Ordered Hiruzen. If he wanted this man to fight beside him, then he needed to know where his true loyalties lay. Surprisingly, it was Naruto who stepped forward to answer the question. History is written by the victor. It's a simple phrase, yet it answered my question. Kakashi will fight beside you, Hiruzen, and fulfill his duty and oath towards this village and his comrades. He will be a true ninja till the end, and won't hesitate to kill me if you two are able to win this battle. Correct me if I'm wrong? Asked Naruto seriously, getting a confirmation nod from his adoptive father. And if he loses? If we are not able to defeat you, and this is simply an assumption, said Hiruzen flatly, and the devious smile which arrived on Naruto's lips showed him the answer. Then I will choose his fate. Whether to kill him or, hinted Naruto, as Hiruzen looked at Kakashi in surprise. Kakashi, you. When two shinobi of high level fight against each other, they can feel the emotions in their hearts. Show me your conviction. If you can't, then I will bring you back to the village. Promised Kakashi. The confidence returned in Hiruzen's eyes as he now had Kakashi Hatake on his side. The man was the one who had trained Naruto, taught most of the things the boy knew. Which meant he also knew the few weaknesses which Naruto could possibly have. So, the will of fire and hatred was true after all. Even though Hashirama and my father are dead, their wills live on in you too, said Naruto bitterly. And you along with Sasuke are the next in line. The ones who inherited the Uchiha's curse of hatred, the ones who carry the hatred of the Uchiha clan, of Root, and every soul that has been wronged by Konoha. If you're not stopped, then you'll strike the ninja world with your thirst for vengeance, said Hiruzen seriously. Naruto was extremely silent for the next few minutes, as Hiruzen and Kakashi prepared themselves for the upcoming battle. Then let's make a pact, suggested Naruto. A pact? Asked Kakashi and Hiruzen together. I will return the bodies of all the deceased Konoha shinobi to their families. For those who don't have one, I will grant proper ninja burials with full honor. If you die, Hiruzen, I will give you the honor a cage deserves. I'll bury you respectfully beside your predecessors. Kakashi was quite surprised with this offer. Looking towards Hiruzen, he saw a sad look appearing in the cage's eyes. The old man truly wished the boy standing in front of him was not his enemy. But it was the harsh reality of their world, which turned family members and friends against each other. You have a strange sense of honor, Naruto, said Hiruzen kindly, a faint smile arriving on his face. It's what separates us from mere thugs. Isn't that true, Naruto? I can see why you were the odd one among Root. Thought Kakashi clearly. If you accept it, then I want the same treatment given to my soldiers. The deceased should be returned to their families, the injured should be given medical treatment regardless of which side wins, and the survivors should be given one chance to save themselves. The victorious leader will have the final say in that matter. Explained Naruto briefly. I accept. But what if you surrender or die? What do you want us to do then? Asked Hiruzen seriously, making the boy smirk. I will not surrender, so there goes the first choice. In case I die in battle, then I want my body to be buried beside Sai, Shin, and Rei. I don't care how you close my case, but I want the names of all Root shinobi to be written with honor on the memorial stone. Their remains to be buried beside other Konoha shinobi who gave their lives for this village. They may not have always made the right choice, but Root protected Konoha for years. I want my comrades to be given the respect they earned by paying the price of blood. Swear it to me as the Hokage of Konoha. Requested Naruto, the pain evident in his voice. Hiruzen looked at the young boy with a sympathetic gaze. Even after killing Root for the village, Naruto always considered them as his comrades. In a way he was the voice of the dead, the ones who were silenced in a hidden war. The ones who were forgotten despite sacrificing everything for their nation. By giving Root the honor, Naruto wanted to atone for his sins. At least, that's what it seemed to Hiruzen. Very well. Then I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha no Sato, agree to this pact. You have my word, said Hiruzen honestly, and for the first time a true smile came on Naruto's face. One which was free of hate, sadness, or anger. And you have my word. Thank you, Jiji. Replied Naruto kindly. The Nidaime Otokage closed his eyes and the next moment a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan came to life. Hiruzen grabbed his staff, and to Naruto's utter shock Kakashi's Sharingan spinned until it took the form of a unique Mangekyo, one which he had never seen before. The shock was easily visible on his face, which brought a smirk on Kakashi's face. Hatake Kakashi, I underestimated you. To think, you have such an ace up your sleeve. Thought Naruto worriedly. Fighting against Hiruzen Sarutobi was life-threatening, and now he was up against another Mangekyo user. One whose powers were not known to him. The death match was about to begin. Anko quickly dodged another hail of crystal arrows that would have crushed her heart. She gave a vicious glare to Guren. The auto captain had done far more damage than Anko had previously imagined. Looking towards the deceased bodies of all her Konoha shinobi made her grit her teeth in anger. All her comrades were dead, but not before taking a handful of Reich soldiers with them. She herself was badly injured and it was a matter of time before her end came. Konoha had fought bravely against the sudden invasion launched by Suna, even came to the brink of defeating the desert ninja. In doing so their forces became extremely tired and took significant losses. And the result was their utter failure in stopping the surprise attack from Otogakure. It was military tactics at its best. The Oto shinobi and their elite Reich warriors had quickly eliminated the tired Suna and Konoha ninja. They would not have been so much successful if Naruto had not transformed into his earlier Kyuubi-like form. That boy alone eliminated nearly 40% of their forces. Resistance is futile, Konoha trash. Surrender and the Otokage will give you a fair trial. Our leader is far more merciful than your treacherous kages. Offered Guren, although her tone clearly suggested she wanted Anko to say the entire opposite. Just so the crystal user could unite Anko with her dead comrades. I'll pass, bitch, replied Anko cockily, making Guren's eyebrows twitch. Then die, yelled Guren darkly. Anko painfully grabbed her kunai in order to make her last stand, when suddenly a loud bugle rang across the entire village. Her eyes widened in disbelief. That music, it was not possible. Her previously furious gaze returned with full power as she quickly threw her kunai injuring 2 Reich soldiers. Dropping 2 smoke bombs, she quickly vanished with a shunshine as several Reich soldiers ran after her only to be stopped by Guren's hand. No, let them run. Naruto-sama has ordered us to consolidate our position once we defeat the enemy or make them retreat. The Konoha ninja know the nearby forests better than us. If we follow them, they'll simply keep on ambushing us, increasing our losses. We will fortify our positions and make sure the Konoha ninja can't retake this village. Ordered Guren, following Naruto's order to the letter. Yes, Captain. Replied her soldiers faithfully, and fanned out to accomplish their cage's will. Guy quickly came running towards the secret meeting point where he saw at least 250 Konoha shinobi waiting. There were several civilian families with them, along with prominent members of the prestigious clans. Ones who could not be allowed to be captured by the enemy, or else Konoha would risk losing their unique Kekkai Genkai shinobi. He narrowed his eyes when he saw Raido giving out orders to the surviving ninja. None of them appeared to be in good shape. But something was off, because Guy was sure he had seen Raido dying in the stadium or at the very least getting severely injured. And here he was commanding the survivors. Are these the only ones who survived? Asked Guy suspiciously, and saw Raito giving him a blank stare. "Guy, glad you made it. The Hokage has ordered a full retreat. We must make sure these people are safely shifted towards the daimyo's territory," answered Raito. Deep down the man hoped his genjutsu worked. Itachi Uchiha was never proud of his mastery in genjutsu, but to stand in the midst of so many of his former comrades and so efficiently be able to mask this deception was something he considered a miracle. Guy had his doubts, but there were far more important things on the taijutsu user's mind. Itachi was definitely relived when Guy spotted the Sarutobi family, particularly Amiko and Konohamaru. He quickly went there to reassure the frightened academy student and his mother. So far, Asuma was missing, which was a bad sign. "Where the fuck is Kakashi?" asked Anko worriedly, and saw a strained look arriving in Raito, Itachi's, eyes. "He stayed behind. He's helping the Hokage fight against Naruto. They will try to defeat him and maybe push the enemy forces back. We need to get these people to safety," explained Guy sadly, and saw the shock in Anko's eyes. She was about to turn back when a firm hand on her shoulder stopped him. Turning around, she came face to face with the stern gaze of Raito Nagasaki. "You're a ninja, our leader gave us an order. We have to protect these people, look at them," said Raito harshly. Anko saw the fear, anger, pain in Konohamaru's eyes. The boy had considered Naruto a hero and big brother at one point, and now the same person had destroyed his home, his people, his family. She saw the handful of surviving ninja. They didn't have the numbers to win this battle. Naruto had defeated them in this battle. "I can't leave Kakashi. And there are hundreds of civilians still holed up in another side of the mountains. Are we going to abandon them?" asked Anko worriedly. "We have no other option but to retreat. The longer we stay, the more we reduce our chances of survival. We're the last soldiers of this village. It is our duty to put our personal feelings aside and do our duty. We must believe that our comrades will come back to us, but now we do what the Hokage want us to do," explained Raito, disguised Itachi, and smiled when he saw the others giving him sad but faithful nods. Guy frowned when he still felt something off. Everybody was taking all of this too easily. The civilians were not wetting their pants and were instead listening to the ninjas and not accusing them for failing to protect the village. And the remaining Konoha ninja seemed far too willing to abandon their ancestral home and run to safety, not to forget the odd feeling he was getting from Raito. When he saw even Anko agreeing with the decision, he was alarmed. Raito was influencing the others, through a subtle genjutsu. The taijutsu specialist was about to punch himself to break out of the spell, when he came face to face with Raito's hidden mangekyo, and then everything went blank. "Guy's exhausted. Sato, take care of him," barked Raito, and sighed in relief when the taijutsu specialist was taken away. If anybody found out who he was, then instead of listening to reason, all of these Konoha ninjas and civilians would march to their doom by fighting against him. He was never more thankful for the one mangekyo that Shisui had given him on that faithful night. Today it had came to the rescue of the last of their people. Even in death, Shisui had protected Konoha again. But even his power on Koto Amatsukami paled in comparison to Naruto's. It was as if the boy was born to wield this genjutsu, and was the only one who had been able to break out of it. It was more than enough to show that probably Naruto possessed the strongest pair of mangekyo eyes after Madara Uchiha. And it could not be a coincidence. There were many mangekyo users throughout history, but only a few were powerful enough. Madara and Izuna were considered the strongest. Could Naruto be related to the strongest Uchiha brothers? That would certainly explain why he was so strong at this age. He reminded Itachi of Madara. Shisui was famous for his power of genjutsu, and each of his eyes were now possessed by Naruto and Itachi. Itachi himself had the mangekyo Sharingan, and he feared the day Sasuke gained one for himself. In the past, he had wanted his brother to attain those eyes to make him pay for what he did to the Uchiha clan. But seeing what the power of mangekyo had turned Naruto into, Itachi knew Sasuke was far better off without this curse. He so badly wished to go back in time, and change what he did to his little brother that night. He turned Sasuke into the person he was now, and it was completely his fault. And tonight he was making another difficult choice by following the order Hiruzen had given him. There were still more than 4,000 Konoha ninja all across the village, soldiers who were badly injured and needed help. Not to forget the thousands of civilians holed up in the mountains, those who had no idea that they had already been abandoned. Knowing Naruto, he knew what fate awaited all those people. The boy wouldn't kill them, but he would give them a punishment which was far worse than death. But he could not do anything about that now. All he had left was to follow his order. "I will protect Konoha and this world to my last breath. I will make sure that the ninja world survives," thought Itachi fiercely. Asuma was bleeding profusely from his chest, thanks to the several kunai wounds he suffered earlier. His breathing was ragged, and vision was a little blurry. He knew he needed to find a medic soon, but had instead helped in evacuating the wounded Jinan in the village. He had moved from district to district, helping whomever who needed assistance, and suffered grave wounds while protecting his injured comrades. But he didn't have any regrets. His students were successful in making the tactical retreat. He had also been able to divert a handful medics to get Sakura, Shino, and Kiba out of the village. Although he had not been successful in locating Sasuke or Hinata, he knew his father would not abandon the village. That old man was stubborn. And so was he. He was trying to save whatever few he could, and in doing so his eyes widened in surprise when saw Kurenai lying on a corner of the street. He quickly ran towards her, ignoring the soaring pain in his chest. His trembling fingers checked her pulse and brought a relieved smile on his lips, when he found a faint one. There were minor wounds on her body, and she appeared to be knocked out, but still alive. He didn't know how she got beaten, but it must have been pretty serious. Grabbing her slender form, he was able to position her unconscious form on his back and quickly started retreating towards the forest of death. It was the only place where the auto ninja would follow them, and there was a secret passage inside that dangerous place which could lead them out of Konoha. He only hoped enough of his friends had survived. Yuki Haku had seen many things in her life. She was a survivor of a civil war, had seen her parents die in front of her eyes. Been a missing ninja for years, served under one of the ninja swordsmen of the mist, captain of the Reich, and a close friend of the Otokage. She never doubted Naruto's decisions, but she somehow always had some concerns when it came to Sasuke. While it was true that both Naruto and Sasuke were radicals, Sasuke took it one step further. Yet even his impulsive behavior could be forgiven for what he had done just now. A heavily wounded Kazekage was lying beneath his feet, as Sasuke gazed at the man impassively. Haku could not comprehend just what went down in their battle. It took little to no effort to surround and capture the little forces the Kazekage had with him. Although the leader had put up a brave fight and killed many Reich soldiers. But everything changed when Sasuke walked out on the field. He merely glanced at the ongoing fight, asked her to continue throwing her men at the Kazekage. Keeping the man busy, the Uchiha didn't care as 30 Reich soldiers were killed by the strong wind ninja. Sasuke simply watched. Then he vanished. Moments later the Kazekage had a tanto pierced clean through his rib and a suppression seal planted on the back of his head. Everything happened so fast, that she, or her soldiers or even the Kazekage could not understand what had happened. One moment Sasuke was standing in one far corner, next he was standing behind the Kazekage. The only thing she could think of was teleportation, an instant one. But Naruto had shot that theory down when she had proposed it for the first time, the day after she had met Sasuke for the first time. She had asked if Sasuke had the Mangekyo, and Naruto had told her yes. She even asked about his powers, but Naruto never opened his mouth. He merely shot down all the wild guesses she tried to make. And now seeing the Kazekage down on the ground, alive but bleeding proved one thing to her. Sasuke Uchiha was the ultimate trump card. He was Naruto's secret weapon. The one who served the Nidaime from the shadows. While she and the Reich soldiers were frontline troops, Sasuke had been the spy and sabotage specialist in this invasion. He fed them information while staying between the enemy, broke down their defenses when the attack started, captured the priority target Naruto had assigned him without any hesitation or emotional turmoil. The perfect ninja. She felt a cold chill going down her spine when he glanced at her once, before returning his gaze back to his captured target. I just hope you can control his darkness, Naruto. Thought Haku worriedly. She would be ready just in case things went south between the two Uchiha cousins. Jiraiya slowly wiped a trail of blood that was leaking from his forehead. Looking down he saw Gamabunta also didn't seem to be doing too well. If only he was not up against two monsters at the same time. He could go all out and bring the fight in his favor, but the level of destruction to the village would be extreme. And he doubted he could go through with killing Tsunade. It was still hard for him to come to terms with her actions and the choice she had made. He had barely seen her a few months ago, and there was not a fucking sign of any change in her ideology. Until today. Fuuten Suresu no Tatsumaki, wind release, slicing tornado jutsu. He quickly performed a set of hand seals when Gaara unleashed a massive tornado from his bijou form. Several houses were destroyed completely, dead bodies flowed in the air as Jiraiya finished his preparation. Bunta, oil. His summon didn't need any more explanation as he fired dozens of liters of oil from his mouth, as Jiraiya unleashed a massive fire stream. Kaden, Gokakyu no Jutsu Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. The combination attack was enough to stop Gaara's destructive jutsu, until Jiraiya's eyes widened in horror when he saw hundreds of acid bullets passing through the burning tornado. They instantly picked up speed and hit Gamabunta straight in the face. "Gah!" yelled his toad, as he roughly crashed on top of a large mansion, completely obliterating the structure beneath his giant ass. Sand bullets. Jiraiya quickly performed another set of hand seals when Gaara fired hundreds of large sand bullets from his bijou tail, and if even a few of them hit his summon, then it would be dispelled and he would be left alone to fight against a transformed Gaara, and Tsunade with Katsuyu. Doten Doryuki, Earth Release, Mud Wall Jutsu. A large earth wall rose which did well in shielding the injured Gamabunta from Gaara's attack. He could faintly hear Tsunade barking out new orders to her summon. She was going to surround him soon with the help of hundreds of her slug summons clones. Those little bastards would bleed him dry of chakra. If this was not bad news, then he heard the retreat bugle being sounded. At first, he couldn't believe it, but after looking around the grim situation he knew there was no other choice. "Jiraiya, get out of here. I can't help you anymore," said Gamabunta painfully. The acid had burned a large part of his face. "Go back. I'll summon Gamaken," replied Jiraiya defiantly, making his toad grunt. "The same thing will happen to him too. The one-tail monster and Tsunade/Katsuyu duo will kick your ass if you are not going to accept reality. You'll only end up destroying more of the village and get yourself killed. Look at what we've already done," explained Gamabunta irritatedly. For the first time, Jiraiya saw an entire district of Konoha had been destroyed due to their fighting. Surely, Tsunade wouldn't keep on her current course. No, she didn't care anymore. There could be injured people hiding anywhere, and their fighting would get them killed. Not to forget the civilians and dignitaries who had came for the Chunin exams. Konoha ninja had safely escorted them in the mountains. But if one of the foreign delegates were to be killed, then Konoha and Fire Nation would face the wrath of the entire world. Which was exactly what Naruto wanted. Jiraiya's hands trembled as he realized the devious agenda of Naruto Uchiha. He wanted to start the next great ninja war. Make the ninja villages fight against each other, and then slowly seize power one step at a time. The dream of world domination. A true emperor. The earthen wall which he had formed shattered as the monstrous form of Gaara and Tsunade on top of Katsuyu came before him. Jiraiya glared at the woman he had loved all his life. A new set of hatred burned in his eyes as he stared in her impassive eyes. "You've made a wrong choice, Tsunade. The next time we meet, you will pay for it. You destroyed my home, my family. You ruined the peace which I worked for all these years, and for that I will take away the person dearest to you. The one who wants to destroy my world," promised Jiraiya angrily, as a small tear slipped from his eye. Tsunade merely smiled at him, sadness evident in her eyes as she motioned for Gaara to stop. The Jinchuriki seemed hesitant at first, but obeyed the order. Gamabunta disappeared in a puff of smoke, and when it cleared, Jiraiya was gone too. "You finally got caught in the cycle of hatred, didn't you, Jiraiya?" asked Tsunade regretfully. Kakashi waited with anticipation, his sharp eyes observing each and every movement made by Naruto. Beside him, Hiruzen was also standing ready for the battle, the tension visible on the cage's wrinkled face. They tensed when Naruto raised his right hand, and flicked his fingers. Boom! Both Konoha ninja turned around, and what they saw made them freeze in terror. The Hokage faces. The monuments that had been there since the birth of Konoha, the symbol of hope in their village's strength, crumbled to pieces. A large explosion on top of the mountain caused a landslide, and Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan picked up 4 Auto Ninja having cursed seals standing there. His gaze shifted towards Naruto as a wicked smile came on the boy's lips. "What the hell?" asked Hiruzen furiously, the rage visible in his eyes. "Kakashi, my hands are already stained dark with blood. If you too wish to fight me, then I'll welcome you with open arms. We are, after all, family," said Naruto deviously, a dark chuckle escaping from his lips. His mad laughter continued soaring as he watched the anger burning in Hiruzen's eyes on seeing the Hokage faces crumbling to dust, taking along with it the Hokage tower. In that moment Naruto realized something. Ever since that day, I've always craved destruction and loss. There is always destruction before creation, and if my soul stands in the way I'll toss it aside, thought Naruto wickedly. He charged towards the 2 shinobi as 4 simple words escaped from his lips. So shall we dance? Chapter 77. Falling Rain. Kakashi could hardly believe what he was seeing, as he watched the Hokage faces crumble to dust. A new despair washed over his heart. Not only were those monuments the pride of this village, but were also the last line of defense which had been protecting thousands of civilians that were hiding inside the mountains. His eyes stared at Naruto, and looking into the boy's stone-cold gaze made him realize the depth of the boy's conviction. To be willing to commit genocide of this scale, Naruto had truly sold his soul to the devil. "Naruto!" yelled Hiruzen madly, the leader's face furious with anger and betrayal lurking in his eyes. "Do you hate me?" asked Naruto calmly. "You demon," said Hiruzen furiously, as he violently grasped his staff. All that time Naruto had been deceiving him. All that talk of making a pact was a ploy to divert the Hokage's attention so that the Auto Ninja could sneak past him, and tears came in Hiruzen's eyes as he tried to imagine his grandson and daughter-in-law among the thousands who had been massacred right before his eyes. The only hope his old heart had was that somehow Itachi could have reached his people before this tragedy happened. "Do you still believe in the will of fire?" asked Naruto deviously. Kakashi cursed when Hiruzen dashed towards Naruto. The Hokage was out for blood. All bets were completely off the table now. He actually felt fear for Naruto as Hiruzen got closer and closer, until... "That's fine, but," said Naruto hesitantly. The boy's Mangekyo awakened as lethal Kyuubi chakra surrounded his entire body. He raised his hands high in the air, while the entire area was shrouded in a new level of killing intent. "My pain is greater than yours," yelled Naruto furiously. Slam! His Bijou chakra cloaked fist impacted with the ground and Kakashi quickly jumped away when he spotted large amounts of chakra being forced into the ground. A large explosion rocked the entire district, sending Hiruzen sailing away hundreds of meters. Buildings were obliterated, dead bodies turning to dust as an unbearable heat descended upon the area. Kakashi tried to search for Hiruzen, but the impact had knocked the cage so far off that even the Mangekyo couldn't locate him. As the smoke and ashes cleared, Naruto stepped into the field. The Bijou chakra was now gone, and sweat was pouring from the boy's forehead. Both warriors looked into each other's eyes, making a silent agreement. In a flash, they were in front of each other. Naruto quickly brought his hands above himself, as Kakashi jumped and kicked him harshly. The copy ninja followed up his attack by sending a severe kick towards Naruto's ribs, which was quickly blocked. Naruto tried to grab his opponent's legs, but had to jump away when Kakashi fired a kunai straight towards his head. "I see your resolve, Kakashi," thought Naruto happily. If he had not evaded that attack, then that kunai would have killed him. Kakashi was really going to fight him to the death. "None of this matters, Kakashi. Eventually, every ninja will turn out like me," said Naruto, a bitter look visible in his eyes. "I couldn't protect you, Naruto. I knew from the start that deep down there was a sea of anger burning inside you. I tried to guide you to a better future, but I failed. The only thing I can do now is to stop you, even if it means killing you with my own hands. I've always loved you like my own son, and always will. I want you to understand that, no matter the path you have chosen or what lies in our destinies, I'll love you forever," explained Kakashi sadly. "So will I, Kakashi," replied Naruto curtly. Barely controlling his feelings, he performed a set of hand seals. Kaden, Goka Mekiyaku, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. With a heavy heart, he fired a tsunami of fire towards a man who was dear to him. Kakashi also managed to finish his preparation, as Hiruzen jumped back into the fight. Both Konoha shinobi firing their attacks at the same time. Kaden, Nenshou Miseru, Fire Release, Burning Missile. Suten, Hanryu, Water Release, Rapid Crasher. Hiruzen unleashed a powerful wave of fire, and Kakashi launched a tidal wave of water at the same time. Their combo attack collided with Naruto's tsunami of fire. At first both the attacks were fighting for dominance until Naruto's fire was finally overwhelmed and eventually destroyed. Kakashi narrowed his eyes dangerously when a thick mist surrounded the entire area, engulfing him and Hiruzen in it. So he converted the moisture generated from out attacks into mist. "A smart move," said Hiruzen seriously. "Hiruzen-sama, guard my back. I have a plan," whispered Kakashi, getting a nod from his leader. The Hokage saw shadows everywhere. His hands gripped the kunai in his pouches. Instead of attacking the shadows, he closed his eyes and let his senses take over. Somewhere in this mist was Naruto, watching them, waiting for the moment to strike. Kakashi didn't know when it started, but he heard a piano tune starting to play. It was gentle at first, slow as a cool breeze. The soft strokes of music calmed his nerves. Slowly he started to relax as the tempo increased and the music intensified. The random tone suddenly started making sense and attracted his attention like a rat to a piper player. Without a word he started walking. His body was on auto command and all he wanted to do was reach the source of the music. Everything else around him had gone blank, all he could feel was the music. An ancient tone that was so compelling and soothing at the same time, a music that took him back to his origins. He saw a shadow waiting for him at the end in the mist. The music was at its peak as he raised his hands to touch the device which was playing it. Kakashi, no. The copy ninja was suddenly smacked by the end of a kunai which Hiruzen had thrown at him, breaking him out of his hypnotized trance. As he came back to his senses, a new panic rose in his heart when he didn't see Hiruzen anywhere. He was alone in the mist, separated from his partner. A sound genjutsu. Cursed Kakashi. You're right. Kakashi jumped at the last moment as the mist around him took form and there stood Naruto with his devious Mangekyo eyes. The boy was the perfect monster of the dark. The ones whom little children would always have nightmares about. By the time Kakashi realized his mistake and jumped, a kunai was planted in the lower area of his back making him cough up blood. Kakashi crashed harshly on the ground. The pain he felt was unbearable. He grabbed his kunai when another person took him by the arm and made him step back on his feet. Before he could attack the intruder he came face to face Hiruzen's hard gaze. Resistance is futile, Kakashi. Just give up and rest. The more you resist the more your pain will continue to grow in this world. Lies and betrayals are the only thing in this world. Truth is always a casualty of war. You could not protect Obito, Rin, or my father. You couldn't stop my father from dying or even your own father, nor could you stop me from diving into darkness. Don't you understand? None of this was your fault because this is the world we live in. Everything that has happened is due to this fucked up world, and not due to any of your mistakes. Hiruzen grit his teeth when he heard those discouraging words from everywhere in the mist. It was psychological warfare at its best, something which Naruto had learned from fighting against Zabuza and Raiga. What was more alarming was the fact that this move was working against Kakashi. The pain was evident in the wounded ninja's eyes. Kakashi, stand your guard, commanded Hiruzen, snapping his soldier out of his depressed state. I, said Kakashi hesitantly, and saw Hiruzen defiantly looking into the mist. My name is Hiruzen Sarutobi, I am the Hokage of Konohagakure. Whatever else I am, whatever else it means, that's the man I want to be. And if I die today, then that's the man I'll be. Promised Hiruzen. The confidence returned in Kakashi's eyes when he heard those motivating words. Hiruzen was still willing to fight despite what had happened to his village and his people. Such courage and determination made the old man worthy of the title of Hokage. Yes, sir, replied Kakashi confidently. Kamui. Hiruzen saw Kakashi's Mangekyo spinning quickly and slowly. The entire mist from the area was observed in a strange portal which Kakashi had formed. They saw Naruto casually sitting atop a rooftop. A strange twinkle was visible in the boy's eyes. He didn't expect Hiruzen to break Kakashi out of his depression so easily. And the boy was definitely alarmed when Hiruzen vanished from in front of his eyes. The cage appeared behind his back and jabbed a kunai straight through the boy's skull, only for him to disappear into a flock of crows. Enough with the genjutsus, Naruto, said Hiruzen, annoyance visible in his voice. The real Naruto appeared on another rooftop which was just a few feet away from Hiruzen. He saw Kakashi jumping on the rooftop behind him, and a smirk came on the Otokage's face as he saw what his opponents were about to do. Hiruzen made the first move by expanding his staff as it headed straight for Naruto's heart. The boy quickly started jumping away but was stopped when Kakashi threw a volley of shuriken at him. Chidori Senbon. Naruto quickly neutralized the weapon attack fired by Kakashi, but wasn't fast enough to stop the punch which he got from Enma, who grew a hand from the staff. Crack! Kakashi channeled lightning through his hand, as Naruto collapsed on his knees. One of the boy's ribs was definitely crushed from that attack. Naruto spat blood on the ground and narrowed his eyes when Kakashi threw a smoke bomb towards him. Naruto's vision went blank, and if not for his sensory powers he would not have been able to evade the staff attack which Hiruzen had aimed for his head. As he sailed through the air, he heard the sound of chirping birds. Chidori. Kakashi emerged behind his back, with his signature move inches away from Naruto's back. The boy reacted instantly and grabbed his mentor's arm, as a smirk came on Kakashi's lips. Bunshine Daibakua, clone great explosion. The Kakashi turned out to be a clone who exploded, causing Naruto to be sent flying away. As the smoke cleared, Hiruzen and Kakashi came side by side. they saw Naruto's body was covered in Bijou chakra, which had protected the boy from getting completely incinerated. But as the boy coughed up blood, it proved that he had suffered severe damage. Kakashi gestured towards Hiruzen as the cage made his staff shrink till it fit right into Kakashi's arm. Hiruzen quickly performed his next move and slammed his hand on the ground. Dotendori Yudan, Earth Release, Mud Dragon Projectile Jutsu. The ground beneath Naruto's feet turned into a mud river and a dragon emerged from the slurry surface. Its menacing eyes glaring daggers at him. It wasn't long before the mud dragon started shooting earth bullets at him. His Sharingan made him evade the incoming projectiles and he didn't waste more time. Quickly throwing an exploding tag towards the dragon, he destroyed the attack and jumped back on hard surface. To his surprise, Kakashi emerged from a hidden alley with a smaller version of Hiruzen's staff. This one looked more like a baton, but Naruto knew the damage this weapon could inflict on him would be fatal. He barely evaded the thrown staff as Kakashi threw the weapon at him with great force, but before he could sigh in relief his eyes widened when he heard someone grabbing the staff from behind. Looking back he saw it was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the man was in close range now. Naruto tried to send a punch to send the cage back, but the old man ducked and gave a series of harsh blows with the help of his staff right between the space of Naruto's legs. If that was not bad enough, Kakashi took the chance and grabbed him from behind. The White Fang's son lifted Naruto straight of the ground and slammed him back on the hard surface. Naruto felt another set of his bones starting to crack. His legs felt like jelly due to the powerful blows which it had received from the staff-transformed Enma. He snarled viciously when the two powerful Konoha taijutsu users jumped at him again, ready to initiate another deadly combination attack. Amaterasu. The precise timing proved to be lethal as black flames erupted on Hiruzen's entire left arm. Kakashi instantly stopped when his leader howled in agony. He knew what he had to do to save Hiruzen, but his plans were shot to hell when Naruto appeared behind him and gave him a harsh kick, sending him sailing away. Hiruzen was now on his knees, his staff was lying a few feet away. Naruto took out a kunai and fired towards his former commander only to be stopped by Enma, who transformed back into his monkey form. Then, to the utter shock of both the warriors, Hiruzen took a kunai and quickly sliced off his badly burning left arm. The black flames didn't even stop then and continued to burn the severed limb, until it turned to ashes and disappeared in the air. Sarutobi, you, said Enma in shock, as he saw Hiruzen healing his now armless shoulder. For a moment, Naruto felt guilty when he saw Hiruzen in so much pain. He hesitated as memories of all the good times he had with this old man came back in his heart. His past had been painful. But there were some good times too. Now as he looked towards his future, all he could see was more conflict and an unending pain. He knew the path he had chosen, but it didn't make it any easier for him. Even now as he watched Konoha in ruins, its people dead, dying or injured, its leader in pain, he felt empty. Deep down he knew that he was not like Sasuke, he simply could not fight for revenge. People fought for a better future, to have a brighter tomorrow. But for him there was eternal darkness. His past, his present and his future. All of it was engulfed in darkness and misery. His parents were dead, his friends and family left behind, his comrades were lying in graves, his daughter was long gone. And most heartbreaking fact, was that the woman he loved would probably never be able to accept him. She had chose to be his enemy. There were limits to a person's endurance capacity. His had long past gone. Even now when he had power, status, respect, soldiers, he felt all alone. The hole in his heart was growing bigger every day, trying to swallow him entirely. Day by day he felt himself succumbing to the darkness, his soul vanishing from his body. Slowly he felt himself dying, felt Naruto dying. Suck it up, Naruto. You can't give up now, thought Naruto. He quickly started jumping from rooftop to rooftop as Enma, now backed up by Kakashi, started chasing after him, trying to lock him in close quarter combat. Both the warriors had seen him fight and knew very well that together they could inflict serious damage on their opponent. Naruto knew Kakashi was well aware of his weakness. After all, the man was the one who had taught him most of the things he knew. Combine that with Kakashi's Mangekyo and Enma's monstrous strength, Naruto realized he was in trouble. He narrowed his eyes when they made him fall back to the outer edge of Konoha, away from the village. A smirk came on his lips when a wounded Hiruzen appeared behind him. The trio had surrounded him. You leave me no choice, said Naruto calmly. Quickly biting his thumb, he completed his hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. There was a large puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Kakashi and Hiruzen were surprised to see Naruto standing atop the largest crow they had ever seen in their entire lives. The creature was almost as large as half the area of a district, its shadow looming over a large part of the dense forest. Its sharp eyes were focused on them, as it flapped its wings wildly in the air, sending powerful gusts of wind everywhere. The time for small fights is over, let's end this once and for all. One way or another. Challenged Naruto, getting a nod from Hiruzen. Kakashi bit his thumb and slammed his hand on the ground, while Hiruzen jumped atop Enma, who slowly started getting larger and larger. Kushios no Jutsu, summoning technique. Enma transformed into a giant monkey, turning into his original size, which he probably used in the summon realm. He was taller than the Hokage mountain which Naruto had just destroyed, and more larger in size than the toad which Jiraiya had summoned. The bloodthirsty look in the beast's eyes made him look more ferocious, not to forget Hiruzen, who now stood atop of him. On the other side, Kakashi was standing on top of a giant brown-colored dog. It had quite sharp teeth and 5 large tails. Its paws contained long nails, and it was breathing fire from its mouth. The Anbu and Naruto knew he was outnumbered, and compared to the summoned creatures of his opponents, his summon had less firepower. His most powerful crow was fast and gave him air superiority, but... Enough, Naruto. Fighting is meaningless now, you're done. Advised Kakashi, maybe the boy would listen to him now. Meaningless? Asked Naruto in disbelief, and glared at his caretaker furiously. You're injured and outnumbered. The fight is futile, give up, said Hiruzen harshly, as he saw Naruto bleeding profusely from his chest. Enma had really injured the boy by breaking his ribs and damaging his internal organs. The Hokage still found it hard to believe that Naruto was standing, he should be long dead by now. It just proved that the boy was extremely strong and stubborn, just like his mother. Not to forget, he had her temper. In so many ways, the boy reminded him of Kushina. Futile? Then why did Rei die? Why did Shin and Sai die? Asked Naruto bitterly. Neither Kakashi or Hiruzen had any answer for his question, the only thing they could do was to give him guilty looks. Kakashi, maybe it's not possible for us to coexist peacefully in this world. Answered Naruto sadly. It's still not too late, Naruto. Surrender, insisted Kakashi. Gods, why was the boy being so stubborn even when facing imminent death? The time we spent may be brief, but it was fun, Kakashi said Naruto, a gentle smile arriving on his lips. Naruto? Don't do this, you'll die if you keep on fighting. Pleaded Kakashi, despite everything he doubted he could bring himself to kill the boy whom he loved more than anything in this world. You are a Konoha ninja, said Naruto harshly, surprising Kakashi. Naruto? Hiruzen closed his eyes when he understood what Naruto's words meant. He looked towards Kakashi only to sigh on seeing the man still hell-bent on saving the boy from his death. I truly wish things didn't have to end this way, Kakashi. My friends and my daughter died because of Konoha, and your friends by my hands. Explained Naruto flatly, making Kakashi remember the hundreds of Konoha shinobi killed by Naruto today. At the same time, Naruto remembered all his root friends and Rei who had died one after another directly or indirectly due to Konoha. That's why there is no need for us to show our guts to each other. Fight with me to the end, Kakashi Hatake. Challenged Naruto, and saw Kakashi swallowing harshly. Despite everything, both of them were family and close to each other, and it was affecting Kakashi's will to fight against him. Kakashi clenched his fists, as tears threatened to spill from his eyes. This was unbearable. Only now did he understand Naruto's pain. To kill the one dearest to you, that was the test Danzo had made Naruto go through. And now Kakashi was facing the same test, just as he had faced it with Rin. Kill your emotions, Kakashi. Or duty will destroy you, said Naruto compassionately, repeating the words Shin had said to him just before he died. Naruto knew very well that right now he was in the same position like Shin, and Kakashi was facing the exact same dilemma which he had to go through all those years ago in Root. It's easy to hate someone you love, but almost impossible to kill them with your own hands. Naruto, don't make me do this. Pleaded Kakashi, tears visible in his eyes. Don't shed a single tear. Didn't I just tell you to kill all emotion from your heart? Asked Naruto angrily, why couldn't this man just fight and kill him? Why was he hesitating so much when he knew Naruto had destroyed Konoha and hurt his friends? Why? Any further conversation was silenced when Enma made a large jump and was now headed straight for the crow. Shiro, now! Commanded Naruto. His crow yelled loudly created a noisy sound that made Enma grab his ears in pain. The momentary distraction allowed Naruto to jump from his bird and dive straight towards Hiruzen. The Hokage quickly summoned several demon shuriken and threw it towards Naruto. A lot of people have put their faith in me. I won't fail them, thought Naruto passionately. Without a hand sign, another clone emerged ahead of Naruto, who went forward to fire several kunai, effectively cutting off the hidden strings through which Hiruzen had planned to direct his shuriken. As the weapons neared towards them, the shadow clone took the full brunt of the attack, dispelling into a puff of smoke. Chidori Izo, Chidori Spear. Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock when a long electric spear emerged from the smoke. Before he could react, the attack struck its target. Ah! Yelled Enma in pain. The electric spear had pierced clean through his right eye. The monkey had completely lost sight in one of his eyeballs now. Hiruzen rushed forward to save his partner, but Naruto landed on Enma's head. The electric spear had disappeared from Naruto's hand and now he was wielding his sword. The Hokage's eyes widened in horror when the sword erupted into flames. This is the end for you, Enma, said Naruto calmly. No, yelled Hiruzen desperately, as he jumped towards the boy. Slash. The sword was lodged into Enma's head as Naruto channeled a large amount of his energy into the weapon. If only his opponents knew he was no longer a simple Anbu captain, that he was a cage-level shinobi. They had underestimated him, and not it was time they paid the price. Taimatsu, flaming torch. Bright flames were born from the sword and they quickly took the form of a sharp spear. The attack seeped deep inside Enma's brain and Hiruzen felt the life fading from his battle partner whom he had known for decades. The Hokage collapsed on his knees as Enma gave a silent scream. Naruto gracefully took out his sword and put it back in its sheath. Hiruzen touched his friend's body, moments before the monkey disappeared from the world forever, never to return. A large puff of smoke was the only thing left of Enma. There was another scream and both Naruto as well as Hiruzen looked on their sides to see Kakashi's dog completely wrapped up in black flames. The beast fell flat on the ground before quickly disappearing into another puff of smoke. Several Reich soldiers had surrounded a wounded Kakashi from all sides. But the thing which shocked Hiruzen was Sasuke standing atop a hawk, with a pair of Mangekyo eyes. Naruto grit his teeth in frustration. He should have known. Sasuke never backed down from a fight, and certainly not the one in which his best friend's life was at stake. It was besides the fact that Sasuke wanted to destroy the ninja world even more than Naruto. Looking towards Hiruzen, the Otokage realized he had to end this quickly. Or Sasuke would do something from which there was no coming back. As much a pain in the ass the Uchiha boy was, Naruto considered Sasuke his family. The only one among few who had stuck by his side, unlike a few others. The sunlight vanished from the sky as the dark clouds hid the sun. Slowly rain started falling from the sky, drenching the burning land. The eyes of the last two warriors connected with each other. A faint smile came on Hiruzen's lips as he saw Naruto walking towards him. Pain was evident in the boy's eyes, yet there was a strange sense of conviction in them. Naruto truly believed that this was the only path left for him. The boy hesitated for a moment, before looking at the man whom he once loved as his own grandfather. Your people are not dead, they'll live, confessed Naruto, and saw relief arriving in Hiruzen's eyes. So the boy had done all that to make him angry, and the tactic had worked brilliantly. Naruto truly was a master of deception and the best liar Hiruzen had ever seen. You kept your word, said the Hokage hesitantly, his eyes becoming moist. Will you surrender? I'll be fair, suggested Naruto. A tiny hope still lingered in his heart which was quickly extinguished as Hiruzen gave him a sad smile. You're an honorable man, Naruto. You surpassed me, surpassed Kakashi. You of all people can understand the burden of my command, just don't make my people pay for my mistakes, requested Hiruzen, and saw Naruto struggling hard to control his tears. I promise. Naruto took out his sword, as Hiruzen fell down on his knees. The cage was tired, his wounds were severe and his frail body couldn't fight any longer. Even now he could feel that Naruto had held back, the boy had not unleashed his full power. Despite the hatred he had for Konoha, Naruto had been merciful. The boy's hands trembled as he pointed his sword towards Hiruzen. He couldn't control his tears any longer as they slipped from his eyes. Do not fear, this is the path you have chosen. Compared to your pain, mine will be instant. The path ahead of you is full of struggle and sorrow, but I know you will walk it. And one day your suffering will come to an end, just as mine ends today, advised Hiruzen kindly. Naruto steeled his resolve and plunged his sword deep into Hiruzen's chest, as the veteran Hokage smiled. The blow was so quick that Hiruzen had never felt the pain. With shaking hands he touched the crying boy's face and wiped away the tears falling from his eyes. "Go live my share too," said Hiruzen, a dry chuckle escaping from his lips. Naruto fell down on his knees. He gently removed the sword from Hiruzen's chest and enveloped the man in a tight hug. He heard Hiruzen smiling even as heavy sobs escaped from his mouth. "I forgive you," Gigi said Naruto tearfully, as Hiruzen placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "You truly are a kind child." Hiruzen stopped breathing, his motionless form collapsing completely in Naruto's arms. Haku stood in a distance and saw the son of the fourth Hokage cry tears of sorrow as he cradled Hiruzen's body in his arms. The battle was over, but his war had just started. Several Reich and Auto ninja came forward as Naruto made them lift Hiruzen's corpse on their shoulders. He still had tears in his eyes as he gave a firm salute to his fallen commander. His men followed suit and joined their leader in paying respect to the Hokage who had fought, bled and died for his village. "One day the ninja world will fade and crumble, yet you will always be remembered in my heart and in the hearts of those who carry your will," Hiruzen Sarutobi promised Naruto. As his soldiers took the fallen leader's corpse away, Naruto saw images of Shin, Sai, Rei, and all his deceased friends and family standing on the other side of the river. He even saw his parents standing there, and the familiar face of Hiruzen who gave him a smile. All of them were smiling at him. "We shall meet again. But not yet, not yet." Chapter 78. War begins. The cool breeze hit his skin, sending pleasant sensations across his body. His long blonde hair were wildly flowing in the air, effectively shadowing his entire face. He really needed a haircut. That thought alone made him smile. He was wearing a dark blue jacket, which was the only thing protecting him from the cold weather of the night. Small shorts were protecting the lower half of his body. His scarf was missing as he allowed his pale, handsome face to feel the beauty of nature. The cigarette in his right hand was burning idly. It had already burned halfway through, and yet he had not taken a single puff despite the cold weather. "One day your suffering will come to an end, just as mine ends today." He still remembered Hiruzen's dying words, his last message for him. It had almost been a week since that day, but he still remembered each and everything that had happened. It was imprinted deeply inside his brain. Now as he observed the reconstruction of Konoha, it made him wonder how much things were going to change. Not just for this village, but for Suna too. Toby had again surprised him. The Akatsuki leader had defeated the Suna defense forces. The Sand village was now effectively under his control. Just 2 days back he had appointed Gaara as the new leader of that village. The Kazekage's youngest child would govern the Wind Country, and would only be answerable to Naruto himself. Sound Country was already being ruled by him, and with the fall of Konoha he had already captured more than half of Fire Nation. The pieces were already falling into pieces, and he was on his way to become the first emperor of the world. The drums of war were beating loudly every day. The defenders of the ninja world were up in arms against him, while the reformists who wanted change had aligned on his side. It was a worldwide civil war, or revolution. Those are not good for your health. He threw the cigarette down the cliff as Haku came beside him. On the outside she seemed like her normal self, beautiful, calm, and carried herself with such grace which he had only seen in Kurenai. Yet he could sense the annoyance in her heart, and with good reason. "You've been avoiding me," said Haku flatly, as he simply stared at the village. "I've been avoiding a lot of things. You're just one of them," answered Naruto, no hesitation visible in his voice. "Are you okay, Naruto?" asked Haku worriedly, and saw him smile that serene smile which she had come to love. "I'm dealing with my issues. The Battle of Konoha changed me in more ways that you can imagine," explained Naruto, gaining an inquisitive look from her. "You forgave Hiruzen, after everything he did to you. You spared the lives of all the civilians who abused you for years. Why?" asked Haku. She clearly seemed frustrated with the choices he had made. And she was not the only one. Majority of his soldiers, supporters, even Sasuke disagreed with the choices he had made. A tired sigh escaped from his lips. He never expected them to understand why he did it, but was glad they accepted his decision regardless of their misgivings. Turning towards her, he saw the same bitterness in her eyes which he had once when he learned the truth of Rei's death. Both of them were alike, in more ways than anyone could imagine. He saw himself in her. Gently putting a hand on her cheek, he pushed away a strand of hair that was falling over her face. "Life's too short for revenge and grudges. We have to let go sometimes, or we ourselves would be crushed under the burden," said Naruto kindly. "I once had a loving family. Wonderful parents who loved each other and cared for me, Then the civil war started and my father found out my mother was a member of the Kekai Genkai clans. Just like Hiruzen, he forgot all the bonds we shared and sided with the Bloody Mist village. He tried to kill my mother and me, and my mother had to sacrifice her life to save mine. The man I once loved more than anything betrayed me and made me an orphan. There are some things which can be forgiven and some that can't. Explained Haku bitterly. Pain and anguish was visible in her voice and words. She closed her eyes when he hugged her, his broad arms and warm chest giving her comfort. He simply held her against him and the pain seemed to wither away. Seems we both have fucked up families. If it makes you feel any better, my parents sealed a monster in me. Talk about tough love, joked Naruto, as she chuckled on his sarcastic remark. It must have taken a lot of courage to make the decisions that you've made till now. You never cease to amaze me, said Haku truthfully. He let go of her and now stood beside her, their eyes observing the peaceful village. It was hard to believe that it was ground zero of a full-scale war barely a few days ago. I did it for myself. I wanted to remember Hiruzen for the man I loved once, and I saw a glimpse of that man at the end. He had suffered too, Haku. I loved him, he was family. He asked for my forgiveness, and even if he hadn't I would have still forgiven him. Regardless of his intentions, Hiruzen was one of the few people who showed me kindness. He took me in his home, gave me a family, had my back. Sure, he did make a mistake, but he did more for me than my parents ever did. I will never forget that. For me, Hiruzen will always be the kind, gentle grandfather who guided me, and not the harsh Hokage who put duty above family, stated Naruto clearly. And the villagers? They didn't ask for forgiveness, they still hate you. Even more now, said Haku. They are of no concern to me. They've already paid the price for their mistake by losing their freedom. They're slaves and I am their ruler. That's the harshest punishment they can get. The boy whom they hated more than anything now rules over them. Talk about karmic justice, the same goes for Gaara. After years of living a hellish life, I've returned with only one goal. What is it? To save my dying world. Answered Naruto, determination burning in his eyes. Naruto. But to do so, I can't be the killer I once was. To honor my friend's memory, I must be someone else. I must be something else. Haku smiled on hearing his goal. This was just like him. The more she tried to understand the mystery which was Naruto, the more she fell in love with him. I sometimes wonder how can you endure everything? I don't know what I would have done if I was in your place, said Haku calmly. I don't have a choice, Haku. From the start people have looked to me for leadership, for me to take the lead. I can't afford the luxury of falling to pieces, I have to make the right decisions. If I grieve or indulge in my personal wishes, the others don't get to do that, explained Naruto seriously. You're still a human being, Naruto. You're allowed to have feelings, you can't hide behind your mask forever. I'm not, said Naruto defensively. Then what about us, Naruto? Where do we stand? Asked Haku straightforwardly. She saw surprise in his eyes for getting right to the point. He took a deep breath and aimlessly glanced at the dark sky. He waited for a few moments before looking back at her. It is because of the life that I live, I can't be with the people I love. I just can't, said Naruto sadly, and she grasped his arms. Her gaze was fierce yet it had a desire in it, the same one which he had seen in Kurenai once. When I looked into Hiruzen's eyes that day, I realized something. One day it will be me, this life, that I have chosen. It only ends one way, answered Naruto calmly. His voice was heavy as he looked away from her. He couldn't look in her eyes right now, because if he did he would crumble. And that was the last thing he wanted right now. So, that's it? You're just gonna spend the rest of your life running away from love? You're doing the same thing to me which Kurenai did to you. I'm sorry, I can't agree with you on this. Because from the things that have happened in my life, I have learned that life is precious and there is so much more I want from it than just this crusade, said Haku harshly, and started walking away from him. Haku, I'm really sore. Save it. Don't come talking to me for anything other than professional duty. We're done talking until you stop isolating yourself, stop being a tragic hero, said Haku angrily. I don't expect you to understand, but I want to protect you, said Naruto calmly. I don't need your protection. Every idiot realizes his mistake one day, you will too in time. When that day comes, I will be waiting. Until then, we're done, said Haku harshly. Why are you doing this, Haku? Asked Naruto painfully, making her scoff. It is for your own good. Deep down your desire is to have a family someday, a wife, children, and live the rest of your days in peace. But you're so afraid of becoming like your parents, of making the same mistakes they did that you push everyone away. You're a good man, but you're a fucking idiot, yelled Haku fiercely. She surprised him by coming forward and giving a bone-crushing punch to his gut. Before he could reel in the shock, she grabbed his face and kissed him. He had barely felt the touch of her lips, before she turned around and started walking away. Her words had hit straight home, and he knew she was right. As she took each step away from him, he knew she was getting further away from him. He was losing her, just like he had lost Kurenai. Could he truly stop the past from repeating itself? Could he truly not become like his parents? Could he be the man she wanted him to be? Haku. A frustrated snarl escaped from her lips, but she stopped. She heard him walking towards her, and after a deep sigh she turned around and looked at him harshly. What? Snapped Haku, making him flinch. Calm down. Just, give me some time to think about this, requested Naruto, but she shook her head. I've already given you more than enough time. You just can't make up for your fucking mind, answered Haku. Why are you cursing so much? You never do that, said Naruto meekly, as she rolled her eyes in exasperation. Because that's what people do when they're pissed. Which I am right now. You say you're different than your other rude comrades, but you're just as dumb. You can't understand emotions of people, much less the love of a woman. Danzo fucked up your mind completely, or you're just a dumbass, replied Haku teasingly, and smirked when his eyebrows twitched. You're being mean, Haku, complained Naruto. And what are you going to do about it? Command me to go away. Naruto Uchiha commands you to not love him, because he's afraid of love and women. I can totally see you doing that, mocked Haku. Oh, I like her already. She's got balls, that came out wrong, said Kurama bemusedly, his laugh irritating his container even more. God damn it, Kurama. Don't make me regret giving you free will again, replied Naruto irritatedly. Is that what you call forgiving me? Free will? Because last I checked I'm still locked up in a cage, retorted the fox sarcastically, but deep down the fox knew he was in this boy's debt. Naruto was far more merciful and kind than the fox had imagined him to be. After his ordeal with Hiruzen, the boy had came to his cage. Kurama, who had seen the entire conversation with Hiruzen, had simply asked for forgiveness. He could still remember Naruto looking at him with those calculative eyes. Just stop being miserable, you annoying fox. Kurama had never laughed so hard as that day in centuries. Things were still a little frosty between them. They were a long way from trusting each other, at least Naruto was. But the boy had taken the first step towards reconciliation. After months of being pissed at his best friend and partner, Naruto had finally decided to forgive him. He needed the fox, just as much as the fox needed the boy. What do you think of her? Of all of this? Am I making the right choice? Asked Naruto doubtfully. I don't know about that. But what I do know is that if you turn away now, then you'll be making a big mistake. You took a leap of faith with me, she has done more for you than I ever did, advised Kurama, as the boy sighed. I'm fucked up, Kurama. I just don't want to let her get hurt, from anything. Even if it means from myself, said Naruto worriedly. Maybe. But she will definitely be crushed if you push her away. You need her as much as she needs you. And Naruto, before you make a decision, I want you to know that possibly there will come a day when Kurenai sees what Haku sees right now. What will you do then? Think about it, suggested Kurama. Naruto was silent for a few moments. He had not left a single loophole in sealing Kurenai's memory on her request. She would never remember what they were, but if somehow she did and came back to him, then what? Oh, fuck, thought Naruto tiredly. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, said Naruto hesitantly. The boy was clearly conflicted. I understand. Good luck, and Naruto, thank you, replied Kurama gratefully, making the boy smirk. You owe me one. More than one, my friend. Haku flicked his forehead, making him snap out of his trance. He glared at her, but she returned his action with equal passion. Their little staring contest continued for a minute before Naruto wrapped his arms around her. I love you, Haku. He had finally said it, after months of flirting and dancing around, after repeated denials and attempts to push her away. He had said the truth in the most unromantic, idiotic, lazy and careless way. She was probably out of her mind when she felt her heart overcoming with joy. Tears came in her eyes as she wrapped her arms around him. Her legs felt weak, but he held her. You're an idiot, but you're my idiot, said Haku, tears falling from her eyes. He looked in her eyes as she saw the fear in him. He was afraid of falling in love again, afraid of hurting her. She could see he still blamed himself for the way things ended with Kurenai. But what he didn't understand was that Kurenai made her choice. She chose to be a true Konoha ninja. And Haku chose him. For her, Naruto was her home, a person whom she could find shelter and solace in. And the same could be said for him. I don't know how we're going to do this, or where we go from here. But I will try, Haku. I really will. Promise, Naruto, and she smiled on hearing his honest answer. We're both fucked up, Naruto. I've lived a crazy life, and your heart is already broken by another woman. She still holds that heart, and there is nothing I can do which can change that. But what I do know is that I want this, badly. I want us, said Haku possessively, as her lips kissed his cheek passionately. He let her kiss him, across his cheeks, across his neck. For a moment, he remembered the love between him and Kurenai. Then the memory where she chose Konoha over him. She was his first crush, first love, the woman he had loved truly and always will. But some things were probably never meant to be. He had to stop living in denial. He had to accept reality and move on. Kurama was right. All his life he had lived for others, for the village, for his friends, for family, for Kurenai. He never let his desires flourish, because they were not important. But Haku had taught him life was too short. He had even seen it in Hiruzen's eyes. Naruto himself had lived a life full of regrets, and he doubted he could continue adding up to his list of regrets. Maybe this was selfish, but he needed this as much as Haku. He needed someone. He didn't want to be alone. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the memories of the past into a deep part of his heart. It would always be there. That love which he had for Kurenai will never go away, but he had to start living in the present. Just like Kurama had said. A leap of faith. Taking that jump, he grasped her cheeks and looked into her eyes. She was as beautiful as the moon. For a moment he got completely lost in her beauty. He was not much of a romantic person, but right now he felt he could stare in her deep blue eyes for eternity and die a contented man. But he wanted more, so he bent down and claimed her lips. He felt her smiling as she melted into the kiss. By now he realized she was no novice. He kissed her gently first, just as she liked it. He let them enjoy the sensations of their lips touching each other. Slowly he deepened the kiss. By now, Haku had taken the lead and pushed her tongue against his. They pushed harder, each of them struggling for dominance. He silently smirked when he overwhelmed her and gained his victory. She smiled into the kiss and wrapped her arms around his neck. His arms snaked around her waist and he lifted her up. Haku quickly entangled her legs around his waist as he held her against him closely. Words couldn't describe how happy he felt in this moment. He felt at peace. For the first time in months, he felt free. He was truly living a real life now. That emptiness which had emerged in his heart during the fight against Hiruzen slowly vanished. He realized that the emptiness was always there in his life from the start. It was Kurenai's love at first that filled that hole. Now that it was gone and the hole had started to grow, another loving woman had came in his life. She had healed him. He thanked the gods for letting him be lucky in this area of his life. He gently broke the kiss after a few minutes, and Haku saw his eyes were moist on the corners. "What's wrong?" asked Haku worriedly. She put her hands on his cheeks and stroked away the strands of blonde hair that were falling over his face. "Nothing, I'm just happy." "Truly happy," said Naruto. A bright smile was visible on his handsome face. "You're not messing with me, are you, mister?" asked Haku teasingly, as he shook his head. "Thank you for being so harsh with me. I would have probably made a huge mistake if I had let you go tonight. The truth is I need you much more than you need me." "I'm just a little thick-headed and stubborn," said Naruto embarrassingly, a blush creeping up on his cheeks. "Just a little?" teased Haku, as he rolled his eyes. "Fine, a lot. You happy now?" asked Naruto sarcastically, and received a kiss in reward. "Much." He kissed her again, and this time she felt the desire awaken in her. He was not faring much better, as she felt his hardness against her ass. A blush crept up on his cheeks. It was hard for him to control his desire. He looked into her eyes asking the unsaid question, and without a second thought she gave him a eager nod. "Let's have some fun together, Your Highness," teased Haku, saying the last part huskily near his ears. He leaned closer to her, his lips now kissing her ear, gently eliciting a brief moan from her. "Your wish is my command, my captain," said Naruto teasingly. Holding her tightly, he made them shunshine to Kakashi's old apartment. The place was empty since Kakashi and Anko had moved into a bigger apartment, not that it mattered right now since Kakashi was enjoying the cold cell of a nice jail. He still had to deal with that issue in the morning. Kami knew how much he had to force Sasuke to stop him from killing Kakashi. Talk about a revenge-obsessed person. Naruto wondered whether his decision to tell the truth of the Uchiha massacre to Sasuke was the right move or not, but he had done it regardless. He had also told Sasuke about his root past. His best friend had listened to everything and said only 5 words. "I need some time alone." It had been a week and Sasuke had never left the Uchiha clan compound. Naruto had asked Guren to keep an eye on his friend, and she had reported seeing Sasuke walking aimlessly through his clan territory every day. Sometimes the boy would stare into homes, reminiscing memories. Naruto knew his friend needed help. Sasuke was already impulsive. If he didn't receive help, his friend might just go batshit crazy. And a crazy Sasuke was not good for anyone's health. "Kurama, remind me to talk to lazy Kakashi and emo Sasuke tomorrow," said Naruto absently, as he kicked open the door of the apartment, making Haku laugh. "Do I look like a damn secretary to you?" asked Kurama irritatedly, as a devious smirk came on the boy's face. "No, you're not my secretary. You're my bitch," joked Naruto, and laughed when the fox slammed his tails against the cage bars. "Let me out and have a one-on-one fight, you puny human." Naruto cut off the link, but he still felt the Kyuubi yelling obscenities and curses on him. Meanwhile, Haku was simply staring at him as he carried her inside the apartment, still holding her lovingly in his arms. She realized that he was the one. He was her destiny. It didn't matter to her right now that he had loved another woman in the past. All that mattered was that he loved her now and she was his princess. She was in his arms and tonight this was how it was meant to be. She slipped her arms around his neck and turned her face up to his. They weren't in an exotic garden at twilight, but this was how it was meant to be. She knew the moment his lips met hers that he had always been her destiny. The kiss was everything she had dreamed it would be, gentle as a whisper, almost hesitant at first, and then as he felt her response it deepened. Naruto Uchiha knew how to kiss. Her body, barely touching his in the beginning, seemed to melt against his without any effort on her part. The kiss deepened again as lips and tongues melded. She had waited for him for a reason. There was only one way this night was going to end for them. Naruto wanted to pull her clothes off and devour her, right there, right that minute, but he knew he couldn't. He had to do this gently. He had to take his time. Slowly, though, and by degrees, by kisses and then by touches, he realized that Haku might be a virgin, but she wasn't entirely inexperienced. Her knowledge coupled with her innocence was like an added aphrodisiac to him. They left a trail of clothes as they progressed from the kitchen to the bedroom until they were finally naked on the bed. She was the beautiful, blue-eyed girl of his dream, the girl who had given him the gift of love with her kiss, and he wanted her more than anything in the world right now. And yet at the moment she was ready for him, when her hands and lips and whispered words were urging him to complete the act they had started, he hesitated. At first Haku couldn't understand Naruto's hesitation and then she understood it completely. In the end she was the one who pushed him onto his back and straddled him. He tried to say her name but she leaned over him and put her mouth on his. It wasn't Kurenai Yuhi's name she wanted on his lips at this moment but hers, however now was the wrong time to be jealous about a woman from the past. She was awkward, but she managed to accomplish what he had hesitated to do. The sharp intake of her breath was involuntary. She stopped and held herself still as she grew accustomed to this new feeling, not quite pain this first time, but not quite pleasure either. I'm sorry, Naruto said. I don't want to hurt you. I would never hurt you. I know you wouldn't. Haku kissed him again. He was the man she loved. She knew he would never hurt her. That's why he had hesitated, but when it came to love, someone had to be the first and for her it was Naruto. She was so ready that she didn't have to move much after that and then it was better than anything she had ever felt before in her life. Naruto tried to wait. He really tried, but this beautiful blue-eyed girl had wrapped herself around him, had taken him in all her innocence, and he had waited for her for so long that he couldn't wait any longer. He shut his eyes and surrendered to the feeling. The only thing that even remotely compared to it was the way he felt when he had been with Kurenai. Afterward he couldn't hold her close enough. He couldn't stop gently stroking her hair. He must be doing something right to have found a wonderful girl like her, to have her here in his arms, to be the first man she had ever let love her like this. An hour later, both of them lay exhausted in the bed. Their bodies wrapped up against each other. Haku had placed her head on his chest and was contently listening to his even breathing. One of his hands was gently rubbing her bare back, while the other was running soft strokes across her cheek. Neither of them had said a word, and were simply enjoying the silence and the beauty of the cool night. Deciding to be bold, he gently cupped her chin and made her look up at him. There was a serene smile on his face, which made her smile too. "Would you like to go out for dinner sometime?" asked Naruto hesitantly. "Are you asking me out on a date, Nidaime?" questioned Haku mischievously, as he rolled his eyes. "Yes. Your wish is my command." The door to his cell opened slowly and the familiar figure of Naruto walked inside. A knowing smirk came on Kakashi's face when he saw the look in Naruto's eyes and on his face. Even in his prisoner uniform, Kakashi still managed to look the same masked ninja he had always been. "I know that look," said Kakashi coolly, as Naruto looked up at the ceiling. "I don't know what you're talking about," replied Naruto evasively. "Come on. Admit it, you got laid yesterday," said Kakashi flatly. "No, I didn't." "Oh, please. Come on, just give me a few details. Was it hot? Give me something, Naruto. You even took away my precious," whined Kakashi, as Naruto rolled his eyes. Sometimes he wondered who was the adult between them. "You know I can't let you have any piece of paper or pen. It wouldn't take you a second to write some information and send it to your defeated comrades with Pakun's help," stated Naruto flatly. It was Kakashi who rolled his eyes and lifted his shackled arms, and the chakra suppression seals on them were a dead giveaway to his helpless state. "Nope. You're too smart and sneaky to be given any freedom." "I know you better, Kakashi," said Naruto seriously, as the copy ninja gave him an eye smile. "I can't live without my precious," complained Kakashi, making Naruto sigh. "Look, I'll give you your damn book if you agree to join me. Even let you go out and live like a normal ninja of my army," offered Naruto. "Are you going to let me go?" "Anko will be missing me," said Kakashi smartly, and was surprised when he saw a cold look arriving in Naruto's eyes. "I've already repaid my debt to her. I don't owe her anything else, so you can forget about playing that card." "Then why didn't you kill me?" "You know why. Sasuke would have gladly done it, if you didn't want to do it yourself. Leave him out of this. He's already fucked up enough." "Oh, he is. I'll make this clear. You're not going back to your comrades, and I'm not killing you. Unless you join me, you can rot in this prison. Knowing you, without your precious you'll go crazy in maybe another week." "You wouldn't." "I will, and you know it. Tell you what, you join me and I'll not let a tiny harm come on Anko. No matter the situation. Tempting, but you're not gonna harm her anyway. I know it. Team. Got under your skin, didn't I? If you're in such a hurry, why not just cast your ultimate genjutsu on me? Make things easier for yourself." For the first time Kakashi saw something different in Naruto's eyes. He didn't want to conquer him, but wanted to persuade him. "I'll come by tomorrow," said Naruto seriously, and saw Kakashi staring at him. "I'll think about your offer," replied Kakashi finally. "Very well. At least tell me about the girl. Is it Guren?" asked Kakashi teasingly, and saw Naruto rolling his eyes. "No. Tuya? Are you crazy? Karen? Gross. Tsunade? Oh, you lucky bastard, Jiraiya would be so jealous. She has nice assets. I'll kill you, Kakashi." "Not her, damn. Oh my god, Sasuke? I'll burn your precious to ashes." "No. Okay, someone else, that right, Captain? What was her name, Haku?" Kakashi narrowed his eyes when Naruto looked the other way. A smirk came on his face as he finally got the truth out of his adopted son or brother, whatever both of them preferred to call each other. "I'm happy for you," said Kakashi honestly, a true smile visible on his face. "You are?" asked Naruto, surprise visible in his eyes. "Of course, why wouldn't I be? Your ambition is different from your personal life, and you've been through a lot. Kurenai is not coming back either, so, yeah, you do get a free pass and my blessing," said Kakashi happily. "You're not a priest. But I'm your father, no scratch that your elder brother. Dad seems too old for me," said Kakashi nonchalantly. "Fair enough, Nisan. Happy now?" asked Naruto sarcastically. "See you tomorrow?" said Kakashi coolly, but Naruto sensed the lingering hope in the man's voice. Living in a jail was not a pleasant experience, but it was better than being dead or being one of Naruto's mind-controlled soldiers. "You know I won't leave you," replied Naruto comfortingly, as Kakashi gave him an eye smile. Stay safe, Naruto. You too, Kakashi. Hey, it's not like I'm going anywhere. You better not, because I just received the latest Uchiha Desert Safari Edition. The door to the cell quickly closed and just in time as Kakashi leapt like a monkey and grabbed the bars tightly. He saw Naruto running away and the boy's laughter was echoing across the entire cell block while Kakashi screamed. Give me precious. Sasuke was idly staring at the blank wall of his room. In a matter of a few months his life had been turned completely upside down. He was now a traitor of his village, had murdered more people than all his classmates ever could. Had subdued a cage, helped his new leader win an invasion. His best friend turned out to be a secret Anbu captain, and just thinking about Naruto's story made his head spin. The blonde idiot was more fucked up than him, the difference was that Naruto could control his hatred while he couldn't. His own elder brother had massacred their clan because it was a mission. The Uchihas were planning to rebel, and now that he knew why he was glad Konoha was destroyed or he would have done it with his own two hands. He would have murdered every man, woman and child and he would have laughed in front of their corpses. If previously he hated Uchiha Itachi, now he wanted nothing more than to rip that man to tiny shreds. Despite all the injustice done to the Uchiha clan, Itachi had remained loyal to a corrupt village? He murdered their parents, their mother for Konoha? I swear to you, Itachi. I'll hunt you down to the bottom of hell itself, and I will kill you. I will kill every single Konoha ninja, civilian. You will pay for what you did to father, mother and my clan. Thought Sasuke fiercely. Yo. Just what I need, another Kakashi clone, said Sasuke irritatedly, and saw Naruto sitting on the window of his room. Gods, the boy was so much like Kakashi that sometimes it freaked him out. And just what I need, meeting an emo in the morning. Retorted Naruto coolly. Then go away. Nobody asked you to come here. Jerk. Bitch. So are your marbles in place? Or do I need to go call Tsunade? Asked Naruto seriously, his voice losing all playfulness. Sasuke wanted nothing more than to be left alone, but looking into Naruto's stubborn gaze was enough to show him he was not going to win this battle. His best friend was one of the most stubborn people he had ever known. I'm fine. Lied Sasuke, making Naruto snort. And Jiraiya is not a pervert. Replied Naruto sarcastically. What do you want? Got a little party tonight. All officers will be there, I want to introduce you to them, maybe get you familiar with a few interested girls, hinted Naruto, and saw the irritation in the Uchiha's eyes. I'll pass. I'm not asking, Sasu-chan. Stop being annoying, Naruto. Leave me alone. Not an option. You still want to kill Itachi? Asked Naruto quickly, he just had a plan that might work. What makes you think I don't? Questioned Sasuke heatedly, making Naruto raise his hands and surrender. Just asking. Sure, killing Itachi Uchiha has been added to Reich's hit list. I'll take him down. This is my business. Not before I give you some training. You're tough, but I've fought with your brother. I know how he fights, and frankly in your current state he'll kick your ass, stated Naruto frankly. Naruto smirked when he saw Sasuke's interest peaking, now came the time to seal the deal. Gods, he was an awesome manipulator. Tell me everything you know about him. Jutsu, weapons, everything, demanded Sasuke, the boy was certainly persistent. One condition. There's always a fracking catch. Complained Sasuke, as Naruto raised his eyebrows. Fracking? You meaning fucking, right? Asked Naruto curiously. That word's old. Fracking sounds much better and modern, said Sasuke triumphantly, and was surprised when Naruto shrugged. Sure, fracking it is then. Remind me to make the necessary change in literature and history. Replied Naruto coolly, and saw a faint smile arriving on Sasuke's lips. You sure you aren't Kakashi disguised as Naruto? I can hardly make the difference, said Sasuke teasingly. Hey, I lived with that masked bastard for years. I inherited a lot of things from him. Most of them annoying. What was that? Nothing. What do you want from me? I want information on Itachi, and you to train me, said Sasuke begrudgingly. If there was one thing noticeable about Sasuke was the boy's pride. He was a true Uchiha, arrogant, egoistic, loner through and through. Not that Naruto was much better, but he had some Senju blood in him. So he was balanced, so to speak. At least that was what the Nidai Motokage believed. You'll not be a loner. I'm officially appointing you as my Knight of Honor, You'll accompany me to all diplomatic, strategic meetings, and social occasions. That includes parties, and hang out with the girls I choose for you, said Naruto happily. The expression on Sasuke's face made him want to die laughing. You want me to be your bodyguard and your playboy? Asked Sasuke incredulously. You are more than qualified for the first position, and I need someone strong and powerful to watch my back. Who better than my best friend, and the second position, you were already a playboy ever since the academy. So it shouldn't make much of a difference now, said Naruto nonchalantly. By now he could see little smoke coming from Sasuke's ears. The boy was fracking pissed. And if I refuse? Asked Sasuke defiantly. He would be damned if he lost so easily. Oh, your loss. I'll just tell every female in the empire that you're gay, even print your photo in the special magazine for men. Then you'll have an entire army of fanboys after you, and down goes the dream of reviving the Uchiha clan, threatened Naruto, and laughed when he saw all color draining from Sasuke's face. You wouldn't, said Sasuke, even his voice was trembling at this point. The boy gulped nervously when Naruto gave him his famous prankster smile. Try me, just try me, Yuki-chan. Sasuke glared daggers at Naruto. If looks could kill, Naruto would be ashes. Instead, the blonde devil was whistling idly. The bastard knew he had won the argument. Fine. We have a deal, said Sasuke begrudgingly, and saw Naruto clapping happily. $1 million smile was visible on that blonde idiot's face. Finally, I'll get you laid with one of the girls tonight. It will be fracking awesome, said Naruto creepily, making Sasuke take a step back. I never agreed to that, and fracking is my word, said Sasuke quickly. Not anymore. And oh, you did agree to sleeping with beautiful girls. See Clause 7 of our contract. Replied Naruto playfully, as he tossed a scroll to Sasuke which had many conditions written in it. You're crazy. I prefer the term extraordinarily smart. I swear I'll kill you for this one day, Naruto. I swear to the gods. Promised Sasuke, embarrassment evident on his face and in his eyes. Naruto turned around and gave Sasuke a playful wink which further infuriated his best friend. You can try. But until then you're my bitch, the party starts at 7. Be there, I don't want my bodyguard to be late. And your partner for tonight is Karen. Naruto quickly jumped away from the window as a kunai barely passed over his head. He could hear Sasuke cursing him loudly, which only made him chuckle. The horrified look on Sasuke Uchiha's face was priceless. Karen had fallen in love with Sasuke the minute she saw his handsome face. It was quite a relief for Naruto to lose a fangirl of his own. Not so much fun for Sasuke. The mere thought of Karen pestering Sasuke for hours and having her way with him satisfied Naruto's deepest fantasies. Maybe he had been around Anko for too long. He was definitely a sadist. You need to keep his darkness in control. Otherwise he might become a threat. He still remembered Haku's words. She had suggested him to remove Sasuke from the plan since he was unstable. But Naruto had flatly refused. He had already lost everything from his past life. Sasuke was among the handful friends he still had, and the boy was his cousin. A brother. And Naruto would rather go to hell than turn his back on Sasuke. It may be a pain in the ass to keep Sasuke in check, but it was better than letting a crazy Sasuke run around in an already fucked up world. Besides, he liked annoying the hell out of Sasuke Uchiha. And he had learned a new thing from his best friend. Fracking. Kurenai groggily opened her eyes. She just had the weirdest dream. In her imagination, she saw herself being friends with the worst traitor of Konoha, Naruto Uchiha. Her mind was definitely fucked up if she saw images of her and that traitor going on missions, chatting, even romancing. You will see everything little by little, and your curse is that all of it shall be true. A cold shiver ran down her spine when she remembered Sasuke's words and what he had done to her. That boy had broken some kind of seal in her brain, or at least put a crack in it. She didn't know whether he was bluffing or there was actually any kind of seal in her brain. But the more she thought about it, the more the memories of Naruto assaulted her mind. She opened her eyes completely and saw herself sitting in a plain bed. The room was nothing fancy either, which made only one word arrive in her mind. Hospital. Groaned Kurenai. Perfect assumption. Still better place than being captured in an enemy cell. She snapped to her right and saw Jiraiya the Toad Sage sitting on the window. The man had an unreadable expression in his eyes as he wrote down something in a book. Jiraiya-sama. You defeated the enemy? Asked Kurenai in surprise, and Jiraiya sighed when he saw the foolish hope in her eyes. How long do you think you were out? A couple of hours. You have been unconscious for more than a week. If not for Fire Country's best doctors, you'll be in a permanent coma. Somebody completely messed up your mind. Someone with a Sharingan is what I'll bet my money on." He let her absorb the shock. Her hands trembled as she probably remembered what had happened to her, and who had done it to her in the first place. "Konoha?" asked Kurenai in fear. Things were already bad when she was still fighting. If she had also fallen, then lost. We lost the village and more than half of Fire Nation by now. She took a sharp breath, her eyes widened in horror and disbelief. The village was lost? And half of the Fire Country too? Jiraiya saw she was about to start a series of unending questions and quickly raised his hand, making her stop before the tirade even began. He was here for a reason, and the visit had to be short. He had to get back to the front lines quickly. "Here's the report. We lost Konoha, half of Fire Nation. The third Hokage fought till his last breath against the enemy and was finally killed by Naruto after a prolonged battle," said Jiraiya flatly, his face an unreadable mask. If there was any sadness or anger in his heart, then the Sannin was hiding it extremely well. "What about Kakashi? Anko? Sakura? All the Jinan? And my Task Force 1 soldiers?" asked Kurenai worriedly. She did well in hiding the pain she felt on hearing about Hiruzen's death. If Jiraiya could control his emotions, then so would she. "Kakashi was captured. Last I checked he's still alive. Naruto won't kill him, so you don't need to worry about that. Anko is here, she's pissed as a mad bull but alive. Sakura made out alive with some other Jinan. Hinata Hyuga is missing. I've still got Hiashi on my ass demanding to find his daughter. Rock Lee didn't make it out of the hospital, the enemy got to him. Strangely, your lover Naruto spared the boy. He even asked Tsunade to start healing Lee," explained Jiraiya frustratedly. He wanted to hate Naruto so much. But after hearing the boy's merciful acts, Jiraiya's anger towards the boy had increased. They were still enemies and he would kill Naruto for what he had done to Konoha and Hiruzen, but he could now see why Tsunade chose the boy. Kurenai grasped her head in pain, so many things were spinning out of control. But her mind narrowed down on one thing, which Jiraiya said. "What do you mean by lovers? I barely knew Naruto," said Kurenai in protest, and saw Jiraiya's eyes widening in shock. "So that's what he did? Sneaky bastard. What did he do? Tell me," demanded Kurenai, a new fear creeping up in her heart. Sasuke's words came flooding back in her mind. What if all of the things the Uchiha said turned out to be true? "My best guess, Naruto would have revealed something important to you about his plan. Maybe even asked you to join him. Now that I think about it, that was the first thing he would have done. Both of you have been in a relationship for almost 5 years now, the strongest couple I had ever seen after that idiot boy's parents. You both went to hell and heaven for each other," said Jiraiya honestly. "I don't believe it." "Deny it all you want, but it's the harsh truth. Ask Anko, you trust her since she's your best friend. She'll back my claim, but you already have an idea about it, don't you?" asked Jiraiya knowingly. Kurenai sighed and then explained her battle with Sasuke and what he did to her. Jiraiya jumped from the window and stepped beside her. He slapped a seal on her forehead which glowed blue. "So, it's true. You won't like to hear this, but there's a memory seal in your head. And if we go by Sasuke's testimony, it was made by Naruto, and if it was made by him, then I can only think of one person besides the boy who can remove it. The question is, do you want to? The truth is ugly," warned Jiraiya. "I need some time to figure everything out." "Fair enough. The doctors tell me you're physically fine, that's good news. How did I get here?" "Asuma brought you here. Brave lad, he also saved the young Jinan, he's dead." Kurenai felt her eyes becoming moist. She had known Asuma briefly. He was a good comrade, and a friend. He had saved her life and now he was dead. She couldn't even get a chance to thank him. She was silent for a few minutes before she looked at Jiraiya with ice-cold eyes, the look of a leader. "What's the situation? And what are we doing to take our home back?" asked Kurenai fiercely. Whatever tragedy had befallen upon them, they would fight back. She won't let her people be defeated so easily. Her mind and heart were now completely conflicted when it came to Naruto. If those memories she occasionally saw were true, then she loved this man. And after hearing his merciful acts, she couldn't help but gain a begrudging respect for him. Even in war, Naruto was true fighter and an honorable leader. But he was also the one who destroyed her home, took her friends. Could she truly love a man like that? However, the more her past memories came back, the more she felt conflicted. The daimyo died of a heart attack a few days ago. His health was already frail since the past few years, but rumor has it that he didn't die a natural death. Are you telling me the daimyo was murdered? Asked Kurenai in shock. Possibly, so are majority of his children. The few that remain have pledged their loyalty to the new daimyo formerly known as Princess Karen. Kurenai took a deep breath to calm her nerves. She had heard about Karen. The woman was a hardliner and the only one among the daimyo's children who was a fighter and skilled in ninja arts. She was also a cruel bitch, victorious but cruel. With everything going on, the useless politicians would be blaming Naruto for this tragedy. Karen orchestrated the perfect coup, but to kill her own father and siblings is disgusting, said Kurenai bitterly. So, beauty with brains. A deadly combination. It seems you and I share the same taste in women, Naruto thought Jiraiya curiously. People have killed their family for less, answered the Toad Sage frankly. Nothing is more important than family. At least not to me. Kurenai froze in shock when Jiraiya took up a hat from a table behind her. The mere sight of the thing made her tremble. Without a word he placed it on her, as she looked at him in disbelief. Congratulations, God, I'm 5th. You are the new Hokage of Konohagakure. The will of fire burns brightly in you, and by the order of the daimyo I bestow this title upon you. May you serve your people with the best of your abilities and guide them with your wisdom in this need of hour. By the time Jiraiya was finished with his speech, Kurenai felt dizzy. The Toad Sage handed her a glass of water, which she quickly drank. Her fierce ruby eyes glared murder at him. What kind of sick joke is this? Asked Kurenai furiously. This is no joke, Kurenai. Why do you think I was waiting for you to wake up? Asked Jiraiya sarcastically. You're the most powerful ninja of our village. You should be the leader, why me? Questioned Kurenai confusedly. Powerful yes. Wise no. With the war raging on I have to be on the front lines and gather information all the time. I don't have any time to spare for this job. Besides, I'm not the right person for it. Karen agrees with this decision. Explained Jiraiya patiently. What about Kakashi? Shikaku Nara? Inoiki? Or any of the other clan heads? Surely they are more qualified than me. Argued Kurenai. This was all too much for her to accept. Kakashi is captured. Shikaku and Inoiki were killed when Naruto went all kamikaze in his QB form. Some of the clan heads didn't make it, those who did have their hands full in maintaining order in their clan. There is chaos everywhere. We lost several ninja in the invasion. Hundreds were captured by Naruto and turned against us. That boy used his genjutsu on our captured soldiers and made them attack Iwa. He even let them destroy a few towns and cities, said Jiraiya gravely. Oh my god. Yes, you're right. The fourth great ninja war has started. Iwagakure and Earth Country have attacked us. That Tsuchikage was always itching for a fight. Naruto made our soldiers massacre hundreds of Iwa ninja. Entire Iwagakure is out for blood. Konoha and Suna are under Naruto's control now. I still can't figure out how the boy got the Sand Village, except for reports that 2 of his men went in and killed or subdued all Sand Ninja. A new Kazekage has been appointed, but he is loyal to Naruto only. Otogakure and Sound Country are also under Naruto's rule, and from the latest reports a large contingent of Reich soldiers and Auto Ninja have landed in Water Country. Kiri has barely recovered from the civil war. My spies tell me it won't last long against Naruto's army. The only good news that I have for you is that Komagakure and Lightning Country are staying out of this mess for now, concluded Jiraiya. I need a drink, said Kurenai weakly. To wake up from a coma and find out you're the Hokage and are representing your village in a world war was probably the worst news any Konoha ninja had ever faced. I figured you would need one after hearing about this mess. Here, just take a sip or you'll knock yourself out cold. It's strong, advised Jiraiya. She drank a sip of the sake from the flask and put it on the table beside her. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Jiraiya seriously. You're the highest ranking officer left in our forces after me. You also have the leadership skills which you aptly displayed in the wave invasion. You displayed willingness to go to any lengths for the safety of the village after adopting the secret mission of subduing Yakumo and now choosing the village over your love. I've read your file and in my eyes you are the perfect person for this job, that's why I recommended you. The Anbu commander is missing, or else he would have gotten this job. Do you understand what we're up against, Kurenai Yuhi? Asked Jiraiya seriously. Yes, and I'll do everything in my power to help win this war. But why me? Because you're the only weakness of Naruto Uchiha. He loves you, he still does, said Jiraiya frankly. I don't believe it. Trust me when I say how Naruto feels about you. Kurenai, you may have chosen the village over him. You're a loyal ninja, and if my guess is correct, then you refused to side with Naruto, even tried to stop him or persuade him from starting this madness. He loved you enough to wipe out everything from your mind, make you hate him, give you a clean slate. Free from guilt, that is the extent to which he would go for you, perhaps even more, hinted Jiraiya. What are you saying? Asked Kurenai hesitantly. She was not liking the way things were heading. But she had no choice, her people's existence was at stake. I'm taking you up as my student. Whenever I'm free and back, I will train you. I will teach you everything I know, even give you the Toad contract. You will work hard and get strong enough to face him. He's a cage-level ninja. And you have the determination and strength to be one. Your loyalty towards your people and your patriotism will become your strength, and I will make you stronger. Follow my training and do whatever I say, then I believe one day you will be able to fight Naruto Uchiha, promised Jiraiya. And? He loves you, and a man who loves tends to make mistakes. When you fight, he will definitely slip and hesitate. You will use that chance to kill him, said Jiraiya coldly. Kurenai felt as if someone had jabbed a cold knife through her heart. Hearing Jiraiya's master plan made her nervous. The ninja in her was amazed by the marvelous plan. It was deception at its best. Naruto would never see it coming, and they could end this madness by making him a scapegoat of this war. However, she didn't know why, but she refused to do such a heinous thing. And that was making her mad. Why was she caring about a traitor? If only Sasuke was here right now, she would kill him with her bare hands. That boy had messed her head up. Previously she was so sure of her beliefs about Naruto and his war. But now... Jiraiya placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and gave her a reassuring smile. I'm not asking you to kill him with your own hands. I just want you to fight against him for our people. He's the enemy, Kurenai. You just have to keep him busy. I've got another capable ninja who will finish the job. If things go bad, he will rescue you. I dare say he's as much powerful as Naruto, said Jiraiya seriously. It's Itachi Uchiha, isn't it? She saw the shock in Jiraiya's eyes. What the Toad Sage didn't know that she had seen Itachi fighting alongside Hiruzen on that day. A lot of people had seen him, most of them were dead, so it was nothing but a rumor now. But she knew the truth. Yes, said Jiraiya tiredly. Why is the butcher of the Uchiha clan on our side? If I am to consider even doing this thing, I want the truth, said Kurenai flatly. Believe me, the easier way would have been to send you running back to Naruto, make you pretend that you realized your mistake and still love him. But Naruto knows the real you, he knows Kurenai Yuhi would rather die than betray her village. He would easily see our deception, that's why we have to follow the plan I explained to you. It's our only shot for stopping this madness, people are dying. Naruto doesn't care, the question is, whose side are you on? And what will your actions be? Asked Jiraiya seriously. Kurenai went towards the window and observed the beauty of the capital of Fire Country. Sooner or later she would have to meet the daimyo. She didn't know why Naruto did all of this, but her heart was telling her that there was more to this than she was thinking. She doubted she could follow Jiraiya's plan word for word. She would have to make her own choices while protecting her people to the best of her abilities. If she truly loved Naruto, and he loved her, then maybe she could make him stop, negotiate a truce. That was a far better option than fighting against Naruto and his army. She had already seen how strong they were. More conflict would only result in the deaths of the rest of her people. Karen wouldn't care as long as she got her lost territory back. She would hire new ninjas and take over leadership of Konoha. The reason for this would be the utter failure of the village for protecting Fire Nation. Jiraiya was naive, or he didn't want to see the bigger political game at play. The only reason Karen was even willing to support the Hokage and his warriors was the harsh fact that Naruto would kick all their asses if they stayed divided. That's strong a foe he was, a man who was brave and powerful enough to take on the entire world. She glanced at the Hokage hat on top of her head. Not only was she surrounded by crony politicians, fighting a full-scale war, protecting her people, but she also had a lover who was now the worst enemy of their world. Jiraiya was right, she was the right person for this job. They needed someone who could think. She would make herself stronger in time and fight back with the help of her soldiers. They needed her brains now more than ever. Naruto, I will find a way to stop you. Through negotiation or war, this I promise, as the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure, thought Kurenai fiercely. She confidently turned around, and the look in her eyes completely mesmerized the Toad Sage. When do we start? Toby glanced at the report in his hand. Everything was going exactly as per his plan. He had to give Naruto credit. The boy was a force of nature, Naruto was the brains behind this entire war. Not to mention the leader of their army, the mastermind. The Akatsuki was his special force team, doing the boys' dirty work. Operating from the shadows, supporting the boys' war. They were his war machine. Of course they had their own agenda, but Naruto didn't need to know about that. He saw Zetsu attaching a young brown-haired man to the Geto statue. The man was heavily wounded and tired but alive. The Geto Mazo is ready for sealing. I'll use Tenzo for making our army. How long do I have to finish this task? Asked White Zetsu curiously. 1 year. Why a year? I thought we'd have even lesser time, said Black Zetsu. Iwa, Suna, Konoha, Otto and Kiri are entering into war with each other. Of course Otto, Suna and Konoha are in fact the Empire, and are on the same side. But the other players don't know that or can't do anything about it. The war has not yet fully started, let the villages take heavy losses. Naruto believes once the casualties increase, the villages will have no choice but to put their Jinchuriki at the front lines. When those people get tired of fighting their enemies, we'll capture them and seal the bijou. I dare say Naruto is 1,000 times more smarter and cunning than his own father. Explained Toby. The Akatsuki leader was completely impressed with their results so far. The child is the father of the man. Suggested White Zetsu. Correct. You're wrong. Kumo has not entered the war, they were smart enough not to take the bait. They have the Nibi and Hachibi, and are the strongest village and nation now that Konoha and Fire Nation have crumbled. Even with the resources at our disposal, I can't find their Jinchuriki. The Reikage has sensed something is not right with this conflict and concealed his weapons, said Black Zetsu. He was the only one who was not smitten by Naruto, unlike his partners. A is a buffoon but his people aren't. They must have advised the Reikage to take this move, but Naruto had already anticipated this, said Toby proudly. The Akatsuki leader pointed his finger towards a corner, and after a moment Black Zetsu sighed in defeat. While White Zetsu grinned happily. I take my words back. Naruto is a genius, said Black Zetsu begrudgingly. Toby stepped towards the edge of the cave, as he smelt the flames of war burning brightly every day. Soon, his plan would come to fruition. Kumo's greatest weakness will lead to their fall. It's time for the rise of the Akatsuki. Kabuto watched in fascination as Orochimaru operated on a set of bodies placed beside each other. In a way, their exodus from Otogakure was a blessing. Orochimaru's goal of destroying Konoha was already fulfilled by Naruto, and now the boy had started a war. The Fourth Great Ninja War. A catastrophe where ninja, civilians, men, women, children always died, got injured, disappeared, get experimented on. The worst nightmare of the world. And a blessing from the divine for Orochimaru. For months, Kabuto had seen his master holed up in a cave inside Fire Country. He was frustrated since their plan was foiled, but Orochimaru had merely smiled and asked him to have patience and suggested that in fact everything was turning in their favor. Kabuto had not understand the veteran Sanin's words then. But now he did understand them, and his respect for his master had increased greatly. Slowly, Orochimaru had recovered from his wounds. The newly starting war had opened up an unlimited supply of test subjects for the scientists. He already had enough lab rats to experiment for an entire lifetime. The Sanin had changed into a much more powerful body, and was working on a cure for Kimimaro. When it was accomplished, Orochimaru would have the perfect vessel. They had already started their recruitments and slowly were building their own little private army of cursed seal warriors, loyal only to Orochimaru. Kukaku, things are getting better and better for us. Don't you think, Kabuto? Asked Orochimaru in his creepy voice, as his student adjusted his glasses. You're right, Orochimaru-sama. Things turned out exactly the way we wanted to, well not exactly but in our favor regardless. With the ninja villages fighting at each other's throats, we're free to do whatever we want and no one would bother us, said Kabuto, earning an appreciative smile from his mentor. Good analysis. How goes the work on my secret project? You know we can't disappoint dear Naruto-kun. He must pay for his actions, said Orochimaru wickedly, as he cut open a man's heart. I'm making progress but it will take some time, Orochimaru-sama. Maybe 1 year or 2, not more than that. Answered Kabuto. Then make sure we meet our deadline. I want to give Naruto-kun a surprise, I want to rock his world completely with my gift. Ain't I generous, Kabuto? Asked Orochimaru humorously, making his assistant smile. That you are, Orochimaru-sama. That you are, said Kabuto. Orochimaru's gaze shifted towards a photo of Naruto that was lying atop a dartboard. Ever since that humiliating defeat, the Sannin had worked day and night for getting even with the boy. He had offered Naruto a place by his side, an honor a worm like him didn't deserve. But the past was the past. Naruto had caused him pain. It was just right that Orochimaru returned the gesture in kind, with some extra compliments. An eye for an eye. The fourth great ninja world had begun. Chapter 79. The First Emperor. Bright flames burned across the battlefield. The air was soaked with the foul smell of death. Rivers of blood had drenched the once green pastures. Everywhere there lay bodies of hundreds of ninja, samurai and other armed fighters. It was a massacre. Many bodies were burning in the fire that had enveloped the shinobi world for the past 3 years. Decades-old civilizations fell, nations crumbled, humanity was completely shaken by the core. Some historians even termed this event as the rise of the Second Age, or the era of the Reich. The ninja world witnessed a holocaust which humanity had not seen since the fall of the Ten Tails thousands of years ago. Fight. Surrender. Flee. Or die. Those were the only options available to each and every person in the world. Every warrior in the world had come to conclusion that this was the biggest war mankind had faced since its inception. The sound of footsteps echoed through the haunted battlefield while around 100 survivors trembled in fear. Men, women with terrified look in their eyes. The last remnants of the Earth Country's daimyo's family. If powerlessness is a sin, then is power justice? Is revenge a sin? Is friendship greater than justice? The truth is none of it matters. There is no right or wrong, no light or dark. Just shades of gray, sides which each of us align ourselves with. That is the harsh truth of this world. The only thing that will remain true till the end of this world is the fact that history is always written by the victor. Take this lesson to your heart and remember it as you take it to your graves. A pair of evil red eyes came to life as the trembling members of the former royal family froze in shock. All they could feel was the desire to do anything those eyes wanted them to do. Naruto Uchiha commands you, all of you die. Obedient smiles came on the faces of the mesmerized people as they got back on their feet. The fear had evaporated from their eyes. Slowly they picked up weapons from the battlefield, and what followed after that was a bloodbath. A scene which would scar any normal human to life, drive people insane as 100 people who were family killed each other mercilessly. They were screaming and laughing madly at the same time. The madness continued for 5 whole minutes until the last man fell dead on the blood-stained grass. The end of another dynasty, the end of another nation, the end of another culture. He watched with cold eyes as the civilization he had once been a part of, a system he had once believed in, crumbled a little more. The world was changing, and he was the one who was changing it. The Führer. The Emperor. The Butcher. The Conqueror. The Destroyer. The Demon. He was everything, for he was Naruto Uchiha, the harbinger of death, the destroyer of the ninja world, the murderer of the ninja civilization. Behind him stood his endless army of soldiers. Dressed in their Reich uniforms, they watched impassively as their leader single-handedly ended another leadership expanding their already vast empire. A small camera had recorded the entire massacre and the footage was being broadcasted across the entire world. A message was being sent. The air turned extremely cold when Naruto looked in the camera, and he knew very well that the eyes of every person in the world were fixed on him right now. Is this the best the ninja world can throw at us? Asked Naruto flatly. Standing 6 feet 4 inches tall, dressed in his Reich uniform and a crown on his head didn't leave any doubt regarding the power this man had gained. His silky blonde hair had grown long and was falling over his face, yet through the thin space between his silky hair the mangekyo sent shivers down the hearts of hundreds. There was not a stain of blood on his body, yet the countless dead that lay beside him was proof enough that this man was to be feared. This is the fate that awaits all of you if you continue to resist. Surrender and you will become a part of our glorious Reich, if not then the same fate awaits you which I just bestowed upon the royalty of Earth Country. Your nations have fallen, governments destroyed, leaders killed, armies scattered. Konoha, Kiri, Iwa, Suna have now become a part of our fatherland. The pathetic resistance which the ninjas have formed can't help you, no matter the promises they make. Only one power remains in this world and it is the Reich, explained Naruto proudly. If you continue to resist, your families will suffer. If you still wish to challenge us, then go ahead. You will either lose everything or win. That is how a war is supposed to be, said Naruto crudely, and raised his hand in the air. For the Reich. On hearing their leader's battle cry, The Reich army followed him, showing their loyalty to their empire and to their leader. For the Reich! For the Reich! For the Reich! A stunned silence prevailed in the semi-bright room as the transmission just came to an end. The group of people still felt their bodies shivering as their minds tried to rein in the shock they had just experienced. Despite the presence of 3 Kages in the room, it was not at all enough to calm their subordinates. Iwa has fallen finally, said Mei Terumi in disbelief, the ousted former Mizukage. It was only a matter of time. The Reich is far too powerful, muttered Tamari, the self-appointed exiled leader of Sungakur. It was quite ironic that her own younger brother had staged a coup and now ruled over Suna, and had pledged his allegiance to the Reich, making Wind Country a part of the growing empire. Do we have any news about the Tsuchikage and his group of survivors? Asked Kurenai Yuhi, the 5th Hokage of the former Kanahagakure no Sato. Noticing the grave look in the eyes of her fellow Kages proved the news was not good. Onoki is stubborn. And after watching what Naruto did to his people, I doubt, said Jiraiya hesitantly, and saw Kurenai sigh. What do you think the old fool will do? Will he join us? Asked Kurenai hopefully. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined herself to be the leader of a resistance. And that too of the survivors of the ninja villages. Her mind was still afresh with the picture of Naruto commanding people to die. He executed them without any kind of remorse. Her eyes glanced through every person in the room. And every single one of them had an unending hatred for Naruto. These past 3 years had been extremely hard for her. Not only had she lost her home and many of her friends, she had lost the man she once loved. A man she still loved. She could now understand why Sasuke messed up the seal inside her mind. During these years, she slowly recovered memories of her past with Naruto. After confronting Anko, her doubts were confirmed. She was in truth the love of Emperor Naruto Uchiha. In his decree of punishing her, she failed to notice the hidden reason behind Sasuke's actions. Even if the boy was an enemy of hers now, she was amazed by the level of loyalty and love Sasuke had for Naruto. The Uchiha had wanted her to change her mind, accept that she was wrong, and be with Naruto. Looking back now, she doubted all the choices she had made were the correct ones or not. Especially when it came to Naruto, could she have stopped him? No. Could she have prevented the rise of the empire? No. The only thing she could have gained by siding with him was probably convincing him to not massacre the ninja race. She still hoped for that wish. There were times when she wondered what would have happened if she had sided with Naruto. Kakashi had done that, and it still amazed her. Anko was heartbroken. The woman felt betrayed just like Kurenai because of what the love of their lives had done. None of them had ever gotten a proper opportunity to confront their feelings and express their opinions, before the other become repulsed with it. And now everything had changed. All of them had made their respective choices and now they had to live with it. Naruto had married, so had Kakashi. She could still remember how heartbroken she and Anko were when they got the news. Anko had not taken the news kindly, she felt betrayed. While Kurenai was extremely sad. It was quite an irony that the women who became wives of those 2 warriors had the same initials. Yuhi Haku was now Uchiha Haku, while the mysterious woman named Hanare was now Kakashi's wife. Digging through Kakashi's past, both Kurenai and Anko had discovered that Hanare was apparently a spy who had infiltrated Konoha years ago. And if Inoiki's personal observation found in the report was true, then she was also Kakashi's first love. The woman was said to be killed years ago during a prisoner exchange. Kakashi himself had verified this claim. But only now did Kurenai realize that even in the past, Kakashi had once put his love for a person above the duty to his village. He let Hanare escape, because he loved her. Just as he joined Naruto's crusade, because he loved the boy like his own son. It was not as if Kakashi had not tried. After a year since his capture, when the Hatake was released from prison, he made a strange request. He asked to meet Anko and Kurenai in a secluded position, away from both armies. What shocked Kurenai was Naruto's decision to accept the request. She could still remember that day. Flashback, 2 years ago. Kurenai patiently watched as Anko nervously walked from one side to another in the clearing of the forest. They were quite surprised when they had received Kakashi's message that he wanted to meet them. He had asked them to come alone, and he would do the same. But she doubted it. As such, she had a team of Anbu Black Ops ready to handle the situation if things didn't go their way. Anko still believed that Kakashi had somehow managed to escape and wanted them to rescue him. But Kurenai knew. She knew that Naruto and Kakashi shared a bond which was stronger than the Hatake's oath as a ninja. When it came to Naruto, Kakashi's rational mind always went straight out of the window. He loved the boy too much. Her thoughts were interrupted when she heard footsteps. Anko got a bright smile on her face when Kakashi emerged from the darkness of the night. However, the smile didn't last when they saw the uniform on Kakashi's body. Kurenai's eyes widened and she was about to signal her rescue team, when... "It's no use, Kurenai." She froze when his voice touched her ears. It was the same voice that she had heard in her dreams for the past year. The voice she loved so much. Turning around, she saw Naruto standing on the other side. Around him lay the unconscious forms of her rescue team. He raised his hands in a placating manner, and she was surprised that her own hand stopped on the strap of her kunai holster. How could this man have such a hold on her? Kakashi had quickly stepped in front of Naruto and had managed to stop Anko from attacking the blonde boy. "You traitor," said Anko furiously, and was even more infuriated when Naruto gave her an eye smile. "Love you too, Anko," replied Naruto casually, and he turned his gaze on Kurenai. Her breath stopped when she saw something in his eyes that threw all her doubts away. Naruto really loved her. "You have no need to fear. We agreed to negotiate, and that's all we're gonna do. You or your men won't be harmed, I give you my word. Promise, Naruto." "Why did you bring us here? Did you use Kakashi?" asked Kurenai seriously, and saw the same question in Anko's eyes. "I requested Naruto to arrange this meeting. There is something I need to talk to you about," said Kakashi hesitantly, and flinched when Anko disgustedly pointed her finger on Kakashi's new uniform. "Why the hell are you wearing this filth?" asked Anko sternly. Naruto saw the tension rising and gestured Kurenai to follow him, which she hesitantly did. It wasn't long before the quarrel between Kakashi and Anko escalated, and Kurenai's worst fears came true. "You turned him, didn't you?" asked Kurenai sadly, and saw him staring at the moon in the sky. "Every person makes choices for himself. There are circumstances which affect that decision, but ultimately it is the person who has to make that choice. Kakashi made his, so did I, and you too. Congratulations on your promotion, Godime," said Naruto, a true smile playing on his lips. For a moment she stopped thinking like a cage, and instead looked at Naruto just as Kurenai. His words and the smile were true. "Will you stop?" asked Kurenai tiredly, already knowing the answer. "We are destined to fight each other, Kurenai. I wish I could change that, I truly do. The truth is that I respect you, despite the opposite sides we are on. You stood by your beliefs and the people you care about. It takes guts to do such a thing in face of overwhelming odds. You truly are something else," complimented Naruto. He knew she was the enemy now, he knew he was in a relationship with Haku now. And he had been faithful to her, but he could not stop his heart from speaking what he truly felt for Kurenai. He still loved her, even now it took all his strength not just to close the distance between them and kiss her senseless. But he had also accepted that perhaps they could never be together, not in this life. "You really love me, don't you?" He froze. She noticed the shock in his eyes. It was quite amusing that he still thought he had put her away from any harm. That he could still protect her, even from afar. Even if they were on opposite sides, he always wanted to protect her. And just that thought made her love him. She didn't see him as the monster which people accused him to be. Kurenai knew that it was the ninja world which made Naruto into the person he was now, and it would be hypocritical of her to judge him. She had long past changed from the person she was a year ago. Becoming Hokage had made her aware of the monstrous things Konoha had continued to do for decades. And it changed her biased perspective. What she could do or hope to accomplish now was to convince him to stop someday. It was the only way to save all of them. Despite of her rigorous training with Jiraiya in the past year, she knew he was more stronger. Not to mention his army had achieved significant victories. He simply turned the captured prisoners into his loyal soldiers, increasing his armed forces' strength, while they're crumbled. Naruto could easily replace the troops he lost, Kurenai couldn't. Not to forget he also turned civilians the same way, and had already established a growing kingdom. "How?" asked Naruto in shock. "Sasuke." He closed his eyes in defeat and clenched his fists. She saw the unending anger that was visible on his face. Naruto took a few deep breaths before he was able to rein himself in. She was glad that he was not going to take it out on her. The same could not be said for Sasuke. "I'm sorry for what Sasuke did." Said Naruto regretfully. He felt someone wrapping their arms around him, and his eyes widened when he saw it was none other than Kurenai. He felt his heart exploding as he inhaled her familiar scent. If any of their soldiers had seen them like this, there would have been serious consequences. At least on Kurenai's side, Naruto was not too worried about himself as his army was completely obedient. He cursed himself when his trembling arms wrapped themselves around her. Why couldn't he stop? Don't be afraid. It was all he could take as tears came in his eyes, as he hugged her back. Gods, he had missed her. In this moment he wished neither of them had ever been a ninja, nor did they have to been born in a hidden village. Why couldn't they just have lived as Naruto and Kurenai, instead of him living a life in Anbu and her living a bright life as a proud jounin of her village? It was so unfair that he wanted to curse the gods. I missed you, said Naruto in a tearful voice. I missed you too, replied Kurenai emotionally. She leaned back and their eyes met, a smile came on her face and she leaned forward. Their lips were about to touch, when he moved his face and she ended up kissing his cheek. Questioningly, she looked at him and saw him averting his eyes. I'm with someone, confessed Naruto. Kurenai felt as if someone had jabbed a cold kunai through her heart. Her initial feeling was to lash out at him. But then she remembered it was her decision that drove them away, their different beliefs that changed everything and bring them to this point. You're an honorable man, said Kurenai frankly, as she broke the hug and stepped away. I have always loved you, Kurenai. But I can't betray Haku or my beliefs just as you want to stick with your ideals as a ninja and with your people. We're like ice and fire, said Naruto sadly. Then please stop. There is still time, don't make yourself the enemy of the entire world. The ninja villages are slowly uniting against you, warned Kurenai, hoping he would listen to reason. But he merely gave her a mischievous smile. So the prideful ninja villages are scared of little old me? That's fine, let them become my enemy. I am not the one who is wrong, it's the ninja world that needs to change. And the world will change, one way or another. Promise Naruto, a serious look arriving in his eyes. We'll see about that, challenged Kurenai, making him smirk. Very well, Kurenai. But you should know that my crusade won't stop, for I am Uchiha Naruto, the man who destroys worlds, the man who creates them. Flashback end. She could still feel his words ringing in her ears. Naruto had been true to his promise. He had changed the world, he had almost destroyed the shinobi system. His victory was imminent unless drastic measures were taken to stop him. Steps she had hesitated to take till now. She loved that man and couldn't bear to hurt him any more than he already was. But looking at the depressed faces of her people, and the way Naruto was changing their world, he had left her no choice. She steeled her resolve and took a deep breath. She had to do this. Jiraiya, what is the report so far? Asked Kurenai seriously. Not good. We have completely lost fire, water, wind and now earth country along with their hidden villages. The smaller villages have surrendered and merged with the empire willingly. There are still various ninja factions of different nations fighting, but they are nothing more than a nuisance to Naruto. He'll eventually silence them as well. I've also got word that the Reich army is sniffing across Kumo's borders. Just scouting missions, but they're gonna make a move soon, explained Jiraiya gravely. Any information about the captured tailed beasts? Asked Mei worriedly. I'm afraid not. Except for the Nibi and Hachibi safe inside Kumo, the rest have been captured. My best guess is that he sealed them away somewhere. He's trying to create the Juubi and rule over the world with its power. If he succeeds, then his victory is inevitable, said Jiraiya frankly. What about the Ichibi? Gaara, said Temari hesitantly. It was sealed, and due to Tsunade's help your brother didn't die. Gaara is one of Naruto's closest supporters and friend, he won't let him die. I see, replied Temari. A small part of her heart felt quite relieved for her youngest brother. Despite what he did, they were family. And she and their father along with the Sand Village had given Gaara nothing but misery, he had simply repaid in kind. Will Naruto seal the Kyuubi? If that happens, then he will die, said Kurenai hesitantly. Not quite. He does not need to seal the entire tailed beast. Our monks believe that if he just seals around 80% of Bijou chakra, that would be more than enough to awaken the Juubi. I think Naruto is intentionally not awakening the Juubi at full power. He doesn't trust himself fully whether he will be able to control the monster or not, suggested Temari. All the more reason that Madman has to stop, warned Mei. Their banter was stopped when Kurenai stood up, making her comrades stand up as well. Jiraiya had a proud smile on his face as he watched the confidence that was on her face, the grace with which she handled being a Hokage. That uniform fit her so perfectly. He had trained another good Hokage. Judging from the painful look in her eyes, she had decided to put duty above emotions. The trait of a true ninja and a great leader, Jiraiya could understand her pain better than anyone. The love of their lives were now not only their enemy but of the world as well. They had to be stopped, by any means necessary. Jiraiya, stay. Rest of you leave us, commanded Kurenai. Mei and Tamari looked at her for a few seconds, before giving affirmative nods and exiting from the room. Jiraiya held his gaze as Kurenai glared at him. So you've finally come around, kid? Asked Jiraiya, making her frown. Naruto didn't leave me any choice. We can't defeat him in traditional warfare, he's too strong. Admitted Kurenai bitterly. You're strong too. And I just don't mean as a shinobi, gods know I taught you everything I know. You were the best student after Minato, and in a way you have the same desire as the Yondaime to protect your people. You're a strong woman who put others before herself, a pity Naruto couldn't be like you, said Jiraiya regretfully, making her sigh tiredly. Jiraiya, I have stopped judging him for his actions. We're no better, the only thing that matters is who wins in the end, said Kurenai flatly. Fair enough. Start Operation Maelstrom, and I want him alive, commanded Kurenai. Very well, Godime. I will end this once and for all, for better or worse. Promised Kurenai, as she stormed out of the room. Jiraiya quickly started working on forming a plan, but doing so he failed to notice the tears that had been falling from his prized student's eyes. Along with her silent prayer. Please forgive me, Naruto.